ACC school with the backing of the Walton family, who, by the way, is a Walmart Denver Bronco billionaire family. I'm supposed to look at them as the Cinderella. There's no Cinderella. And we need at least one, right? One upset, one moment, because it's that first game and then it feeds into the second game. It's St. Peter's. It's UMBC. First 16 to topple a one. Like, to me, those are the things that I think of and appreciate this time of year. We don't have any of them. So if you guys have a theory as to why, maybe you prefer this, right? Maybe you are happy that we get the best of the best. But I think we're missing something, and it does feel a little hollow.
Well, and it's also, okay, you think about conferences. Arkansas. I don't think that you could say, even though they're a 10 seed, that they are a Cinderella coming from the SEC.
No.
It doesn't ring like that should be a Cinderella. And even, you look at BYU, they're a 6 seed. Arizona, a 4 seed. Like, you're talking about teams that have been there, done that, and conferences that have also been there, done that.
Ticket, text, and phone calls, 248-539-9797. Adam, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Fellas, good morning. Happy March Madness.
What's
Good
up?
morning.
Hey, my thing is this. We're looking for that Cinderella, but we're kind of talking about, the age of NIL money and things of that nature. The Michigan Wolverines are a product of that. We won 8 games last year. There's never been a team to make the Sweet 16 that won 8 games a year prior to. We got something brewing. We got an opportunity to do something to real big. So to me, the game has changed, and you guys know that with NIL money. These all small market schools aren't going to be able to compete. But when you look at a Cinderella story, Michigan's it. I love you guys, man. Have a good day.
Oh, come on, Adam.
You go ahead, because you know what I'm going to say.
There's no way they could be a Cinderella. They could be an underdog.
Yes.
Sure.
They could be a great story. They could be overachievers.
Yeah, I mean, the definition of an underdog is you're just,
Weren't expected to be here.
Yeah, or win.
Right.
Like, I mean, if you're a 1.5 point dog and you win,
But you can't
you were
be
the underdog.
the University of Michigan
And be an underdog.
with all its resources, money, how they attack the portal, proven players. They can't be an underdog. I don't think any Big Ten team with success, really any Big Ten team, but especially with success in their rearview mirror, Michigan's not a Cinderella.
No, there is no Cinderella left in this year's tournament. There's just not.
No.
And the lowest seeded, you already mentioned it, is Arkansas. They're not a Cinderella.
No. Ticket text 248-539-9797. There is no Cinderella anymore. All the Power 5 schools poach talent from the mid-major schools as feeders. This is the new reality. Say goodbye to the madness we all knew and loved. The only upset of the tournament was St. John's losing on Saturday. Yeah, right?
Yeah, a 2 seed gone.
It's the only one.
That was my wife's national champion, too.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not happy.
Maybe you guys are looking in the wrong place for it this March Madness. Maybe the Cinderella is right here in the state. Maybe it's the University of Michigan. So more people echoing that. Guys.
Okay, they could be the biggest underdog, which I don't even know that they're the biggest underdog right now.
Texter says, did he call the number 2 team in the Big Ten a Cinderella story? Really?
I don't think that you could be a team unless unless the only way that you could come out of the SEC or the Big Ten or even the Big 12 is, let's just say, let's take the worst team in the Big Ten, Washington this year. They won 4 games in conference. If they went on a run and got an auto bid because they won the Big Ten tournament, and then they made a Sweet 16 run, you might be able to call them a Cinderella.
That would be a
It'd
stretch.
be a Cinderella season.
But yeah, okay, that's a better case than Michigan, who had the second best record in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
Michigan, with how much money that athletic department grosses, and to say, oh yeah.
So the top 3 teams in the Big Ten, Michigan State, Maryland, Michigan, are they all still playing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they can't be a Cinderella.
It's a slap in the face to St. Peter's to be like, oh yeah, Michigan, St. Peter's, couple Cinderellas in recent memory. No. Now, someone does connect Oakland a year ago and says they're a great example of this. says, look, they couldn't keep a lot of their players from last year. Says 3 guys to the portal, larger programs. That's the story of where the sport's headed.
Yeah.
And you could point out we're not that far removed from a Cinderella with Oakland a year ago, but I think they're showing you how it's going to be harder and harder.
Yeah.
We're going to have
was
years.
it Goki? Was it Goki? Is that his name?
Yeah. Jack
graduated.
Goki. Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
Townsend's at Arizona now. Remember, he's the local kid. His parents both played here. What a great story. I don't blame him. Campy knew it was going to happen. He got offered a bag. He's playing at Arizona.
Yeah.
They found
Still
him.
playing.
They developed him. He's their guy, and he's gone as soon as he has a moment. And that's what makes it so tough. 248-539-9797. You tell us where Cinderella's gone and if it bothers you. Because to me, it did feel a little hollow. Texter says, what are you talking about? There were great games all weekend. Apparently, we watched a different weekend of sports. John, how many good games were there? I can probably count them on one hand, and we played like 20-plus games, right? Oh, no, 40-plus games.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm just trying to go through games that I thought were nail biters.
So you could go with the one buzzer beater we had, which is the very end of the weekend. They finally gave us some drama, Colorado State and Maryland. That was compelling, right? You got Colorado State jumping out to an early lead, and then down the wire we go in a buzzer beater. But that felt like
BYU Wisconsin got close at the end.
But it was double digits for most of the game. Same with like Florida UConn was tight, but it was like 10 points in the final minute. The score at the end isn't indicative of the game. Like, just use yesterday. Duke blows out Baylor. Alabama blows out St. Mary's. Kentucky, Illinois, they kept them at arm's length the entire way. Most of the games were bad games.
Yeah, and even Arkansas, St. John's. All right, it was a good game because we were looking at it like St. John's is the number 2 team, but Arkansas led almost the entire way.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Houston, Gonzaga. It was ugly, and the Zags made a little bit of a run in drama, so if you want to count it, fine, but those are few and far between. Where is Cinderella, and do you even care? It's 97.1.
Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service knows that your lawn is going to start greening up, and with that comes the weeds, comes the crabgrass. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. You can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time, purchase a full lawn program. You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. You can also save some green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month for the early bird discount. I mentioned crabgrass. You've got to take care of it now. That first application is by far the most important, and if you see it, it's going to be too late to fix it. So give them a call now. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN. Fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. They're going to design tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home, and they're also going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green. Stay green with Natural Way.
Ticket text pouring in asking you, where is Cinderella? Missing persons. First time since 2007, we don't have an 11 seed or higher left in the Sweet 16, and you can blame NIL. We did just have Oakland a year ago, but Oakland's a great example of those guys got poached. It's harder and harder, and I think we're going to see fewer and fewer Cinderella teams, and to me, that's the essence of March. It's Sister Jean, it's Dunk City, it's George Mason, it's UMBC. We all can think of a couple of these runs that make March different than every other sport, where the little guy can upset Goliath. And we didn't see that at all in the opening weekend. Ones, twos, threes, and fours went 16-0 and won by 23 points per game. There wasn't even drama with the top seeds sweating it out in the opening weekend. I mean, Alabama's as close as you could get with Robert Morris. They pulled away. They're still left. John, we still have, all but one of the top 4 seeds? St. John's is the only
one that's out.
Yeah. And look.
And even in the Midwest, you've got all 4 top seeds, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
That's what I'm talking about. Now, do you like this? Because some people will say the best teams left in the tournament lead to better matchups, and that's what Derek in Brighton says. He says, I love how chalky it's been. Who cares about Cinderella? I want great games from the Sweet 16 on, and that's what we're going to get.
Well, it should be what we get. Now, how good of a game is Michigan and Auburn going to be? And no, Michigan, if they win, it's not a Cinderella run. They're the underdog, no question. But it's not a Cinderella run. It's like BYU beating Wisconsin. Wisconsin had played well all season long, and then they just come up short at the end, but it doesn't mean BYU's a Cinderella.
No, BYU's in the Big 12. I don't think you can be a power conference multi-bid team with a 6 next to your name and be the Cinderella. There just isn't one. The lowest seed remaining, or the highest seed, depending on how you, whatever, it's Arkansas. Arkansas is an NIU darling, or a NIL darling. They have a ton of money coming in to fund the transfers. Calipari built his entire team this offseason. He had the press conference last year where he said, I got to talk to my team. There is no team. And then went out and proceeded to recruit heavily to get these guys. There's no Cinderella. And a texter puts it well. Cinderella is about dreams coming true, and that has not happened this year. No longer March Madness, but March Sadness. On the subject of Michigan, we had the caller and a couple texters say, we're the underdog story. Texter says, Michigan is a great example of what you're talking about. NIL and the portal used properly turned them around fast, but at the expense of the real Cinderellas.
100%. And when you look at how Dusty May has built this team, the question is going to be, can he continue to build it the same way? How much in what is, because you look at Duke, right? And Duke with Cooper Flagg, right? It's about recruiting. You recruited the best player in the country. And so no question you're going to, you have great odds of becoming a number 1 overall seed. And then you supplement it through the portal. You supplement it with NIL and guys that have experience. You don't have that Fairleigh Dickinson where you've got 4 or 5 year seniors.
Right. Texter says it goes to show you how delusional Michigan fans can be. Yes, it's been a great story, but to turn yourself into Cinderella is a stretch. Texter says these texters have it backwards. Michigan's not the underdog. They're the problem. They poached the hottest coach from a mid-major, took 3 or 4 guys from key mid-major schools and put them together. That's why the tournament is what it is this year. First of all, I don't blame Michigan.
Yeah, I wouldn't say they're the problem. They're just part of
they're doing what
the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I mean, this is the system.
College athletics.
Yeah. And a good story, right? For Michigan to go from 8 wins, hire a new coach, Sweet 16. I didn't think they'd be here. We talked about it last week. I thought their flaws were going to get them eliminated. But you know what? Texas A&M was a game where they rebounded in a tough rebounding matchup. They didn't play soft. They played like they had 2 7-footers and won the battle on the glass by 9. They had single-digit turnovers. Be still, right? You're beating hard. Whoa. And then the other thing is 80% from the free throw line. They played a clean game, a come-from-behind win. They're still dancing. It's a great story. I'm not trying to take anything away from Michigan, but you just can't call them a Cinderella.
No, they can be an underdog, but not a Cinderella. And honestly, in that part of the bracket, anybody that comes out of there other than Auburn is going to be an underdog.
Yeah.
And we will have overcome the number 1 overall seed. If Arizona were to beat Duke, are they a Cinderella? No, but they would certainly be an underdog.
Right.
So we're left with the underdog story, not the Cinderella story.
I think, honestly,
it cheapens it a little bit.
I think what's been worse about this tournament isn't the lack of a Cinderella. I think it's just the lack of star power in college basketball. Like, you got Cooper Flagg, you got Derek Queen, and then nothing. Just a bunch of like try-hard guys. Most of them aren't going to be ever playing in the NBA. It's just a lot of like, oh, that's a really fundamentally sound basketball team. It's like, that's great. But I also want to see a guy jump from the free throw line and dunk over 4 people.
And I don't follow high school basketball, but I did learn over the weekend that both those guys were high school teammates.
Oh, yeah. That loaded program.
Yeah.
They showed the graphic where it was like 6 players in the tournament all played on the same
Yeah.
high school.
Yeah. That's a loaded team. That's unbelievable.
As you wake up today, the tournament hasn't delivered the way it normally does. But what it has given us is Michigan State 1 game away from their first ever tournament meeting. You've thought about it, John.
Oh, sure. Who hasn't?
I think anybody listening has thought about it. The question is, do you...
My bracket says I thought about it.
Oh, did you? Do you have it in your bracket?
I do.
Oh, you have Michigan beating Auburn.
I do.
Wishful thinking maybe, but 1 win away. It's possible. So the question then becomes, do you want this, Spartan fans? Do you want this, Wolverine fans? Yes or yes? This would be incredible if these two teams met in the tournament. So we've got open phone lines. We'll talk about what both teams did over the weekend. But as we kick off the 8 o'clock hour, tell us, you want this, right? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. Michigan State joining Michigan in the Sweet 16, a 71-63 final against 10-seed New Mexico. Jaden Akins leading the way with 16 points, and he knows how hard it is to get out of that first weekend. Trey Holloman also 14 off the bench. Frankie Fiddler scoring 8 of his 10 points during that comeback. Both MSU and U of M will play their next games on Friday. The Spartans at 7 o'clock against number 6 Ole Miss. The Wolverines get top-seeded Auburn at 9:30. If both win, they will face each other in the Elite 8. In the women's bracket, the ladies of Michigan, they were bounced by Notre Dame 76-55 in their second round. Cade Cunningham sat out for the Pistons at home. They still beat the Pelicans 136-130 to begin a 3-game homestand. Ron Holland matching his career high of 26 off the bench. Marcus Sasser had 20, Detroit earning their 40th win of the year after just 14 last season. And Michigan State and Western Hockey 1 seeds in the NCAA tournament. The Broncos play in the Fargo region against Minnesota State. MSU gets Cornell in the Toledo bracket. Games begin on Thursday on their path to the Frozen Four. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Good morning on a Monday following the opening weekend of the NCAA tournament. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Paul Serra behind the glass today to come see Tom with a couple more days off. Be back this week with Tiger Baseball on the docket. The question, you've thought about it. Do you want it? Michigan State, 1 win away. We might not get it, but you're lying if you say you don't want this. If you're a Michigan fan, you lost the first 2. But you have a chance in Dusty May's first year to topple Tom Izzo's Final Four run. You have a chance not to undo the first 2 losses, but to have the last laugh and avenge those games. And if you lose, it's Izzo. They're the better team. It's a bad matchup. It's year 1 for Dusty May. I'm not saying you'd like it, but you can kind of just wipe it away. The upside is there for Michigan. You want that matchup. And if you're Michigan State, you clean their clock twice. You blew them out by double digits. You do have their number. You do have Tom Izzo with one of his deepest teams, and they defend, and Michigan's going to turn the ball over, and you'll take it the other way. Throw in the fact that we had the whole logo incident on Senior Day. Sparks fly, rivalry, stakes, emotion. Don't run from it. Root for it.
So the possible outcomes, if Michigan is to beat Auburn, would be that they'd either play Ole Miss or Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
Now, personally for me, I want to play Michigan State. If you have a chance to take down the 1 seed, not just the 1 seed, but the number 1 overall seed, and to knock out the 2 seed, just by numbers itself, that's an unbelievably impressive showing an opportunity.
Sure.
But it would make it even sweeter that it would be Michigan State. And I'm not going to sit there and argue with anybody who would say, okay, well, if they beat Auburn, would you rather play Ole Miss? If you're just looking X's and O's, maybe you have a better chance of beating Ole Miss. You don't have the stigma of the 2 losses. You don't have that unseen mental hurdle to get over. I'm not going to sit there and argue those that would say that. However, my argument for wanting Michigan State is, yes, you did lose twice. You lost in Ann Arbor. You lost in East Lansing at the very end of the season, and it created doubt. The doubt was, would Michigan ever win another game? Now you have, because you won the Big Ten tournament. You've won 2 games in the NCAA tournament. It's a chance to avenge those 2 losses.
And if you beat Auburn, which is what it would take to create this matchup, then maybe you aren't afraid of that game against Michigan State. You'd say, we're playing the best ball we have all season. The things that we were afraid of 2 and 3 weeks ago, we've cleaned up. We can bang in the boards. We don't turn the ball over, right? Only 9 of them, single digits against Texas A&M. Our free throw shooting 80% the other day. If you beat Auburn, you go into that matchup thinking, oh yeah, we're ready for this. You're not afraid of this. And maybe Ole Miss is a slightly easier matchup, but why do you need an easier matchup if you just beat Auburn? You're ready.
If you're able to beat Auburn, then you would be going into the Elite 8 with as much, if not more, confidence than any other team in this tournament. Because
Absolutely.
you just knocked off the number 1 seed. You've, okay, I know Duke's got a lot of confidence. There's a lot of teams that are going to be playing with a lot of confidence, but what type of confidence is Duke going to get by beating Arizona?
Right.
They win by 10. All right. It's what we were supposed to do. Kind of the same thing if Houston beats Purdue.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Yep. Florida beats Maryland. Now, if Maryland beats Florida, all right, now you could start talking about a team that is, would be entering the Elite 8 with a lot of confidence. That's why I say with as much or more, but because you were able to beat Auburn, they are the number 1 overall seed. Coming into the tournament, those that supposedly know more about anybody else than college basketball said this is the best team in the country.
Yep. Be more than a feather in your cap if you can beat them this week. Friday night. Michigan and Michigan State both playing on Friday night. If they both win, they'll meet for the first time ever in the NCAA tournament. It would be for a spot in the Final Four in case you needed a little more of a nudge. Think about that. Dusty May, who went to a Final Four with FAU, could go to a Final Four in his first year at Michigan, beating Tom Izzo and denying him another Final Four. I mean, that would be bragging rights. That would be a tone setter. It would be a little bit of undoing what took place at the end of the season, right? Where you go, boy, he jumped into this rivalry and did not look aware of what was going to happen, and it was not a good look for Dusty May following that game at the Breslin Center. In a lot of ways, you undo all that if you take care of this. And if I'm Michigan State, I'm not afraid of them. I got an Izzo team that can go back to the Final Four, that's got a shot to cut down the nets, certainly got to shoot better. But I looked at that and thought, boy, it'd be great to stick it to Michigan one more time after they tried to play games with the logo and the Spartan kiss. Both teams want another shot at each other.
Sure. And so I just went through the possible outcomes for Michigan. The possible outcomes for Michigan State is you either have to face the number 1 overall seed in Auburn or Michigan, your in-state rival, who you've already taken care of twice. Now, maybe you have some Spartan fans that are looking at it going, all right, we want to continue to prove ourselves. We want Auburn. We've already taken care of Michigan twice.
Maybe.
And, okay, yeah, path of least resistance, sure. And that doesn't have anything to do with the rivalry. It's just the path of least resistance would be anybody but Auburn.
Some ticket text. We got open lines. You're thinking about it, right? It's 1 win away for both schools. As an MSU fan, I would love to smack those posers for a 3rd time. It'd be the easiest Elite 8 game in Spartan history. I don't blame MSU fans if they feel that way.
No, as they should.
The matchup means we beat Auburn, so yeah, I guess I want to match up with MSU. That's from a Michigan fan, Dustin in a tree. Ticket texter says...
Dustin in a tree?
In a tree.
Huh.
What would he be doing up in a tree?
I don't know. In a tree. I wonder... Oh, well, he must be working. Trimming trees,
okay.
because he can't be hunting anymore.
was looking at you. I'm like, is it a
Yeah.
specific hunting
No.
season I'm not aware of
No,
right
deer
now?
season's over.
Okay, yeah.
Long gone.
Okay, this one says, as a Spartan fan, I want Michigan more than anything because I would love a free pass to the Final Four. From Keith in Sterling Heights, hopefully both teams are not looking ahead to that matchup because they each got a team they got to beat first.
Oh, sure. And I think Michigan fans well aware of Auburn. It's not like they're going to be looking past the number 1 seed as to, oh, well, you know what? Let's just show up because we want Michigan State next.
No. Texter says, how about a history lesson? 1989, Illinois cleaned our clock twice, once on Senior Day. Then we went to Atlanta, where these two teams would meet. Michigan State would meet in Atlanta. Then we went to Atlanta and got revenge and went on to win the national title.
Okay, tell me, who's your Glenn Rice?
You don't have a Glenn Rice.
We don't have a named Glenn Rice.
Is it Roddy Gale?
I mean,
It was the other day.
yeah.
So I'm
But
not
this is
anointing
where-
him the next Glenn
No,
Rice.
no. But this is where legends are made.
Yeah.
You think about that 89 run. You think about Ramil Robinson's free throws. You think about Glenn Rice and what he did and the matchup with Illinois and how they avenged those 2 losses. Okay, yeah. Does history repeat itself with a different team? I don't know. But if it does, you're going to be talking about some legendary performances.
And I think Gale had one of those.
Well, and not just a legendary performance against Texas A&M.
Mm-hmm.
And if they lose to Auburn, okay, that was a nice win against Texas A&M. But we're not going to be talking about Roddy Gale Jr.
Oh, no.
in 5 years.
Michigan lore,
But
the legend
to
of Roddy
make
Gale.
that something that you are talking about,
Yeah, you got to keep winning.
then you've got to keep winning. You've got to beat Auburn. And who is that guy against Auburn? Or a couple of guys. Same thing against either Ole Miss or Michigan State.
This one says, deep breath from the same guys who gave us double-digit disco. Don't jinx this. It hasn't happened yet.
No. And so here's the difference. I don't think either of us are predicting that Michigan beats Auburn.
No,
just because I may have it in my bracket.
I'll make Michigan fans really happy. I'll pick against you again. It seems to be working.
Yes, the Costa curse. Can you make that a Costa lock?
Doesn't work that way. I don't think it'll have the same effect if you ask for it.
Well, but okay.
But I'll do it for
yeah,
you.
We'll
Sure,
make
we'll
our
get to
picks
Friday
until,
and-
we'll make our picks then. And
Oh.
and if you feel you are so confident, like you were against UC San Diego,
Right.
or against Texas A&M, can't possibly not turn the ball over, can't possibly hit free throws, can't possibly out-rebound the Texas A&M Aggies.
Just check the spread for the first time. 7.5. Auburn laying 7.5 on Friday.
It's right there for you. That seems like a layup.
You're going to egg me on. Michigan State spread against Ole Miss is 3.5.
Okay. I could understand that one not
Yeah.
being a Costa lock.
Ole Miss ran Iowa State out of the gym yesterday. One of those, again, non-competitive blowouts from the weekend. But if I'm MSU, I feel like, all right, let's put our guards on those guards. We'll lock them up as long as we shoot halfway decent. Jace Richardson makes a 3 before the final minute of the game, or a shot before the final minute of the game. We should move on here. 248-539-9797. We'll spend some time later this hour. Big question following Michigan State's victory and a big question following Michigan's victory later in the hour. John wants to know if I'm moving goalposts. He's trolling me all morning. We'll get to it. You have a Lions question coming up next.
Yeah, we'll see what that is. We haven't talked Lions in a while. Not a lot of drama going on with them.
No, but if I saw this correctly, the Lions are receiving a bunch of national praise for a move they made.
Maybe the most valuable or the most value out of a free agent signing.
Get to it next, 97.1.
A personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery from those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Oh, how sweet it is. Michigan and Michigan State still alive. We'll get back into it at 8:35. Big question for the Spartans. Question involving the Wolverines. John already giving me a hard time. Are you going to move the goalposts? Successful season. We'll do all that.
Seems like a Costa thing to do.
That's what I'm talking about. You have a Lions thing here.
Yeah, and so as I was reading different things over the past 4 or 5 days, a name keeps popping up about the great value that this signing is, a free agent signing. Now, we always think free agent signing, it's another player coming in. This is an actual re-signing. And there was a name that popped up during training camp, whether we were talking to Taylor Decker, we were talking to position coaches on both sides of the ball, talking to Dan Campbell, and I know you remember who it was. Who was that name?
Levi Onwuzurike.
So when you look into this a little bit further, there's a writer for ESPN, last name is Solak, who, and this is what he says. The Lions re-signing defensive tackle Levi Onwuzurike might be the best value. He spent much of last season moonlighting as a defensive end when Detroit was ravaged by injuries, but when rushing from the interior alignment, Onwuzurike had a better pass rush rate than Tershawn Wharton and Javon Kinlaw, both who are making triple his salary in new deals. And Onwuzurike, as we know, signed a 1-year, $5.5 million deal. Expect a breakout season from Onwuzurike if he plays his natural position. And
expect a breakout season from Levi Onwuzurike signed every year since he's been here,
he's been drafted,
and still haven't seen it.
And I've kind of panned this one a bunch of different times in regards to, I didn't like the draft pick to begin with. I thought he was a guy that was just overdrafted. I didn't see the potential. There was high-end potential there, but it was, and I don't like drafting guys, and I thought it was very out of characteristic of now, especially looking back, of guys that would show up for one play and then disappear for maybe the rest of the drive. And Levi Onwuzurike, since he's been here, has been injured. Now, okay, not his fault, can't stay healthy. It's Marcus Davenport, hasn't stayed healthy. There's a lot of guys that have great potential that just can't be available. And you guys know everything I think about, maybe the most important skill is availability.
Yep.
That was from ESPN. The Athletic talked about Levi Onwuzurike and again brought up Tershawn Wharton, Javon Kinlaw, and the fact that when at the defensive tackle position, Levi Onwuzurike and his pass rush win rate, I say that one slow because it's a mouthful for me, is one of the best from defensive tackles.
Okay.
The issue I have is, all right, love it that you're getting that win rate, but you eventually have to get home. Was it 1.5 sacks last year?
In 16 games.
That you just, okay, there's a lot of things that lead up to it, but you actually have to make the play.
Yeah, I'm not going to diminish pressures or winning one-on-one and causing the quarterback to move and move off his spot and maybe miss a throw. That stuff matters. But what I'm sick of is hearing about how it's going to happen for Levi Onwuzurike. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. John, this will be his 5th year in the NFL, and I just don't see it.
Well, and so here's where I've taken a step back after having, marinated on this for the weekend, is the numbers seem outrageous. $5.5 million for what I believe is a defensive tackle that has underperformed. I sometimes get caught up into what guys were making when I played.
Oh, no.
And so it's when I see a guy that is, in my estimation, an average player making $5.5 million a year, but I also then I look at it and dig a little deeper, and the salary cap is more than 3 times what it was when I played.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I take that into account, this is a guy that's probably making $1.5 million to $2 million. And now it starts to feel a little bit more, or at least a little bit less insane. Expecting more, but you keep giving the same guy the opportunity.
So generally speaking, it's weird to talk about someone else's salary in front of them. But with you, there's stuff public on the internet. You signed a 5-year, $23 million extension with Washington at one point. Completely different economics than today's guys, right?
Yeah.
Levi's making more now.
Guaranteed, yeah.
Well, hate to pour salt in that wound.
Yeah.
But like, it's a weird thing for you. How often do you go through this where you go, he's going to make 5.5 this year, and 5.5 is less than the average of the deal you signed there.
Right. And so, but here is where, if it works out, a 1-year prove-it deal for Levi Onwuzurike, that is of market value for the time and frame in history that he is playing, do we believe, now it's possible Aleem McNeil could be ready by the beginning of the year. I think it's unlikely, especially with what we know the Lions, how they handle star players in their injuries. They're very cautious in bringing them back.
Yes.
So he's going to get run at defensive tackle, the position that he was drafted for. And we heard, yes, he could play all 4 different positions, but if he's able to win up front, and then you look at the free agent class next year, he should be highly motivated to have a career year. And then in 26, maybe he's not with the Lions anymore.
Well, that would mean that he probably performed at
That
such
he
a great
outperformed
level.
and they couldn't afford him anymore.
And that's fine.
And so that's what I'm hopeful of for Levi Onwuzurike. I don't necessarily know that that's the most probable outcome, but it certainly is possible.
Here's what I'd say. A 1-year deal, 5.5 in today's NFL, it's not that much. It's totally worth a flyer. See what happens. Not mad at it, not against it. My issue would be if they bank on it, right? Like Davenport's back, Onwuzurike's back. There's upside with both those guys. But if they're banking on it, I'd feel uneasy. Because especially you throw Aleem McNeil and Aiden Hutchinson both off of injuries. They released Darius Smith and haven't replaced that guy on this team. Fine, you want to roll the dice high upside? Okay, but you still need somebody more proven on that defensive line this offseason.
You do. And their path to doing that is pretty much now in the draft.
Yeah.
And it's going to be not defensive tackle, so he's going to get his opportunity.
Yeah, but an end in the first 2 rounds.
Yes.
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
So there's a New York girls basketball coach that got fired immediately after he was caught on camera yanking a player's ponytail. Okay, so the incident unfolded following a pretty emotional loss, and one of Northville High School's star players, Haley Monroe.
It's not Northville here.
No, this is in New York.
Yeah.
Was quite upset by the loss. You could see her with her teammates. She was clearly crying. Was very emotional. And then the camera kind of captured the coach coming up from behind her and very violently, yanking her ponytail, yelling at her as well, wagging his finger in her face. Another player had to intervene to get this guy to
props to her.
Step back. Well, turns out I think there is a relation between the two. Like it's his niece.
Oh.
I mean, still props to
not
her.
okay,
Not doesn't matter, but maybe she felt more comfortable because she has this family connection with him. Either way, she had to step in for him to calm down and step back. The school district immediately made it clear that he was done coaching there or anywhere in the district. And he did initially try to defend himself.
Oh, no.
But has since issued an apology and obviously now wishes he could go back and take it all away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure he does.
Yeah, for sure. Joe Gatto from Impractical Jokers has been accused of sexual misconduct by 2 women. So last Thursday, there was a woman who got on social media, accused him of sexually assaulting her in 2023 when she was 19 years old. She claims the incident occurred after he and his wife kind of reconciled following a separation. Now, he is denying the assault claim there, didn't quite deny that something happened. He said, quote, "I have used poor judgment and as a result have violated the trust of the people I love most. Working on myself is an ongoing process, and I am now going to take some time away from the public eye to focus my energies where I need to."
So reading between the lines, he's implying that he cheated, but it was consensual.
That's kind of my understanding because he didn't flat out say, I never right. Like it was more of a, but he also is denying the assault claim. And then a second woman has now come forward as well, claiming she worked for him for 2 years. And during that time, he would inappropriately grab her, ask her for back massages, and also talk to her about her sex life. And she basically says that if she would reject his advances or refuse to flirt with him, he would then treat her poorly at work, be very rude to her at work. So he's also denying that claim as well, but not a good look for him either way.
Nope.
A 21-year-old man from Shelby Township is looking at the possibility of life behind bars after he shot his friend. Well, former friend, I guess you could say, at Corewell Health Beaumont in Troy last week. So apparently the shooting all stemmed after this guy wasn't invited to the funeral of the victim's father.
It was a family funeral.
It was the private, yes, not the public funeral, the
Right.
private viewing with just his family. Robert Poljasevic was charged with assault with intent to murder, felony firearm, and carrying a concealed weapon. And detectives say that he and the victim were, at one point, close friends, would hang out after work and such because they worked together at the hospital. And the tipping point came when he didn't receive that invite. And they say things got kind of strange at the public viewing for the victim's father. He went up to the body, in the casket and started saying some
So disgusting.
strange, rude
Yeah.
things to the body. And then afterward, called up his former friend on FaceTime and was like, oh, yeah, well, guess what? You didn't invite me. I'm going to pee all over these prayer cards from your
programs,
dad's
yeah.
father's funeral. Yeah. And I'm going to make a threat. So he also threatened him and was basically like, if I ever see you in public, you better watch out because something's going to happen.
And then he shot him twice.
And then he shot him twice, thankfully only in the arm, and he's
Yeah.
going to be just fine.
Shot at him 5 times.
But yeah, could have done much worse. So he's his bond was denied.
Yeah.
He's going to be in jail. His next hearing is on March 31st. Amir Khan. Aura.
Yeah.
Yeah. His time with McNeese State could be coming to an end. So obviously he is the student manager there, really went viral, right? During the playoffs and, rapping with the team, coming out with a boombox on his shoulder. And he really brought the energy, right? But it appears that he is going to be leaving the school. So according to CBS Sports, he's expected to leave McNeese State when he graduates to potentially follow Will Wade to
NC State.
NC State
Did you
as
see?
a graduate manager.
He's sitting with Spike Lee, I think, during the game. He had his own private security. He has multiple NIL deals. This is,
Yeah. He has
It's
gone
wild.
viral.
Good for him.
take
Good for
advantage
anybody
of
that
it,
can take
yeah.
advantage of it.
Yes, yeah.
I'll save this next one for later.
Oh,
Another-
why are you looking at me?
I don't know. You're just sitting right there.
Is it a creepy story?
No,
Is
it's
it-
not. It's no.
Easy.
Nothing
Hey, speaking
creepy.
of creepy stories, there's Stony.
Oh, is he in
Stoney!
today?
Yeah, Stoney's in. Yeah,
we see
can-
him lingering out there. Hey, wave to Stoney. So I take it he'll be in today for one of the guys in the midday. Or he's just here to hang out. You never know with Stoney. Coming up next, Michigan State. Are they playing with fire? Good enough to get it done. We'll talk about Dusty May and the Wolverines, too, before the hour ends. It's 97.1. John with some investigative reporting. Doug out today.
Yes. Yeah,
So
Doug's
Stoney.
spring break.
Spring break. Woohoo! What's he doing?
I believe there's a family trip down to Florida.
Oh, good.
But it's also baseball for AJ, senior.
I say last go around.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
exciting.
Yeah, and I know that they do the spring break. The baseball team does the spring break trip down to Florida to get team camaraderie, but
Yeah.
a little warmer weather. So yeah, I'm sure there'll be some good stories that come out of it.
So Stoney in today and all week for Doug Karsh.
For Doug.
And Stoney looks like he got some sun. He was down in Florida.
Yes.
So tan.
Wearing his green and white.
He's ready. I asked him that question. Do you
Basketball
want
season.
There you go. I said, do you want to see Michigan State play? And he said, of course. Of course.
I don't know why anybody would. I really don't understand the logic behind not having that great moment in the rivalry in the tournament.
So I posed this question on Twitter, but I made it a little different. It wasn't just, do you want to see them play? It was MSU fan, yes. MSU fan, no. Michigan fan, yes. Michigan fan, no. Just to see how the fan bases were split. And 41% of both fan bases have said yes more than no by a considerable margin. Michigan fan, 41% yes, 11% no, 32% yes for MSU fans, 15% no. You should want this. You should want to see them play, and they're one win away. Michigan State, what'd you make of the way they played against New Mexico?
It started slow. If you watch the game, it was obvious they started slow, but then they hit that 10-minute mark halfway through the first half, and it was the energy that they brought from starters, from the bench. It just was an attacking, swarming defense that created fast breaks, that created high-energy plays that stole all the momentum from that first half in what they were facing against New Mexico. New Mexico, to their credit, they hit some shots early.
Yeah.
They started off as hot as they possibly could. Michigan State weathered the storm, and then it was just simply an overwhelming force that took over that game.
It's vintage Tom Izzo in the timeout check-ins. He goes, "We're reading our press clippings. We don't want to defend. Our defense is what got us here. I'm yanking the big guys out. I'm going small." And you know what? You're right. They did. They wore them down. MSU's a deep team, and we say it, but you really see it in a game like last night, where they got more scoring from their bench than they did their starters. And if you're going to play defense the way they have to for 40 minutes, you need fresh bodies. So they have a stretch in the first half where once they settled down, they gave up one field goal in 10 minutes. Now, they needed to because they weren't getting any offense. Jace Richardson didn't make a shot until the final minute or so. But that's what MSU will do. The fear was, what if they don't shoot well? And the answer was, they'll simply just defend well enough to outlast the opponent, and that's what they did last night. Now, the question is, can they keep doing that? Are they playing with fire? Are they good enough to make this run that everybody's hoping they make?
Yeah, they are. I mean, when you get 10 from Fiddler off the bench, when you get, Trey Holloman with 14 off the bench, Cohen Carr, we've seen him have big games and big moments, 8 off the bench. That's where you're really going to see this team continue to keep playing.
The fear is what we saw with St. John's, right? Where they shot themselves out of that game. And that's the fear that Michigan State would play anybody, a team that they're better than, and they just don't make their shots and they end up losing.
I think the biggest difference is, and I don't know the ins and outs of St. John's, what they've been doing all year. I obviously know that they were able to attain the 2 seed, but the one thing that we know about Michigan State, and we said this last week, whether it was against Bryant or against New Mexico, they could have times where, hey, the faucet turns off and they're just stone cold from shooting the basketball, and they could go 4 or 5 minutes without much production. But what's going to keep the game close? What's going to keep them in it? What's going to eventually turn the game in their favor is the fact that they do play defense. And that's, I mean, you mentioned
St. John's does too, though, and it wasn't enough. I mean, but now their shooting was, laughably bad, John. They were 2 of 22 from 3. They were 28% from the floor. It was I would say historic. Got to be one of the worst shooting nights.
Yeah, but it's the way that they operate the fast break. the easy baskets that they get and the energy that they create off of those fast break moments.
Michigan State fans, what'd you take out of your performance? You won both games. You're still dancing Sweet 16. Izzo getting out of that opening weekend. It did cross my mind. I go, it'd be such a travesty if they didn't get out of the opening weekend with this team. But you knew once they got back into it at the end of the first half, it would be a slugfest, but they'd find a way to win that game. And Ole Miss has got some firepower, right? They won going away against Iowa State. There's a chance that team comes in and shoots, but I like how MSU matches up defensively with their guards. They don't give up threes. They make you work for it. If you can get in the paint, still nothing easy with Michigan State's bigs. 3.5-point favorites. It might be dicey, but I think they've got what it takes to keep winning these games.
And I'm sure there were people against Bryant or against New Mexico that were down 2 at the half. Like they were nervous. I'm not as invested in Michigan State, so I wasn't as nervous because I just felt like, and sometimes when you're removed, right, you could see things a little bit more logically and you're not looking at it with so much emotion. There was so much momentum going into the half. Now, they weren't able to come all the way back in the first half, but there was so much momentum that they took in that second 10 minutes of the first half that I thought, you know what, there's New Mexico, hey, thanks for participating. It was fun. You put up a good fight. There just was no chance in the second half that I thought that they would be able to hang point for point with Michigan State.
State's first lead of the game, I believe, came early in the second half, like 33-31. Mm-hmm. And I was texting a Michigan State friend. I go, Jace is going to heat up at some point, right? He's like, I don't know. He didn't, and they still won, which I think would be maybe it's encouraging. A State fan on Ticket Text says if he hits any shot, they win by 15+.
Yeah, he was 0 from deep and 1 for 10 from the floor.
And that one was like a late putback.
Yeah.
Not that it was irrelevant. They were trying to keep the deficit up, but
he did what he had to do from the line.
Sure.
4 for 4. Mm-hmm. And that's where, again, they weren't great from the line. That's one of the things that really kind of surprised me. It seems like down the stretch, they were a team that when given the free throws, when given opportunity, they would put teams away. And that was one of the things that kept games close, too, is that they were just good from the line.
The other thing I like, if I'm a Spartan fan watching this team, is I'm not like a ticky-tack call away from having to play a lot differently. Like, I thought an underrated moment in last night's game was Nelly Jr. Joseph, the big guy for New Mexico. He scores a basket and then picks up a foul immediately, and it's his 4th, and he's got to get out of the game. That's a big player down low in a game where they had to – part of their formula was going to be to clean up the glass, hang in, and when they lost their big, I thought that was a huge part of the second half. Michigan State doesn't have one guy where, damn, if he gets in foul trouble, we're really in trouble. They don't have that guy.
No, and it's a team that they play defense, they rebound, they do all the hustle things. Now, I know at the beginning of that game that hustle wasn't necessarily to the same standard that they're used to, and I'm not going to sit there and say that for 40 minutes they have to be perfect in that regard. But in terms of rebounds, they're not a team that gets out-hustled for some of those rebounds, especially offensive rebounds. They're not a team that's going to get outworked on defense. They may face a team that plays better defense, but they're not going to get outworked.
Texter says, I think State's good enough to get it done. They're just too deep and too many people that can beat you. Their best player, Jace, went 0 for 1,000 from the field, and they still won by 8 points. Another texter says, MSU just keeps coming downhill with fresh bodies. New Mexico couldn't guard us legally without reaching and checking for much of that game.
Yeah, I mean, Michigan State went 9 deep.
Hey, this one says how everybody's looking at MSU kind of with a name, but they're overlooking the players who aren't well known. I think opposing coaches are getting extremely frustrated with Carson Cooper. Mm-hmm. Offensive rebound after offensive rebound keeps the moment going.
Yeah, he had 8 boards.
It's good. Texter says Twitter will be a toxic war zone if Michigan and Michigan State both win on Friday. It says, as a Spartan fan, I actually would rather have Auburn. Hard to beat the same team 3 times, and at that point, Michigan is coming off of a high, beating Auburn and playing with house money in Dusty May's first season. That's Mike and Fenton.
But if I'm looking at it from Michigan State, I don't care how much confidence Michigan has. It can't match the confidence that Michigan State has. And we all know that there are mental hurdles, and those sometimes are the hardest to get over. Physically, you could play better, but then you seem to make some mistakes that or you're forced into mistakes. And it's not that Michigan lost those games. They got beat.
To me, it comes down to satisfaction. Okay, matchups matter, and you may prefer a team for matchup reasons. The satisfaction of beating your rival to go to the Final Four. Like if I'm MSU, the satisfaction of beating Michigan outweighs what if we lose. And the same is said for the Wolverines. The satisfaction of winning that game and going to the Final Four. If I'm Michigan and I beat Tom Izzo in Dusty May's first year, and I go to the Final Four in Dusty May's first year and Izzo doesn't, satisfaction. That's better than, well, I'd get a favorable matchup against Ole Miss. We actually have a better chance. The satisfaction of winning that game to me is more important.
Well, and here's the beautiful thing is if you're Michigan and you're going to the Final Four, if you're Michigan State, you're going to the Final Four, there's going to be a celebration. It's even sweeter if it's over your rival.
And if you're winning, you expect to keep winning, right? Like it's momentum, and for Michigan, you're kind of conquering a lot of these demons along the way. If you beat Auburn, you say, bring on Michigan State. Well, I don't care we lost to them twice. Think about how much fun it would be.
Yeah.
Trash talk,
and approve or disapprove of how things ended in East Lansing. Does it not add to the juice that could be in this game?
Explosive. Could be fireworks. 248-539-9797. 902, John Beeline with a bold statement after Michigan's latest win. Was he caught up in the moment? Is he right? We'll tell you about that at 902. Coming up next, Dusty May. What a turnaround for Michigan. It's 97-1. Guys, spring into savings with unbeatable deals. We're talking about Moran Chevrolet. You're looking for a new vehicle? Check out Michigan's #1 Chevy dealer in 2024. If you need a truck that works as hard as you do, talk about the 2025 Silverado. 4-wheel drive, LT Crew Cab, $299 a month, 24 months. $19.99 down, and everybody gets employee pricing. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit MoranExpress.com, shop online, or stop by. They're on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's MoranExpress.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Spartans will play Ole Miss Friday night. Not really a surprise that they made it out of the opening weekend. It'd been a minute for Tom Izzo, but this team felt like a team that should make a run, and here they are. Mm-hmm. Michigan, a little different story.
For you.
I didn't think they'd be here. Guilty, hand in the air, and if it makes you happy, I'll pick against the Wolverines again this week. But I do want to
only if it's a Costa lock.
Don't get greedy. But I do want to show them love, and I don't want to move the goalpost, despite what you've accused me of behind the scenes. Jim, you said it wasn't a success unless they made the Sweet 16. Are you going to keep pushing them?
I just asked the question.
And I took offense to that. I want to stand on what I said. I said a Sweet 16 appearance in year one. That's a success for Dusty May. And really, it's impressive what they've done the last, 2-3 weeks here? Because they looked cooked.
Yeah.
They had us, both of us, people think it's just me, but both of us openly wondered whether they'd win a single game the rest of the way. When the bracket came out, I thought 5 was kind of harsh given the regular season resume they had and the Big Ten tournament title, which apparently the committee didn't factor in. But I didn't like their matchups, and I picked against them when they played UC San Diego. I picked against them when they played Texas A&M. I thought their flaws would bite them in the ass. And you know what happened, John? They played a clean game specifically against Texas A&M. That's a come-from-behind win. That's Wade Taylor hitting a big shot and talking all kinds of trash, but you know what? The game wasn't over. Michigan battled on the boards. The number 1 offensive rebounding team in the country got beat on the glass by Michigan. 7-footers played like they're 7-footers, +9 on the glass. What's the other thing we've complained about? Turnovers. Single digits for Michigan against a great defense, one of the better defenses in the tournament. And then free throws. That game really, free throws mattered. Michigan, 81% from the charity stripe. And we can shout out Roddy Gale, and we can shout out Trey Donaldson with a bucket in the lane. They had big shots. But, John, to me, the story is they didn't do all the dumb stuff that's gotten them beat before. They looked like a mature team growing up at the right time, and that is a reflection of Dusty May, and I will give him all the credit.
The 3 games to end the regular season, Illinois, Maryland, Michigan State, it felt like they were handled. Like they were never really a threat to win those games. And I know the Maryland game was a little bit closer than the other 2, but even if you go back a little bit further, Nebraska and Rutgers, the 2 wins that they had after the loss to Michigan State in Ann Arbor, neither of those were great wins. And so going into the Big Ten tournament, they had 6 games where they hadn't played really good or they hadn't done anything to give you confidence that they could win in the Big Ten tournament, let alone the NCAA tournament. Then they played the number 20 team in the country, Purdue, in the Big Ten tournament. Number 11 team, Maryland, who they just got rocked by. And then they played Wisconsin to win the Big Ten tournament.
By the way, all those teams are still dancing.
Yes. And so I think we also got to look at this and say, well, is the Big Ten maybe a little bit better, at least the high end of the Big Ten, than most people really wanted to believe?
Well, think about it. They started 10-0 in the tournament.
Yep.
They've had some teams drop off now, but 4 teams in the Sweet 16, right?
Yeah, versus 7 for the SEC.
Well, they started with 14. I mean,
right. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you throw enough darts at the wall, someone's going to stick. But then you look at what they did in the tournament. Now, beating UC San Diego, it's a 12 seed. Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people, it was a trendy pick, but it was a team that they should have beaten.
Yep.
Texas A&M, a 4 seed versus a 5 seed for Michigan.
Toss-up.
It's a toss-up, right? It's like versus like. Now is when they are going to start playing the big-time underdog card. Number 1 seed overall in Auburn. If they're able to get a win there, and they're going to have to play even better than they did against Texas A&M. It's not just going to be about out-rebounding. It's not going to be about a lot of different things. It is simply going to be, you have to take all those things that you did against Texas A&M, and then you have to improve upon them. Where can they improve? Well, 3-point shooting. That's one area. Being effective, not having lost possessions. That's all going to be a part of trying to keep it close against number 1 Auburn.
Texter says the Spartan tradition is what boosted Michigan. They felt disrespected. Signed Whitmer on the ticket text. Teams harness all kinds of stuff. I think Michigan in that game at the Breslin Center was being, they were pouting is how I took it. And I thought they were being like difficult because they were being sore losers.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what I think. They could use it as fuel, right?
Yeah.
And on some level, they haven't lost since that moment. And for Michigan State, they want another chance to put Michigan down. We're 1 win away. Now, Michigan's got the tougher task. They got to take care of Auburn. But if those 7-footers play like 7-footers, they're going to have a chance. And if they cut down the turnovers, they're going to be in the game.
Well, that's 100%. They've got to make sure that they don't give a really good, sound basketball team more opportunities.
Yeah.
You've got to take it. You can't have lost possessions. Lost possessions start with turnovers. Lost possessions start with missed shots, easy layups. We've seen that. That's still been something that has affected Michigan. You do it against Texas A&M. And I know Vlad Golden had a good game and he scored 20-plus points, but there are still easy baskets that go unclaimed. Yeah. You can't have those unclaimed baskets.
248-539-9797. Showing some love to Michigan and Michigan State, both still dancing a collision course that we all want to see. We'll get more of that in the 9 o'clock hour. I mentioned Beeline had a bold statement. Michigan wins. Everybody's feeling good. Everybody flocks to Twitter and sends congratulatory messages. Beeline is no different, but I think he may have got caught up in the moment. We'll let you know what he had to say next. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Even with their star freshman Jace Richardson going just 1 for 10, Michigan State still fended off New Mexico last night 71-63. That's now 58 NCAA tournament wins for Tom Izzo and his 16th trip to the Sweet 16. He said they were well rested for the second half of the game because they were basically asleep for the first 20 minutes. That's the way he talks about his guys. Now it's on to Atlanta for the Spartans and the Wolverines. MSU versus Ole Miss, and U of M will play Auburn. They'll get their rematch if they can both win their games at State Farm Arena on Friday night. Tying a career high, rookie Ron Holland, a big reason the Pistons won their game last night against the Pelicans, 136-130. He had 26 points with Cade sitting out and is obviously enjoying himself while continuing to contribute in his first year. Yeah, so they win their first of 3 straight at home. They'll face the Spurs tomorrow night downtown. On to California for the Tigers. They wrap things up in Florida and will be in San Francisco for a couple of exhibitions before beginning this year officially on Thursday against the Dodgers. Baseball almost here for Detroit. And over the weekend, Victor Hovland winning the Valspar on the PGA Tour by 1 shot over Justin Thomas, and Kyle Larson taking the checkered flag in Miami on the NASCAR circuit. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Spartans win, Wolverines win. We might win if these two teams play. Talk about that later this hour. John Beeline, doing what a lot of Michigan fans did following that win on Saturday, going on Twitter and celebrating a win. Beeline said, Sweet 16, how much he appreciates what this team has done, but he also called Michigan a blue blood, which is where I think he may have got caught up in the moment. I'll read you what he said. Before 2013, Michigan men's basketball had not gone to the Sweet 16 in 19 years. Now, it's what we do. Yes, we are a blue blood in men's basketball again. Congrats to everyone who was part of 2025. Michigan's had a good season. No issue celebrating it. But just to slip in, we're a blue blood again. John, he got caught up, right? They're not a blue blood.
No, they're on that next, I believe on the next tier.
Okay.
Because when you think about the blue bloods and the ones that are still blue bloods, because UCLA for a long time was one of the well-established members of the blue bloods, I'm not sure they're still in that same category. And you look at Kentucky, North Carolina, Duke, UConn, especially if we're going from 2016,
right?
Yeah, I mean,
or
if we're
13,
just talking
whatever
about,
he said, yeah.
If we're only going for 9, 10, 12 years, then yeah, I mean, and I think he was excited because the program is finally back to where John Beeline had it when he decided to leave Michigan. And
sure.
it had taken some falls, and his his players, his system, his legacy, it carried over. Juwan Howard, his first couple of years, made some runs in the tournament.
Yeah, made an Elite Eight, I think, in the first tourney he coached in. But then they missed the tournament. They're in the NIT. 8 wins last year.
Right.
You're right. I get where Beilein might go, hey, seasons started in the Sweet 16 under John Beilein, and it's good to have Michigan back in that spot.
And the exuberance of being back in the Sweet 16 after only having 8 wins last year.
Yeah, listen, Michigan fans should be happy with the state of the program right now. But blue blood programs don't celebrate Sweet 16s. Duke and North Carolina and Kansas and Kentucky, those teams aren't saying, look how great we are, we made the Sweet 16. It's just not how blue bloods are defined. To me, a blue blood, some of it's a feeling, but I tried to put like a criteria on it. So Beilein goes back to 2013. Let's round it to 15 years. In the last 15 years, have you won a national title and have you been to multiple Final Fours? Michigan's been to a couple Final Fours, but they haven't won a national title. So I don't think you can claim that you are Kentucky and Duke and Kansas. And oddly enough, those teams all qualify in that criteria. UConn, North Carolina, Duke, Kansas, Villanova, and Kentucky are the only teams that qualify multiple Final Fours and a national title in the last 15 years. And you'll notice State didn't. So this isn't me trying to take a pot shot at Michigan or Michigan State. It's just a reality. The Blue Bloods are a different tier, a more exclusive club. Neither of the programs are a part of it right now.
No, but Dusty May has an opportunity to put Michigan in that category.
Of course, both guys, yeah.
And it's changing, much like college athletics. And we focus a lot on college football, and we more focus on the pro side of things. But college athletics over the past decade, but especially the last 5 years, has changed at lightning speed in regards to the impact of NIL and the transfer portal. And it's going to change even more so in the coming year when the House settlement, if it's accepted in April, I think it's April 7, schools are going to have to decide. And there's going to be a lot of schools that want to do both. But how are they going to be able to do both in regards to winning national titles? Because we know Michigan is going to have invest heavily in the football program. And with Dusty May's new deal, he has been able to secure funding, whether it's NIL, it's also a percentage of the revenue share that's going to be directly invested in basketball, because you have schools like UConn and Kentucky and North Carolina that are going to, if not like UConn, they may put all of it into basketball.
Right.
How do you compete with a school that is just going to pay the top level basketball players more than anybody else is willing to do?
Well, and it's why I liked the Dusty May extension, even though he hadn't won a Big Ten tournament title or made a Sweet 16 or more. It was a commitment that Michigan wanted to be a powerhouse, right? To earn blue blood status, they'll have to do more, but there's a financial commitment. Dusty May was going to draw interest from Indiana, a former blue blood, historically blue blood, but they haven't been relevant in a couple decades or more. Michigan said, we want to keep that guy. We want to commit. And it's smart for Dusty May to get assurances, because the university's going to have to commit in the form of getting some of these guys too.
Yeah.
So that's why I liked it. And I would go as far as say, at this point, he's earned it, right? Year one, a Sweet 16. I think he's earned that extension.
Oh, there's no question. And as a player, I always thought, when you sign a new contract, the next time you take the field, you're going to prove that you're either underpaid or overpaid. And nobody ever thinks, oh, that guy's paid exactly what he's valued at. You're either underpaid or you're overpaid. It all goes to performance. Dusty May has 100% justified the investment of the new contract and the investment of years of money to the coach, years and money to the assistants, but also the money that Michigan is going to invest in the team. Not just the program, but into the individuals that are going to be on the court playing for this team.
The roster, right? Do you guys consider Michigan a blue blood? I just thought it was interesting. Beilein slipped that in there, and it's kind of so going, hey, we're back. We're a blue blood again. I don't know when they were a blue blood before. I certainly don't think they're one right now, but I'm curious if Michigan fans feel like he's right. Michigan hasn't won a title in hoops since '89. Hard to consider yourself a blue blood. 2 Final Fours in that span. Hard to consider yourself a blue blood. I mean, MSU has a better case, but their last title's more than 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Like, both these programs, I think, fall just shy of that blue blood status as of now.
Yeah, because it comes down to national titles. Yeah. The ultimate goal is to be the best team when all is said and done.
And in that last 15 to 20 years, you've got Kentucky and Kansas has 2. Duke's got 2. UConn's got 5 in the last 25, I think. Yeah. There's more work to be done, is how I would leave it. 248-539-9797. Texter says, to be a bona fide blue blood, you have to win the whole thing. And you have to do it more often. There are 1 and 6 championship games in my lifetime. Oh, Michigan is 1 and 6,
1 and 6
in championship games in his lifetime. Yeah. I mean, it looks a little differently if you're 500 in those games. If Beeline had won one of them in the Louisville or Villanova games, let alone both, but even just one, you'd feel a little differently about it.
Yeah, but I think it does. It still comes down to you need to be a regular participant, not every year, but you need to be a regular participant in the Final Four.
Yeah. Which is the case MSU would make, is that we are.
Yes. And then moving forward, you're looking at Dusty May. Dusty May's been to the Final Four. Hasn't been there with Michigan,
right,
but he's been to the Final Four. Is this something that is just part of who Dusty May is? And yeah, okay, good. You finished second in the Big Ten. It's a great first year. You won the Big Ten tournament. Again, pat on the back. But now you're making a run in the tournament. You're one of 16 teams remaining. And in the tournament, your team has played better than really at any point during the regular season.
Fair. Ticket Texter says, as a State fan, I'm hesitant to call State a blue blood because we need at least one more championship. We're close. Okay. Michigan State is not a blue blood. They are above them. The most consistent with tournament bids and Final Four appearances with the cleanest run program, above and beyond the so-called blue bloods. Win then.
Yeah, I mean, yes, they are very consistent at being in the tournament.
You're not above and beyond North Carolina or Duke or Kansas. Don't talk about Michigan fans being arrogant. Come on. Be the last team standing one time in 20 years here. What else? 248-539-9797. No team can become a blue blood. Interesting thought, John. This says it's history more than relevance today. You can't become one. I think UConn has become one.
Yeah, and I think UCLA
lost status.
Has lost status, yeah.
Indiana too, I would say. Like once upon a time, those were Wooden and Bob Knight, but how far back we got to go to get to those days? Yeah,
and I mean it's something, and it's going to change, and I don't know how long it takes. Is it a decade? Is it 20 years to be able to get into that blue blood status? But yeah, I think you can become a blue blood, and you can also fall off of that.
Let's get to Bill on a cell. Bill, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Great topic. Great topic.
What do you think?
Michigan's nowhere near a blue blood. They've got one more championship in 50 years than me and you. Everyone has the conversation, who's the greatest quarterback, and you have to start with multiple championships. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Who's the greatest basketball player? So when you get into teams, you have to talk about multiple championships. Even if they were in the 60s, 70s, 80s, then you start differentiating between the era of basketball then and the era of basketball now, or things like that. But they're nowhere close to a blue blood. Nowhere close.
Yeah, it's kind of how I felt.
Yeah, and I kind of think North Carolina is one of those teams that's they could go either way. I mean, they're clearly a blue blood right now, but how long is Belichick going to be there in Chapel Hill?
And you're saying he'll siphon resources?
Is he going to siphon enough resources off so that they're not able to compete with the Dukes, the Kentuckys, the UConns? Because UConn has a good coach. As much as we can argue about whether we like Hurley or not.
You don't like him. I don't like him. But
he's just an irritating individual.
You see what he said after they lost this week?
Yeah. But it's and I'm when you lose, there's going to be emotion, and there's going to be emotion in what you say. And so I'm going to chalk that one up as to emotion, even when you're on the sidelines, right? There's arrogance and it comes out, but
sure.
I'm going to give him a bit of, doesn't mean I like him anymore, but if UConn just simply pays their basketball players more than anybody else, and by a large sum,
yeah,
they could go on an unbelievable run because they could have the best talent plus a really good coach.
He is a very good coach. You want to take anything away from them. But when you're walking off the court and you get bested and you're blaming the officials. I hate when the officials made his team miss 23-pointers. I hated when the officials did that to UConn. Anyway, 248-539-9797. It's been a lot of March Madness today. Coming up next, we got a national media member going at Steve Yzerman. We have a little bit of Tigers news. They add a bat, maybe more accurately, they added a glove, and the rotation set. So a little bit of that coming up next. It's 97.1. Trying to find where Cinderella went. We'll get to that at 9:35. Plus the collision course that is Michigan and Michigan State. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We've got Paul Serra behind the glass, Chris Villar on the updates. A Monday following the opening weekend of the tournament. We have not spent a lot of time talking about other stuff. Tigers. They begin their season coming up on Thursday. Rotation set. Jackson Jobe to begin in the starting five, John.
It's exciting. It's going to be a lot of fun. This has the makings of a dominant pitching staff. With you, obviously, Tarek Skubal coming off of Cy Young. We're all excited to see him, start against the Dodgers. It's going to be national TV to kick off the season. And it's at a time that we can all watch. They're not putting this West Coast game at 10 o'clock Eastern. Everybody in the country gets a chance to watch Tarek Skubal take on Blake Snell and the Dodgers. And we don't know who's going to be pitching next, but I think we all assume
Flaherty,
it's going to be Flaherty.
Yeah.
Then it'll be Olsen. And then is it Mize?
Mize, who's looked better this spring, the stuff that got him drafted number one.
And then Jobe,
who everybody will tell you can 100-mile-an-hour fastball and some breaking stuff that people they don't like to see in the batter's box. They may have a top 5 rotation in all of baseball. And I'd argue they're going to need it to weather these injuries and the concerns defensively and at the plate. But I think this pitching staff can stabilize and keep him in the fight and hang in there and give him a chance.
Well, my hope, and tell me if I'm, and I know there's a lot of hope in here, but my hope is the staff performs the way we want it to and expect it to. Are they going to, every time they take them out, it doesn't mean they're always going to win. Tarek Skubal will lose games this year. He's not going to go undefeated. But good pitching, swing and miss, and ground balls can lead to outs. They can make up for some deficiencies in the field. Now, obviously, Gleyber Torres, he's going to have to be able to make some plays at second. We're going to need Javi Baez. We're going to need somebody to play third. Like, there's going to have to be. I'm not sitting here and saying.
I know. And as you say,
but
I go,
good pitching can help with the defense.
It has to.
And then on the flip side of things, if the bats can be more productive, at least more consistent this year. Now, I don't think anybody is sitting looking at Torque's numbers and going, 4 home runs, batting over 300 in spring training. That's what we expect. No, I do expect some power, but I don't expect him to be a 300 hitter throughout the course of the regular season. Same thing with Colt Keith, or Justin Henry Malloy. Kerry Carpenter, now we expect good things from him at the plate. But if they could be more consistent at the plate with really good pitching, could we be looking at, could we possibly be underestimating our feelings for the Detroit Tigers?
I sure hope so. I saw Evan Woodbury covers the team. He did kind of an outline of the platoons. And against right-handed pitching, he has Zach McKinstry playing third base, which means the majority of the games.
Better get swing and miss.
Yeah. Well, I'm more concerned with his bat than his defense. But, yeah, it's a concern. Now, Torque and Malloy, if you can get both those bats to perform this season, then you got a little bit of pop.
Keep Kerry Carpenter healthy.
Go a long way. Keep
Parker him out of the outfield, which they just signed an outfield arm.
So that's the thing. Manuel Margot comes in, who plays center field. I think as much as it's a nice depth piece, it also is a reaction to the fact that Parker Meadows is...
Yeah, Vierling and Meadows aren't going to be there for the foreseeable future.
And the update on Parker Meadows is another 4 weeks before he's throwing. So tack on a couple weeks after that for him to come back, at least 6 weeks away. The pitching should be really good, John. The pitching should be very, very good for our Tigers.
It's going to need to be.
The hockey team plays still.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, are you talking about Michigan State's hockey team?
No, they're very good.
Yeah.
I was going to bring up the Red Wings very briefly here. Very briefly.
Yeah, what would you like to say?
They stink. But it's not just me. It's not just you. It's PK Subban that picked up on this. So we're going to play. Guys, the audio's terrible. But you'll be able to make out what PK Subban is saying. The Red Wings lost to the Vegas Knights 6-3 Saturday night, and it's soft play in front of their net. And Subban specifically called out one Red Wing defenseman and then said, "It's on Steve." Soft in Toronto, soft here. That's on Stevie for signing him.
We're fighting words.
Yzerman's starting to get some
soft.
heat. Yeah, you don't want to be called soft as a hockey player, but I can't tell you PK Subban's wrong.
Well, it's been disappointing, but it's the same Same conversation we've been having now 3 marches in a row. You're in it. You got a shot. Last year was their best. And now we are, 5 points back? With the schedule the way it is, it's just, it's not going to happen this year.
So evidently PK Subban doesn't know puck because you're not allowed to question any of the moves Yzerman's made. This is actually all going according to plan. Now, here's the irony in all of it is I think even Yzerman would tell you he's frustrated with how things have gone. The people that have rushed to his defense, guys, the Hull signing is one of several that have gone sour for this team. He was a healthy scratch most of last year. In other words, wasn't even good enough to play on last year's team that missed the playoffs. And their solution was to play him a lot this year. Play him damn near every game this year. And now with the injuries, he's playing top 4. So get used to watching him down the stretch. All right, we'll talk about Cinderella, a lack thereof in the tournament, and the collision course. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, let's talk about this groundbreaking discovery that was apparently found beneath the pyramids in Egypt, and it has now taken the world by storm. So there is some Italian researchers that claim they have uncovered a vast underground city, which stretches more than 4,000 feet directly beneath the pyramids, right? And it makes them like 10 times larger than the pyramids itself. And they say they've discovered these like vertical columns, right? That have these circular staircases that lead to these limestone platforms and chambers and tunnels and pathways. And it's very fascinating, right? It's
mysterious.
It is mysterious. Pyramids themselves are quite mysterious as well. But these researchers say that the discovery would, redefine our understanding of ancient Egypt. But there's other scientists out there that are saying, hold up, wait up.
Whoa.
Just a minute.
There's a counterpoint?
Yeah, that they don't necessarily think the radars used and the technology used can actually prove that these extent. They say that this is like exaggerated. That yes, there may be some rooms underneath the pyramids, but not to the extent at which these researchers are saying. So more research needs to be done.
For those that have come out and said that they've found these things. Mm-hmm. Have they at all come out with how they would have been constructed?
I don't think so.
No.
Aliens?
I don't know. There's always those ancient aliens people that believe like they came here, built the pyramids, did all the stuff,
and took off.
Yeah.
But that's the big question, right?
Yes. Or maybe they're still here.
Maybe they are. Maybe they're
just amongst us. No. They just look like me and you. Yeah.
But we'll never know.
Could be Paul.
Could be. Could be you too, John.
Yes.
The family of the victim of the Troy Corwell shooting says the shooter made some offensive comments to the body of the victim's father. Okay, so get this. So apparently the victim's family held a private viewing for the victim's dad, who passed away in January. And the victim did not invite his friend, the shooter, to this private ceremony, right? Because it was strictly for family, which it sounds like. So the shooter did decide to show up to the public viewing, the funeral, and while he was there, went up to the body, which I'm guessing was lying there in a casket, and started saying some inappropriate things. And then after showing up at this funeral, FaceTimed his buddy, the guy he shot. And while they were FaceTiming, he got up and urinated, decided to pee on some brochures from the funeral, and also threatened the victim and basically said, if I see you in public, watch out, something's going to happen.
I still don't understand what caused it, though. Like, why
There was just a falling out between friends. And
he thought they were better friends. Thought he should have been invited to this private viewing.
And that's basically what did it. But it sounds like, he's being described as highly possessive of his friendship with this guy. Also described as having a very short fuse. So little things could set him off. So it sounds. And this was it. So he showed up at work, saw his former friend, and decided, well, this is what's going to happen. Thankfully, only shot him twice in the arm and didn't kill him, right?
Or hit anybody else, innocent bystander.
Exactly. I'm guessing you guys are huge Jonas Brothers fans, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Sure.
Huge. Well, they're coming to Detroit. They just announced the dates for their upcoming 20th anniversary tour. It's going to include the group's biggest Detroit show yet. So they're going to be at Comerica Park August 28th. So you can get your tickets soon if you're
When do we have to get in line for those tickets?
10 a.m. Friday.
10 a.m.
Ticketmaster.
Friday.
Yes.
Okay.
So.
we get off at
Nothing like starting the week on
Yep.
with that.
There was a full moon out in Florida in the middle of the day, right? Which was it's crazy that you could see it when the Blue Jays were playing a spring training game against the Phillies. There was
was
a
there?
fan sitting right behind home plate. You could see him, right? He was on the phone with somebody sitting next to a woman that he was at the game with. And then the camera panned back and the woman tried to stop him. You could see her like, no, sit back down. He got up, put his beer in his mouth and
Yeah.
mooned everybody.
Hold my beer.
She laughed, and no word yet if he gotten any trouble for this stunt. When's the last time
was
you
just
mooned
thinking that.
somebody?
Yeah,
right?
really.
Like, when did that trend? Like, didn't it kind of go away a long time ago? Apparently not. This guy's bringing it back.
Well, it is a great way to make a point in the moment.
I guess so. There's
what I-
other ways you can
Sure.
do that. I guess.
So I think of Randy Moss mimicking mooning after scoring a touchdown,
Yeah.
right? But I can't think of seeing someone moon.
I was a young child the last time I saw somebody moon, and it was the kids. I was at my grandparents' house, and they had a neighbor kind of far away, and they got up on the porch and mooned all of us. And I was probably like 7. I mean, I was very young.
You're like a little kid. I
It was
remember.
a kid mooning us, like it was a kid mooning a kid.
Yeah.
I remember like
Hey, it's his butt cheeks.
Like,
like riding the bus home from school when I was younger. They always joked about, oh, moon the car behind the bus, but no one ever
Yeah.
did
the
it.
Pressed hams.
Right.
ew.
Pressed hands. It's Heather with
That's when you move
news.
Up
somebody,
against
but
the
you
window?
up against the window. Yeah.
I got it, John. I got it.
Where is Cinderella and do you want Michigan State? We'll wrap with that 97-1. I know it's not just me. We get through the opening weekend of the tournament, and something's missing. Kind of felt hollow. Where's the glass slipper? Where's Sister Jean? Where's Dunk City? Where is Cinderella? Missing persons report. John, for the first time since 2007, we don't have an 11 seat or higher after the opening weekend.
She turned into a pumpkin early. The carriage just not there.
We had 1, 2, 3, and 4 seeds all win their opening games.
By a large margin.
23 points per game. It wasn't even like we got a tease. Bama for a little bit, but all these teams won and won convincingly. And we're missing what to me is like the key ingredient of March Madness. At least one Cinderella out of the opening weekend, and the highest seed remaining, Arkansas. Arkansas, coached by Mr. One and Done, John Calipari. John Calipari, who built his team financially. That's not Cinderella. That's not rags to riches. That's just riches. They've got the backing of the Walton family, who they're like the Walmart billionaires, who also own the Denver Broncos. That's a major donor for Arkansas. Calipari said, I got to have a team meeting, but we don't have a team yet. And then they went out and got their guys. There is no Cinderella.
Well, and that's what college basketball is kind of highlighted right now, because obviously we're looking at the tournament and we don't have that Cinderella. But Arkansas, Michigan this year, new coach, brand new team.
Yep.
I mean, you could count on one hand the guys that have laid over from Juwan Howard to Dusty May.
Yep.
And very few of those guys are actually contributors. And now all of a sudden it's if you're going to have a new coach, you got to go to the portal. You got to spend some money. And you could be Arkansas. You could be Michigan. You could be any of these teams that have made that flip. And now on top of that, if you're already one of those teams, if you're Duke, if you're Houston, you might not need, now you're going to, Duke's obviously going to get the cream of the crop coming out of high school basketball, which they did with Cooper Flagg. But maybe all you're looking for is that 6-man coming off the bench, or you've got 6, 7, and 8, but you're looking for some depth. So when you get into the tournament and maybe a Cooper Flagg gets a little dinged up, who's going to be the guys that you turn to for shooting, and who's going to be stepping up from 9 to 8 or 8 to 7? You're going to look at, well, who performed in the tournament last year? Oakland. Let's go see if we can get some of those guys.
Trey Townsend, right? Parents met at Oakland. He was one of their stars last year. He's at Arizona now. And Campy knew it. We all get it. There's money to be made. I'm not mad at Trey. No one's mad at Trey. But the result is, that Oakland story is going to be rare moving forward. We're going to see less and less of it.
Yeah, because you don't have the 3rd, 4th, 5th year guys that have been playing together for 4 years, and it all comes together on senior year, where we make a run in the tournament, where everything just clicks and you're playing together because you know your teammate better than anyone else knows them.
Yeah.
That just doesn't happen anymore, because all of those guys, you make one run. You don't even have to make a run. You just have a guy that's player of the year in the MAC, or the all MAC players. All right, well, if we're the Big Ten, we're the SEC, and we need a couple of shooters, we need a couple of guys to fill some roles, let's pluck them off of there. We'll pay you some money.
It's commonplace now. And it's not just the Trey Townsend. It's like trickle-down effect. CMU's nowhere near that level. It's the school I went to, and I talked to people out there, and there is no NIL program for the basketball team. It's a lemonade stand. So if they ever stumble into a couple good culture fits, they give a guy an opportunity, they find a diamond in the rough, he's on to the next one. So we don't get the continuity to where, hey, you can't press this team because they've seen everything, and they have unbridled confidence, and we don't see that formula really now, which is a bummer. Now, maybe some of you like it. Like, John, I was a little surprised that you were missing Cinderella, because in college football, you're like, they don't need a seat at the table. They're no good. There's plenty of people who would say, just give me the best of the best. I got better matchups now because there's no stupid Lipscomb. Well, there's no stupid High Point.
In football, you only start with 12, and you want to see good games. And we didn't even, that didn't even happen last year. But you want to see good games. So when you get to 16, when you get to 8, that's where, okay, the Cinderella story at 64, at 32, it's cute, it's fun, it gives you a little bit of energy, it gives you something to watch in 12 hours worth of basketball. But when it gets down to it, and you have, you're not playing 2 games at one time, you're watching one game, you're locked into that game. Now all of a sudden you're like, I just want to watch good basketball. And even then it's kind of hard to find.
So maybe some of you do prefer this at this point. You can let us know, 248-539-9797. You have 7 SEC teams, 4 Big Ten teams. That's 11 from the Big Two. The rest of the teams are, what, ACC and Big 12? We have no mid-majors. Ticket Texter says Colorado State was so close. Yeah, they would have fit the bill, I guess, as a double-digit seed, but they're not a one-bid conference. The Mountain West got 4 teams. Colorado State was favored in their first game.
Yeah.
We just didn't get any of these 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s to pull off even a one-game upset.
No, and a lot of times it's the team that just wins their conference tournament, like the one-bid leagues. That's the only chance they have. And it goes further down the whole, Cinderella rankings when it's a team that finished in the middle of the pack in the regular season.
Right.
They get hot during the conference tournament. They win it. And I said this earlier. I don't know that you can necessarily have a Cinderella from the Big Ten or the SEC, but if you're looking at the worst team in the Big Ten, which was Washington this year, worst record in the Big Ten, if maybe they got healthy, maybe they just had a little magic and they won the Big Ten tournament, so they got that automatic bid from the Big Ten.
It's closer.
They made a run.
Yeah.
That you're looking closer, but it's still, to me, it's not a Cinderella because you're from one of the Power Four conferences.
You're working with more resources.
And I know at the Power Four, it's all different in college basketball because you have teams like UConn
and you have the Big East.
The Big East, yeah.
248-539-9797. So there's the Cinderella question, and then there's the local question. While the tournament didn't give us really any drama or any Cinderella stories, it has set up one win away for Michigan State. And you've thought about it, and we want to know if you want to see it.
And I've picked it to happen.
You picked it in your bracket.
Yes.
You're so close.
Michigan versus Michigan State in the Elite Eight for a chance to go to the Final Four in San Antonio, Texas. I would love to see it. And I have not run into anybody. I know we've had some callers, we've had some ticket texters, but I have not run into anybody in the circles that I congregate in throughout the weekend or that wouldn't want this to happen. This, to me, Michigan Wolverine or Michigan State Spartan, this needs to happen.
Do you want it to happen? Yes or yes? Because that's the only answer. It's a rivalry. You hate each other. And what better satisfaction is there than going to a Final Four and knocking out your rival? The case for Michigan is easy. You lost to them twice. You get revenge. Dusty May goes to the Final Four in his first year by knocking one of Izzo's better teams out. Be incredible. And you go, oh, yeah, we tried to stop you from kissing the logo, and now we're going to stop you from going to the Final Four. Right? You can trash talk. And for Michigan State, the argument's simple. You clean their clock twice. Welcome the matchup. Beat them 3 times. How satisfying is that to pummel Michigan into the ground? That's what this is all about.
So the argument on both sides is that Michigan beats Auburn, number 1 overall seed, and they face either Ole Miss or Mississippi or Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you could look at Ole Miss and say, well, we want the path of least resistance. They're not as good as Michigan State. We've already lost to Michigan State twice. To me, the prospects of avenging 2 losses would be something that is just absolutely irresistible. Now, Michigan State, they've already taken out the trash twice. So are you looking at it like, you know what? I could make a case for Michigan State to say, we'd rather face Auburn.
You'd rather face the number 1 seed.
I can make that case.
No.
All right, because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
I don't think they should be afraid of anybody, but your preference would be a team you've beaten twice and bragging rights.
I agree, but they've got those bragging rights. So why not take down the number 1 overall seed? That, to me, is the only reasonable argument for either side saying, we don't want this game.
Yeah, for MSU, you could argue bragging rights and favorable matchup. For Michigan, you probably, from a basketball standpoint, rather play Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. But I think the opportunity to beat Izzo.
Oh yeah, that's the matchup I want. Yeah. If I'm on either side, Michigan, yeah, I want Michigan State. I want to avenge those 2 losses. I want to take down Tom Izzo. I want to do all those things. Michigan State is the path of least resistance would be Michigan. The path of greatest feeling is also taking down Michigan.
And if you're Michigan, to play MSU, you would have already beaten Auburn. So this like fear of losing to MSU a third time, I would hope fades a little bit. Because if Michigan, first of all, to even be here, they've had to play so much better than they did at the end of the regular season. And specifically the A&M game, where they win the battle on the boards, they shoot free throws, they had single-digit turnovers. They're doing all the stuff that you got to do. They're going to do those things if they beat Auburn, right? So you're going to have a 6-game win streak where you took down the number 1 overall team in the tournament. You're not afraid of playing MSU at that point. And you can't be afraid anyway.
No, you would be going into that game with as much confidence as this team has ever played with.
And if you're a Michigan State fan and you want Auburn to prove like we could be the number 1 team, if they somehow win the national title but they don't play Auburn, no one's going to care.
No.
Like no one cares UConn played Miami and then FAU or San Diego State for the title that year.
So I ran a poll question just to see, and I segmented it based on who you're a fan of. And quick math on this, 53% of people who voted were Michigan fans, 53%. 43 said yes among Michigan fans. So like only 10% said no from the Michigan contingent.
I wonder who those. Please identify yourself.
And let us know. If you are someone who doesn't want to see this, let us know. From the state side of things, quick math on the fly, that'd be 47% of people who voted were state fans. 33 said yes. 14% of state fans in this very scientific poll.
Right, but
said they don't want a
why
rematch.
I could understand more of it from the Michigan State standpoint than I could from Michigan.
Let us know if you're someone who doesn't want this. We've kind of assumed all show that you do. If you're a detractor, if you got a reason, let us know. It's 97.1.
Hey, is your bracket busted? Well, new customers on FanDuel can get $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200, 200 extra bucks to bet on everything from those big shots at the end of the games to last-second heartbreaks, and even who's going to be cutting down the nets when it's all said and done. And if you've been waiting to join, there's absolutely no better time to do it. There's tournament action almost every day, and FanDuel has amazing bet types like spreads, totals, game props, and so much more. And if you're looking at, hey, are there any sure things? No, there's not any sure things. But, hey, we're talking about Auburn taking on Michigan, Duke taking on Arizona. You pick your poison, go with it. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit and get in on the college hoops action all tournament long. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Jimmy, have you seen the new mock?
There's always a new mock, John. No, what's this one?
Yes, this is the newest one today. This was one from The Athletic. And I'm going to go back just a little bit to see who was taken right before.
The Lions?
Yeah. So the Green Bay Packers, let's start there at 23 since they're in the division. Derek Harmon, D-tackle, Oregon.
From Detroit.
Mm-hmm. The New York Football Giants via the Vikings.
Those are trades.
They take Jackson Dart, quarterback, Ole Miss.
Good luck.
He has been climbing up boards. He is the workout warrior. And then Houston Texans take McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, which I think that's a great get for them.
I like that for
Pair
them.
him with who's the
Nico?
Michigan? Yeah, Nico Collins. Buffalo Bills make a trade via the Rams. They get Mike Green, edge Marshall, so he's off the board, no longer available for the Lions. Baltimore Ravens, who pick right before the Detroit Lions, they take edge from Boston College. Maybe you can say this name better than I can. Donovan Izaruka.
Stoney, you want to give it a
No,
shot?
I'm the worst.
I know.
I know who you're talking about,
I'm just
though.
sitting there saying if they,
Yeah.
if they get another Unzurike, sound like.
Yeah,
A little bit.
Good luck, Dan Miller.
And then
And then the Detroit Lions at 28, they take James Pierce Jr., edge from Tennessee.
Oh, we've talked about him. Yeah.
We had a caller call in last week who said that he was in scouting somewhere, who said that James Pierce, the rumors are not true, that it is a team at the high or in the middle of that first round that wants him to drop, and they're spreading false rumors.
Smoke screens.
Yeah. So, which is possible.
Look, I like hearing they're drafting an edge. Do your homework, but this team needs a pass rusher. And I think you've said at least in the first
Speed
two
burn.
rounds. But yeah, get
Yeah,
somebody.
They need somebody on the edge, and they need to get some youth on that offensive line.
I saw one from Pete Prisco of CBS, had his first one come out today.
Oh.
Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman from
Okay.
Ohio State
Mm-hmm.
for the Lions.
John doesn't like him.
Not a huge fan. I'd like to see a little more pop.
Okay.
But
You would know a hell of a lot better about that position than I would.
It's not because he went to Ohio State. You
no,
think, yeah.
no. I mean, I love guys
Taylor
at the
Decker?
NFL. Yeah, that were Buckeyes. They were great teammates. They're great pros, and that's all that matters once you graduate.
Stoney, you're looking tan. You're looking good.
Thank you very much. A friend of mine, sent me a text yesterday because I was on Fox 2. He goes, "Oh, you look like George Hamilton." I said, "Well, you know, tan, gray, whatever." Hey, it's been away for a few weeks in the sun, and the weather was amazing. So,
Yeah. How's the golf game?
what it all normally does. It sucks. But I don't care. I have fun. And that's the most important thing. I broke 100 twice, and once I didn't.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's all you need.
Good.
whatever. It's good.
Did you recover all the golf balls, or did you lose? a
No,
few?
most of them went in the water. I don't.
okay.
I don't.
You're not
dive.
going in?
No.
Yeah.
No. And I don't have a retriever, so I don't care. You know, you see all the older than me, sitting there with their long ass retrievers.
Yeah.
Come on, let's speed it up. It's a golf ball. You know,
Yeah.
you don't have
They do get longer as you get older, so they say.
to. Well, maybe. Not in my case.
So good to see it.
We love having you. You're in all week.
I'm in all week for Doug.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
This will be fun.
And then I go back to Florida for a little. I'll be at the NFL owners meetings. I'll
Oh,
hopefully
you
send
are?
some stuff
Oh.
back for you guys.
Oh, okay.
Next week.
We'll look forward
You
to
and
it.
Sheila, some one-on-one time?
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully. I don't think so, but hopefully they'll make her available. I know.
But
they have-
Campbell's down there normally.
Yeah, they have I think it's a week from today or tomorrow. The
picture?
Well, that too. The coaches' breakfast. They have the AFC one day and the NFC the next. So, yeah, it should be fun. I've never done that before. And
That's
it's about
cool.
a half
That'll be
hour
cool.
from where I stay. So.
And so, will you? How close will you be? Are you going to actually be embedded in all the events that are going
No.
on? No, you're just
No.
going to be down there at the same time.
Yeah, so I'm gonna it's
Crash
a
the party.
35-minute, 40-minute drive from
Oh,
where
okay.
I live. So.
I didn't know if you had credentials or.
Yeah, I do. You have
Oh,
to have-
okay.
you have
All
to
right.
get a
Oh, yeah.
credential.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Kidding? You walk in there without a credential, you get excommunicated probably.
So you were on Fox 2 a little last night. I wonder what you guys are going to talk about today, you and Gator. What's the plan?
Well, some of the tournament, not all of it. We'll get into a little Lions stuff, and of course the big fan question. Gator and I disagree a little bit about who we want to win the other game besides the Michigan State game. I mean, to me, it's pretty damn obvious. If you're a Spartan basketball fan, you might not find it in your blood to root for Michigan, but you certainly should hope that they win.
Gator doesn't feel that way.
He doesn't care.
I don't care. At this point, in Sweet 16, you're taking on a good team regardless. Michigan's playing great. You know, Auburn has some flaws. Everybody keeps waiting for Auburn to collapse. So, you know.
Friday would be a great opportunity for Auburn to collapse. It would be a great opportunity.
I mean, as a Spartan, I want Michigan to lose and not make it further. But if Michigan wins, I don't care. Let's go. Let's make it 3 in a row on the season. We've proven in the matchup that we match up pretty well against Michigan, so that doesn't.
See, that's why I think you'd
much.
prefer
Right.
That's more
that's
fun,
just the
right?
thing. But I'm a Spartan. I don't like Michigan. I don't want Michigan to advance and get even have that chance. Don't even get a sniff.
To me, basketball takes preference over the rivalry.
What do you mean?
As far as, who you're going to play, that's more important than who you're going to beat.
Is there? I know you say you don't care. Is there any credence to the argument of if Michigan State were to go on a national championship run, and you look back then and say, okay, who did they beat? If they were to take down the number 1 overall seed, would that be more gratifying on the path to a national championship versus sending Michigan home, winning 3 in a row?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
that's more gratifying.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
So that was the
there's no
argument-
question
That's what you
it's a tougher
said, yeah.
road. I mean, if you have to beat the number 1 seed, it's a tougher road. It's
But you're not going to shy away from it.
no. That's why I say I'm as a Spartan fan, I am sitting back and leaning back and enjoying this. Michigan State plays the earlier game on Friday night. Go win, take care of your business, and whatever else happens. Honestly, it doesn't affect me either way. I think there's pros and cons to each one. I mean, I can tell you that I'd love to see Michigan lose. That'd be great. But if Michigan beats Auburn, it means 2 things. 1, there goes the number 1 seed. And 2, here comes a team you've already handled twice.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's fine.
Do you know what else is happening that same night in Detroit? Friday night?
Pistons, Cavs?
Pistons, Cavs. See, Stoney knows.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big night of basketball in Detroit.
Yeah, I know, but
No one's going to care.
Not sure. Not sure anybody's going to watch that. Or people will watch it. It just won't be.
It's not going to be the
top of
same.
mind.
Yeah. All right, so what do you guys got coming up?
I'm going to talk some NCAA tournament. The Michigan State question is definitely there. We've got a Lion question we want to ask people because we saw something online today that made me go, oh, well, this is not typically where the Lions are in years past, but here's an opportunity. We'll take a look at that. And then, unfortunately, we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on with the Tigers and the Red Wings.
All right, Carson Anderson with Stoney in. It's next, 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Carson Anderson Extravaganza here at 97.1 The Ticket. Doug is out. Stoney is in. Welcome, Stoney.
Thank you very much. Please make a change to your program lineup and enter the old guy. What's up?
Older. Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
you're older than Doug,
That is true.
and Doug is older than me.
He is? I thought you guys were
Yeah,
about
so
the same age.
it was my birthday yesterday,
Oh, that's right. I did.
so
see that on-
he's got me by like 6 months.
Happy birthday. What did you do for your birthday besides
you.
watch Michigan State advance, which is probably the best birthday present you could have gotten?
Yeah, it was nice. I was a little nervy watching the game, as one
Yes.
might expect when they get down by, what was it, 9 or 10 points?
Yeah.
Yikes. Yeah, no, it was nice. Went to my my mom's house, and my brother and his family came over. Just had a nice little lunch and hung out a little bit, and then I went back home to watch the rest of the tournament and other things going on. So I was good. I had some friends over on Saturday night, just a handful of friends over, and
Did you shred it all?
no, I did not shred. I don't shred in front of people. No,
Okay.
I don't shred ever. Shredding is not what I would call my guitar playing. No, but we just I had some people over and we watched basketball, or it had everything going on. It had basketball, hockey, and everything was just kind of flipping around. But it was interesting. We had, I think there were a total of like 8 people there. So somebody wanted to order. My friend said she was going to order pizza. I'm like, great, let's order pizza, everybody. And so she was anticipating how many people were going to be there. I'm like, there's going to be like 8. She ends up, and so this is the pizza order. She ends up getting like 7 pizzas from Green Lantern and some lantern bread and a salad. I'm like, it's a lot of pizza.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pizza. It was great, and tons left over. And then one of my friends came by and he brought some beer. He brought a 30-pack of Stroh Light, which I love because it takes me back. It's nostalgic for me. So
Stroh's is nostalgic for me, too, because when I went to college, in those days, hard to imagine, on campus in the student union, there was actually a tavern.
Oh, nice.
They can't do that. They don't do that anymore, I don't believe. And it was every Tuesday was Stroh's, like $1, $2 Stroh's. It was great.
That's awesome. Yeah, so we a few weeks ago, he the same guy had shown up at another place we were at, and another party we were at, and had brought some Stroh Light. We're like, wow, that really takes me back. So he remembered that, brought a 30-pack of it, and also brought another case of beer with him.
Oh.
Another friend shows up, he brings a 12-pack with him. Another friend shows up, brings a 6-pack with him. Other friends show up, and then it was just, hey, we gifted you a bottle for your birthday. Great.
The big question is how much is left?
Almost all. I mean, I had 2 Miller Lights or 2 Stroh Lights, I should say, and then I had like a shot of tequila at the end of the night after people had left, and it was it's just a little bit of overkill for 8 people to have 7 pizzas and like 100 beers, and more than half the people weren't drinking beer anyway.
Oh.
So, but it was great. It was great to have people over and great to hang out with friends. So that was a lot of fun.
Did you get any interesting gifts?
Yeah, just typical stuff, some shirts, golf shirts, and got a couple bottles of tequila my brother and his family had gotten me. 2 bottles I'd never had before, Blancos.
Yeah.
And so and I went and read about them afterwards, and they're pretty highly thought of. So I'm curious to try those out.
I think Kang, Evan, and I, we did get you a gift. You don't have it. It's the Rick Pitino vampire scarf.
Oh, great. I could use that. I was looking for that. I noticed it was.
He looks like a vampire with that thing on.
The only thing that was missing was the medallion. Well, he looked like he was ready to go, hanging out in Paris or something like that. That was weird.
I know. I mean, I give him credit for, he got his ass kicked, so to speak, the night before. Goes and, roots on his son.
Cheering on his son.
Yeah. But that scarf, first of all, indoors.
Right?
I know Cleveland's
in
a little
Cleveland,
yeah, it's a little chilly, but
but
indoors.
That was an odd look.
That's as bad as sometimes people wear sunglasses inside.
No, if you're wearing sunglasses inside, you're high as a kite.
Yes.
Right? That's the only reason you wear sunglasses inside is because you are stoned or wasted beyond belief.
Correct. Right.
And that's why you do it.
Mm-hmm.
The scarf indoors It's a fashion statement. And I'm not sure why you're making that statement if you're Rick Pitino.
Right. He made his fashion statement the week before by wearing white suit at the Big East tournament, right? That was his cool fashion.
Right.
And that was kind of cool. I like that, actually. All the coaches, that was fine. The vampire scarf, no. I don't know.
He looked like, I'm going to go old if I do this, but I will. It looked like, because you'll appreciate it. When he wore the white suit, he looked like, was it in Godfather 2, Fanucci, the hand, who was the mobster that Vito Corleone, when he was younger, killed because he had the white suit on. That's what he looked like with the white suit. Just looked ridiculous. And then broadcast, they mentioned that he looked like Kevin Costner wheeling out Frank Nitti in The Untouchables.
Well, yeah, that's true. Here's another thing. Speaking of on a Pitino rant, is it just me, or does Richard Pitino, the head coach at New Mexico, does he look younger now than he did when he coached in Minnesota? And somebody, I don't know if it was Evan or Kank, said it's because back then he wore a suit. Now,
now he's hipping it up with a hoodie or
whatever,
a pullover or something.
Right.
Maybe. I noticed he had a very interesting hairline.
Yeah.
Like the back was weird. Front looks fine, and then all of a sudden, way in the back, it starts to go away. Like it's not your typical male pattern baldness area.
Mm-hmm.
It's like further back, and I'm looking at his father. I mean, his father still has a decent head of hair.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, things you notice in the tournament.
That's right.
Yeah, the scarf did get me. I will admit to that. The scarf was a little off-putting.
Mm-hmm.
But the tournament itself, the first weekend of the tournament, and I think it's getting mixed results. I heard people complaining about it. Like, not enough upsets. There's not enough intrigue. And
well,
I'm like,
it's not the upsets. There really hasn't been that many, or it seems less games that go down to the end, like the Maryland-Colorado State game, even late Arizona-Oregon, with some ridiculous play by Arizona that gave Oregon actually a chance to win the game. There have been very few of those games. That's, I think, what people are upset about. And the fact that, especially the first round, very chalky. People don't like chalky in the first round.
Well, I guess I wouldn't be upset by it.
No.
Is it disappointing? Maybe. I don't know. That you still got, there's plenty of basketball left.
Yes.
So I'm not terribly worried about that. It's just, I thought it was interesting hearing that come out of the weekend. The people were a little disappointed. But obviously, locally, we have a different view of things because both of the teams, Michigan and Michigan State, are still in they advanced to the Sweet 16, and there's a possibility they could match up on Sunday in the Elite Eight if things go right on Friday night. Both teams will play on Friday night. Michigan taking on Auburn at 9:39. Michigan State scheduled for a 7:09 tip on Friday night as well. We'll see where we're at there. But we did want to talk to the people. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. And want to hear from both fan bases, right? We're very inclusive on the show.
Yes.
We don't push people away. We're going to welcome you in. It's a safe space. Michigan fans, Michigan State fans. How are you feeling about your teams right now? There's a confidence level question, but there's also the question about, do you even want to match up with the other on Sunday? I imagine for Michigan fans, it's real easy. They're going to say, hell yeah, because it means they advanced to the Elite Eight and they would have knocked off Auburn. And it's a pretty good run of, 6 in a row they would have won.
Right.
That they feel that they're playing really good basketball if they get there. For Michigan State fans, I imagine it's going to be a little bit tougher to answer that question as to which opponent you'd like to play on Sunday. Obviously, you've got to get past Ole Miss first. And you don't want to count any chickens before they're hatched.
No.
Because even last night was nerve-wracking for a while before Michigan State started to pull away finally.
And Ole Miss is good. The transfer from Virginia Tech, Padula, he can shoot. I mean, Beard's a really good coach.
So 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Where do you stand if you're a Michigan fan or a Michigan State fan as it relates to getting into the games on Friday night? What is your rooting interest if you're a Spartan, perhaps more in particular? We'll discuss it with you next here on 97.1 The Ticket. There you go. Michigan will head on to take on Auburn on Friday night. Michigan State with the win last night over New Mexico. They get to match up with Ole Miss on Friday night. The game takes place before the Michigan-Auburn game. So we asked the people out there, 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Which side of fandom are you on, Michigan or Michigan State side? And do you want to see the matchup, Michigan State and Michigan, Sunday in the Elite Eight? Do you want to see it?
As somebody who is partial in this matchup on basketball to Michigan State, I'd rather them play Michigan. I just, forgetting about all the rival, I know there's a lot of people, I don't know if we lost, I'd have to deal with the Michigan fans, and that goes vice versa as well. I don't care about that. And I know, and it's not being a wussy by saying you want the worst opponent, but I don't know. The goal is to get to the Final Four and win the national championship. And if you have a chance to go up against a team, and I know it's hard to beat a team 3 times, that you beat easily in double digits both times, whether they're a rival or not, give me that team. I'd much rather face Michigan than face Auburn, personally.
Well, I mean, Auburn's been a very good team for most of the season. And then the last few weeks, they've looked mortal or less than mortal. They don't look very good, although now they've got a couple wins under the belt. But then again, when you're taking on a 16 seed, you should beat a 16 seed. And when you take on, the winner of the 8-9 game in Creighton, you should beat Creighton. Now they've got Michigan. As a proud Spartan, I don't care. And I suppose if I had to say one way or the other which way I would lean, who I'd rather play, to me, it's not even about who I'd rather. I mean, asking who I'd rather play might be different than who I want to see win.
Right.
Because who I want to see win on Friday night, I want to see Auburn just house Michigan. I'd love to see it. Just pound them into submission. Have Michigan walk off crying the whole bit. That'd be great for me. I wouldn't be happier. Of course, Michigan State has to beat Ole Miss.
Right.
But who would I rather play? I mean, there's no question that the resume is better for Auburn than it is for Michigan. But here's what I have to say about that. I'm kind of throwing the seeds out the window at this point. Michigan's playing great basketball. I can admit that.
I don't.
The way they finished the Big Ten tournament was impressive. Of who they beat, and now getting through these first couple games, look, a little nerve-wracking both ways.
Mm-hmm.
They a little close against UC San Diego, and then beating A&M, but it took a tremendous run in the last 8 minutes or whatever it was to just stuff them down.
And A&M is a really good team. These games, yes, they are different than they are in the regular season, but it's all about matchups. And I just think that Michigan State matches up so much better against Michigan because Michigan, despite what Roddy Gale did on Saturday, and Donaldson's had his nice little run too, Michigan State can handle, I believe, their bigs. And that's basically Michigan's bread and butter.
Yeah, I think Michigan State would handle Michigan just fine.
Right.
We've done it 2 in a row here
Right.
and during the season, and yeah, that'd be fine. But I don't want Michigan in that situation. I don't want them puffing up and thinking they belong there.
So
as
for
a
you,
Spartan.
okay, as a Spartan. So if Michigan, the exact same team, if they had Wake Forest on their jersey, would you feel differently? Same amount of talent, but it wasn't Michigan.
No, that'd be completely different.
Okay,
I can't take the fact that it's Michigan out of it.
All right.
I mean, that's part of it.
Good. I'm glad you're honest. So if it was Wake Forest,
By no means am I afraid of Michigan. It's just I want Michigan to lose every game they play.
so you're not okay. So you're not afraid of having it rubbed in your face or anything like that if you would lose.
I mean, that comes with the territory.
Okay.
If Michigan, if both teams advance to the Elite Eight, and Michigan beats Michigan State, of course we won't hear the end of it. That it'll just it'll go on until next season. But oh well, you deal with it. You suck it up, Buttercup. It's okay. It's like Michigan fans had to deal with it during the D'Antonio era. Right.
Yeah.
It happens. Let's talk to the people. 248-539-9797. Tom is first up here. 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tom.
Hey, gents. How you doing?
Good.
I believe Stoney is absolutely right. It's about matchups. I'm a huge Michigan fan. I want no part of Michigan State. It just doesn't work. They didn't beat us. They trounced us. I mean, it's just not a good thing. I happen to think both teams are going to lose on Friday, quite honestly. But you know what? Michigan, their expectations are very high, and they got to the Sweet 16, and that's kind of the cutoff. Michigan State, however, and Tom Izzo, I love him. I'm a Michigan guy, but come on, what's not to love? He's a great coach. He's a good man, and I wish him well. But they could beat Auburn. I don't think Michigan can. And I think at the end of the day, we have to understand it's the rivalry game would be great. I think Michigan would get trounced. We just don't match up. We just don't.
Well, it's a no-lose situation for Michigan.
Correct.
I mean, Michigan is only everything to gain if they keep winning, right? You know, and thanks for the call. I appreciate it, Tom. But I mean, of course, Michigan fans want to see the matchup.
Yes,
Yeah.
because
first of all,
it's
it means
cliche, cliche house money, but they are.
Yeah, it would be, but they would have beaten the number one seed in the region, and
Right.
they feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
As they should. So it is a house money type feel. I mean, there's a no lose situation for Michigan here. For Michigan State, you know, this is a season where now they've got the expectation. Before the season began, they did not pick no higher than 5th in the Big Ten.
Correct.
And then they go out and start the season 18-2, rip off 9 straight wins in the Big Ten, and expectations changed. Then Jace Richardson has emerged as perhaps the star player here on this team, even though he wasn't last night. But he's had a real nice run over the last 4 weeks, and now he's emerged as a potential lottery pick in the NBA draft. So expectations completely changed. Now Michigan State is thinking, let's get back to the Final Four, take care of Ole Miss, whoever in the Elite Eight, and then we'll worry about the Final Four if we get to the Final Four. But want to get there again.
Right.
Because as we say all the time on the show, college basketball is strange. It's the only sport that celebrates getting to the semifinals more
Correct.
than anything else. You
Yes.
know, of course, winning the whole thing is.
And as a Michigan State person, the easiest way to get to that hallowed ground of the Final Four is to play Michigan, not Auburn. That's the way I look at it.
Well, but maybe not. I mean, who's playing better basketball right now? You know, who's got the better resume over the last 5 to 7 games?
Probably Michigan by
Okay.
a little bit. But
So, I mean, you can talk about matchups, but really, we're talking about the matchup because of the seed, not the way the team's playing right now.
no, but I'm looking at the matchup as a full body of work, and I'm also looking about what Michigan State did to Michigan in the first 2 games.
Well, and in fairness,
They beat him at Chrysler, they beat him at the Brez, and they can beat him in Atlanta.
Yeah, well, beat him anywhere. Beat him on a battleship. Beat him.
That's right.
Aircraft carrier, whatever the case is. Jay, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Jay.
Hey, boys, how are you this morning?
Good.
So, Gator, excuse me. I got to ask you, man. I'm an Izzo fan. I'm a Michigan State fan when it comes to basketball. When it comes to football, I kind of lean on Michigan.
You're like
but
me.
I didn't go to either school.
You're like me.
Well, you know, I didn't go to either school, so
Look,
it's like,
that's
I don't
like-
really
yes.
have any skin in the game, right? But you know, I've always liked Michigan's football program and whatever. But I got to ask you, Gator. I'm listening to you, and I personally think that a U of M MSU game would be just killer for the state of Michigan. It'd be fantastic. Everybody would love it. It's the ultimate rivalry. I think the whole country would love it, to be honest. And I'm surprised that you're saying, "Oh, I want to see, I want to see Michigan lose every time, no matter what." And I get that.
Then why are you
but
surprised?
I'm surprised because I guess I feel like, you sound like you're a little afraid of you.
Not even a little. Not even a little. Why would
Shouldn't
I?
be.
No, and here's the thing, Jay, because you don't have an allegiance to either team, right? Me being a Spartan grad,
That's why I'm
okay,
asking.
that's the thing. It's a rivalry thing. Like if it were Ohio State instead of Michigan State,
Well, that's totally different.
it's
my
not.
God, I would.
But it's not. And thanks for the call. I appreciate it. That's it. It's the rivalry. Okay. So if you substitute Ohio State for Michigan State,
Oh, instead of my Wake Forest thing.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, then it's a whole different ball game, isn't it? Then what are Michigan fans saying?
Well, for basketball,
They
I don't
want,
know.
well, I suppose that might be different.
I don't think Michigan. I
It's
believe Michigan fans' biggest basketball rival is Michigan State.
Well, without question,
Yes.
it should be. And I would think that Michigan fans would love nothing more than Michigan State to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we doing? It's of course it's about the rivalry. State fans want the majority of State fans want Michigan to lose. I would imagine there are plenty of Michigan State fans that are salivating at the opportunity of having a third game against Michigan to beat them for a third time.
Damn right.
They would love it, and I would love it too if it comes down to it. I'm just telling you right now. Friday night, Michigan State. I hope they beat the hell out of Ole Miss and sit back and enjoy the next game, and that Michigan gets smoked.
So you'll be sitting there rooting for Auburn.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's the rivalry.
I get it. I understand
That's how it is.
I understand it.
248-539-9797. We got some text to read as well. And it's Mondays. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. We'll offer up our Champ and Chumps next as we continue here on 97.1 The Ticket. Cohen Carr is emerging as a nice player from Michigan State.
Oh, yeah.
More than just a dunking highlight reel. He's learning how to utilize his incredible leaping ability. He grabs rebounds.
How about the hustle?
11 feet up in the
how
air.
about the hustle play he made
it was great.
on the sideline there to keep that ball in play? One of the most frustrating plays of the game yesterday, as a Michigan State person, was when Holloman had the ball and Carr was wide open on the lane, and he didn't give him the lob.
I mean,
what are you doing?
Which would have completed an amazing transition there because State got the, was it Fierce blocked the shot on the other end?
I think so, yeah.
Which was an incredible block.
Right.
And I'm like, feed the man.
Yes.
The crowd will go nuts if
it would be over.
And then he misses the layup anyway. Yeah. That's all right. They ended up winning the game. Now Michigan State plays Ole Miss on Friday night, followed by Michigan and Auburn. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, 248-539-9797. You can text as well as we get into, for Spartan fans, let's assume that you can get past Ole Miss. Do you want to see Auburn? Do you want to see Michigan? I think Michigan fans, they want to see Michigan State. Although, would Michigan fans rather see, would they rather see Ole Miss than Michigan State? Have you thought of it that way?
Well, probably. Yeah, because I would, because you lost to Michigan State twice. I'd rather play Ole Miss than play Michigan State.
But that's a scared feeling. That's different than the Michigan State feeling.
Yeah.
Michigan State's not ducking
Michigan.
But
they don't have to worry about it because the game's after.
Well, this is true. Well, they have a rooting interest. Rooting interest. Some ticket text coming in. Michigan versus Michigan State to go to the Final Four. Are you kidding me? How could you not want that so bad? Yeah, because I don't want Michigan to have a taste. Because I'm spiteful.
What's incredible is that
I'm in tune with the rivalry.
It's not incredible, really. I shouldn't have said that, but it's kind of cool if they do play. Not only is it to get to the Final Four, I believe it's the first time they've ever played. They will ever play in the NCAA tournament against.
It might be. I was surprised they were in the same bracket, in the same region.
Yeah.
Although that's happened before, but I'm an Auburn grad. My wife is a Michigan grad. My brother's a Michigan State fan. Time to see who the favorite is.
Go Ole Miss.
Tell you what, careful what you wish for, Sparty. It's hard to beat a team 3 times. Go Blue, Pat from work. Yeah, there's that cliche. It's tough to beat a team 3 times.
It is. But you know what? Better teams can do it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, Pistons smoked Washington, and then the next game when they played Washington, they lost.
Right.
Pistons smoked the Pelicans, and then the next time they played the Pelicans, hey, look out. They won the game, but hey, they got a little close there.
How about that Ron Holland? He had a great game.
He did. We can get to that a little bit later in the show. I noticed the hair on Patino. His dad has a normal bald spot on the back. The constant stopping for replay foul clock by the refs is really annoying. I don't remember this from other years. I'm more behind Michigan, but at least we know one of them will be in the next round.
Well, we don't know that.
They could both lose on Friday night.
Yes. If they both win, we know we're going to have a team from the state of Michigan in the Final Four.
There you go. That's the way to look at it. And we'll see how that ends up. Do you think that things have gotten slowed down too much with replays and all that and checking for flagrants?
Yes, at least they're only doing it the last 2 minutes. Like they don't sit there and do, with the circle like they do in the NBA early in the game. But they're talking about possibly giving coaches a challenge to use any time.
I've always been a big proponent of replay. Just I want them to get it right. And I was talking with my niece's boyfriend last night about things like this, and he brought up the point. It's amazing how they don't care what happens in the first 46 minutes of the game or whatever it is, because or first, I guess it's not that long of a game, but they don't care about it until the last 2 minutes.
Right.
So you can have the exact same play happen in the first 2 minutes of the game. It doesn't matter. It's just whatever the ref says.
Yeah.
But last 2 minutes, hold on. Now we're gonna scrutinize over it. When the 2 points that happen in the first 2 minutes of the game are absolutely just as important as the points at the end of the game.
I know. It's like games are officiated differently towards the end of games as well, they say. It doesn't make sense. And the other thing, the reason the replays take longer than they probably should, then they have to sit there and figure out how much time is to put back on the clock, which is the replays take way too long.
Let's bring Kang in. Kang, your thoughts on the opening week of the NCAA tournament. You got this whole Michigan State potential matchup if things go right, if both teams win on Friday night. Where do you're kind of in the middle guy here. You don't have allegiances either way.
I mean, for me, I understand the perspective from both fan bases, but you're right. When you're in when you're clearly rooting for one team, you just can't be objective. And for me, I think it's okay. That's part of being in a rivalry. You know, you're not thinking straight. You know, as far as me from an outside perspective, locally it'd be fantastic. Michigan State versus Michigan. What more could you ask for? For something as big as, I mean, it'd be for the championship would be bigger, or Final Four would be bigger. But this is what we got this year. And outside we were talking before the show, there's no mid-majors this year. There's no real true Cinderella. I'm glad we have something to really look forward to with both teams. Michigan catching fire after the regular season. State, you know, catching a lot of people off guard because at the beginning of the year, they weren't projected as normally as high as they have been in the past. And Izzo does a tremendous job getting his team together, putting together different lineups. I love seeing Carr in there more, just the energy he brings, the athleticism we all know he has. But I think this is truly, it's cliche, survive and advance, man. Whoever's out there is, you know, you never know who's going to make a difference, and I love that. And then Michigan versus Michigan State, like I said, this is what I'm rooting for. So I understand both fan bases feeling how they feel, though.
I do want to get to the Cinderella aspect in a second here, but it's time for our Champ and Chump votes, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Champ and Chump, somebody you want to point out had a great weekend, and somebody you want to point out had a miserable weekend. I'll start, Stoney. My champ, Adam Nightingale, Michigan State head coach for the hockey program. They win their second straight Big Ten championship and their second straight Big Ten tournament championship. They take out Ohio State in overtime on Saturday night. That was pretty great. They clinched the number 1 seed, and they're going to face Cornell on Thursday afternoon. It's like a 5:30 puck drop as the
in Toledo, correct?
I think it is Toledo, yes. So Adam Nightingale, my champ of the week.
Beautiful. Mine is maybe a little obvious, but Roddy Gale. I mean, career high. He came through when Michigan needed him the most. It came out of nowhere. Their guard play has been suspect all season. Donaldson obviously has been clutch the last couple of weeks. But, man, Roddy Gale, that was unbelievable.
Chump. It's hard to narrow it down. And then we rarely do this with the chump, but I'm just throwing it all on the Wings for the third straight year, not getting it done in March. It's brutal. And now you look at, I mean, it's not just the loss to Vegas. It's just this losing effort constantly now. I know you've got the stat that you revealed last night. I'll let you handle that as well. But the additions that Steve Yzerman has made to this team have not paid off. I think the trade for DeBrincat did. I like Patrick Kane. I think Patrick Kane's a nice addition, but otherwise,
that's it.
It really has been difficult to watch this, and that seat is getting warm. In fact, I actually looked at an NHL mock draft yesterday.
Oh, boy.
Because I have so little confidence that they will not be in the draft lottery. It's just kind of where I stand right now. Your chump of the week.
My chump, by the way, that stat, I'll bring it up now since you mentioned the Wings. Dan Miller on Fox 2 last night had this. It's a great stat. In the month of March, the last 3 seasons, and the Wings still have a couple more games to play this March, the Wings have played in, I believe it's 39 games in the month of March, the last 3 seasons. So that's a possible 78 points.
Mm-hmm.
They've come up with 23 points. That's the stat of the day. And out of that, only 8 regulation wins in those 39 games.
That's brutal.
That's brutal. And as I coined it yesterday, March sadness.
There it is.
Yes. My chump, and there's a few to choose from. I'm not going to steal thunder and reveal the other ones I considered. But my chump goes to Xavier head basketball coach Sean Miller, who was the coach at Xavier before. Then he left and went to Arizona, no big deal. Then he was successful at Arizona, but basically got fired because he was a cheat.
Oh.
And they did. He had wins taken away from him and things like that.
He was a cheat before they changed the rules and allowed everybody to cheat.
Yes, exactly. Then Xavier, even though he left them, they took him back. And yesterday he reveals that he's going to be the new head coach of the University of Texas. It's like, come on, what a scumbag.
Well, I mean, if you're him, you had a chance to resurrect your career with going back to Xavier, and then you did, and then now the big someone's coming at you with a giant
I
bag of
know.
money.
It's just scummy, though, isn't it? I think.
Oh.
And maybe I look at him because I think he's scummy for what he did before. He was on, wiretaps and things like that. So that might be clouding my scum judgment. But yeah, he is my chump.
I get what you're saying. That's fine. Yes, chump of the week for Stoney is Sean Miller, the coach of Xavier, who's now leaving to go to Texas.
By the way,
I would assume it's for twice the money at least.
you want to feel really bad.
Yes, I do. I want to feel miserable today. What do you got
This
for
won't
me?
make you feel miserable, but it's just the sign of the times. Why can't they wait until the tournament's over? The portal opened today, and I'm on Twitter.
Yeah.
Michigan guard Justin Pippen, son of Scotty, will enter the transfer portal.
No way.
Okay, I understand that he probably didn't play enough and would probably. Now? Why? They're still in the tournament. Just do the portal after the tournament's over. But I know you can't because all these coaches leave and they got to get their rosters together. Like Will Wade's got all those guys from McNeese State that he's going to take with him, including the manager with the boombox to NC State.
Well, this is what's wrong. One of the many things that's wrong with college athletics.
Right.
It's the same thing in college football.
Right.
It's brutal.
Right, just wait.
When they have this, when they open up the portal and they close it, it's dumb. It's dumb, without a question. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Your opportunity to offer up your champ and chump, as we just did ours. Continue to talk about the NCAA tournament, the thoughts on a potential Michigan State matchup in the Elite Eight. It's a tall order because both teams would still have to win on Friday night in order to have that happen on Sunday. How do you feel about that if you're a Spartan or if you're a Wolverine? Also, with the lack of Cinderellas, I want to get more in depth on that. Is that like the big bummer of this tournament? Is here we are, the Sweet 16, and there's nobody that's really crashed the party. And what really determines what a Cinderella team is? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, I recently had to get new garage doors, right? So what do? You're not sure who to call for a garage door, but I knew exactly who to call. Precision Garage Door. They came over to my house years ago, do some maintenance, and it was awesome. I called them on the phone. They came out right away, took care of any problems I had. So when I needed to get new doors, I called them right up. They came out. They gave me a ton of options to look at, and I couldn't be happier with the options that I chose. And now my doors look fantastic. In fact, right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. That's a $499 value, but the sale ends on March 31st. Call 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule the free consultation and ask about the opener. And if you mention 97.1 The Ticket, you're going to get your service fee waived. That's awesome. They're available weekends, no extra charge. They offer the industry's leading warranty. And like I said, you can schedule that appointment on their website for a time that works for you. So you're not just totally dependent on their window. They will work with you. Precision is great. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment. Welcome back to Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug this week, which is great. So we started mentioning Cinderella as Stoney. And I guess trying to define exactly what exactly a Cinderella team is when you get to the big dance. Is it simply a team from one of the, as I call them, the crap conferences that sneaks in and has a couple upsets and now they're in the Sweet 16? Or is it just any team that has a low seed, like a 10 or lower seed?
I think it's somewhat subjective. It's like if, let's say, Tennessee, I mean, they were 2 seed this year, but let's say Tennessee had a so-so season and they were like a 9 or a 10 seed and went on a run. I don't consider them Cinderella, even though their seeding might suggest it. To me, Cinderellas are, George Mason, those type of teams that go on a run or at least win 1 or 2 games unexpectedly, the big upsets. When Lehigh with C.J. McCollum beat Duke. I mean, that to me is what Cinderella is.
I tend to agree with you. For me, it's that smaller school that you know very little about.
Right.
It's not the team from the big conference that it might be on a down year. Like this year, the lowest seed you have is Arkansas. They're a 10 seed taking on Texas Tech in the Sweet 16.
Calipari. They're not a Cinderella.
That's the thing. Because it's a big time coach that has to reinvent himself again because that's just what he does in traveling place to place to place, leaving fires behind everywhere he goes. But it's okay. It's all right. Now everything's legal. You can do whatever you want, I guess. But beyond Arkansas, what the highest seed is, or the lowest seed, I should say, is a 6. You've got a 6 in Ole Miss, and you got a 6 in BYU, both taking on 2s with Michigan State and Alabama, respectively. But yeah, there is no team left that's from one of those smaller conferences.
True. I mean, last year, like NC State was what, an 11, and they made it to the Final Four.
Yeah, but I mean it's
NC State.
Yeah, it's a team that's won a national championship.
Yes.
And they play in the ACC.
Right.
So,
but it's, let's say hypothetically, like I said, it's subjective, it's name recognition. A team from a power conference, okay? Let's say Vanderbilt went on a run and they were seeded what? They played in the play-in game and lost to Texas, right? But let's say they would have won, okay? Or went on a run. To me, they'd be Cinderella, even though they're from the SEC, to me, because it's Vanderbilt.
But Vandy's always in the tournament.
Yeah, but
they're always in the tournament.
They never do anything.
They may not do anything, but it feels like they're always there. It's like,
okay, is San Diego State a Cinderella? They were when they made to the Final Four, the championship game, really, right?
I would probably include them there because but that's not a big conference.
Like Dusty May's former team. That is the Cinderella.
Yeah.
Florida Atlantic.
Right. And this year you just didn't really have that matchup that happened. I mean, we saw, even St. Mary's, who beat Vanderbilt, by the way.
Yeah.
They're a 7 seed. But they're still St. Mary's. But they've had all this success over the last 5 years, 6 years, whatever it's been.
Patty Mills.
Everybody's following them now. I mean, is it the same?
I don't know. St. Mary, it's like, well, Gonzaga used to be, and now they're, obviously not a Cinderella because you expect them to do well every year.
Right. Gonzaga's they're no longer that.
Right.
But like McNeese State, they beat Clemson in the first round.
That's a Cinderella.
All right. Is that qualifies?
Yeah.
But they got knocked out by Purdue, so it doesn't really matter. And now Purdue takes on Houston, a 1 seed. You get a 1 and a 4. I mean, it's
right.
It is what it is. I guess, Kang, is that the part that's the bummer with the tournament, that there isn't that team to look at, to crash the party in the Sweet 16? You don't have that outlier, that Cinderella story that continues on, that people can watch.
Yeah, I think the first 2 rounds are kind of built for like that, the buzzer beaters, the Cinderellas. Right. But I don't think in the end, people really, really want your Final Four teams to be McNeese State versus Florida Atlantic. No. I don't think they really want that. They want it in the first 2 rounds, but after that, I think they want the big boys and the best that college basketball has to offer.
Correct.
Now, to localize a little bit, would you guys consider if Northwestern made a run? You know, like they're never good.
Yes,
like would that be considered Cinderella? But they're from the Big Ten, big power conference,
right? Them or like Penn State. Yes, they would be Cinderellas if they won like 2 or 3 games.
And then we mentioned San Diego State, but when they made it the last couple of years, they were 5 seeds. So it's not like they were this like 12, underdog coming in. Gonzaga was a 5 seed last year, but everyone knows the brand of Gonzaga is. And I want to ask you guys a question though:
because I was just saying, as we're talking this out. I'm eliminating any Big Ten, any big school.
Okay, yeah, and that's fine. That's your rule.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Stoney, but because you brought up Northwestern, and I'm like, yeah, no, I wouldn't consider that.
Yeah, they play against Michigan State, Ohio State. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So, some people think though that NIL has destroyed the Cinderella. Now, this may be recency bias because there's no Cinderella this year, but what do you guys feel about NIL and what's it doing to the mid-majors?
Well, I think you're finding a lot of players who were good on mid-majors are now being, especially starting today at midnight tonight, it was, when the portal opened, the good mid-major players are going to go to Power Fives. And that's the way it's going to be. And as soon as it's going to be a Power Four.
Yeah, I mean, those players have to show up their first 2 years at the smaller school to get the NIL money to go elsewhere because they ain't getting it at the smaller schools. I know they're not getting it at the smaller schools. Unless one of these small schools has a big-time donor,
right? It
ain't happening.
Right.
It's tough. The job that Greg Kampe has to do is completely uphill.
Right.
To hang on to anybody that ends up being of consequence, and he ended up losing his guy last year.
Well, what's crazy is a lot of these schools, especially in conferences like, the Big East, that are small schools, but with huge brands. Like Villanova and Creighton and even St. John's now. I mean, they're small. Their enrollments are very small.
Some ticket text coming in. Bring on MSU. This Michigan team is different from the regular season. Well, I mean, technically it's true. They went through the Big Ten tournament, won their 3 games, and now they won 2 games in the NCAA tournament. I think they're playing with a ton of confidence, and it would probably be a tougher matchup for Michigan State on Sunday than it has been in the regular season. But Michigan State looks pretty good too. This Michigan fan doesn't think Izzo is great. The way he berates referees, the way he walks all over the court and whines all the time, I don't like it. That's Whitmer.
Okay, but you liked when Harbaugh did it, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, it's the rivalry, right?
I know.
Yeah, that's where you get there. I'm 1,000% with Gator. I want the classless Michigan cheaters. I want the classless Michigan cheaters to lose every single game they play in every sport, and I don't care if we play them or not, as long as state advances. If they both advance, I do think the build up to that game would be absolutely epic, though. Yeah, it would be. It would be. I kind of agree with everything he had to say there.
The problem is the buildup would only be Saturday.
This is true, right? You don't have the whole week to do it. You got to get it in early.
Right.
Hey, we got a special Stoney show coming up on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
It's a rivalry, so would you want to verse the rival team and I don't know what the hell this is. Yeah, I can't. That makes no sense what he just wrote. Bring on MSU. I'm an MSU fan. I don't want to play a team I beat twice recently. It's very hard to beat a team 3 times in such a short span. If I'm missing, I want to play the easier team. Thanks. That's from Sean and White Lake.
I think there's a lot of people like you, Gator, who will root or just whatever hope that Michigan loses on Friday night. And then there are others who feel, I think it's split, actually.
Yeah, but it's not big. I don't think, some Spartan, there's a small percentage of Spartan fans who would be leery of the whole, beating a team 3 times in a season thing. No, there are people like, well, this guy just said it. I think there are people like that, but that's not why I want Michigan to lose. I want Michigan to lose because they're Michigan.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what most people who feel like you, that's their rationale.
Yeah, as a Michigan fan, we want Michigan State. We know how good they are. We want that smoke. Winner goes to the Final Four. That's the way it should be.
Well, because you're the you're the underdog. It's easy to feel that way.
And I don't say it. We're asking people to say it. We want the Michigan perspective, but of course Michigan fans will feel that way, and they should feel that way.
Yeah.
They want another chance. They want a chance of redemption, and what sweet redemption it would be if you could beat Michigan State on that stage to advance to the Final Four. That'd be amazing.
I know.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. What constitutes a Cinderella in your mind? And has a lack of a Cinderella in this tournament, Has it soured you on the tournament this year? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. This week, it'll be play ball for the Tigers. Their opening game of the season just a few days away in Los Angeles. They'll be making a stop in San Francisco for 2 more tune-ups tonight and tomorrow. The newest member of the rotation, Jackson Jobe, will be on the mound for tomorrow's game. Casey Mize and Reese Olson also making the rotation with Skubal and Flaherty. And Skubal will make his first start on Thursday against the world champion Dodgers following his Cy Young campaign. Detroit also will have a new outfielder on the roster later this week. They signed veteran Manuel Margot to a major league deal to help with depth. He's averaged .259 and 12 home runs at the plate over the past 3 seasons between Minnesota and Tampa Bay. Michigan and Michigan State each a win away from facing each other for the first time in tournament history. They'll play at 7 o'clock and 9:40 in Atlanta on Friday. MSU first against Ole Miss, and then Michigan against Auburn. Now, Izzo is actually the 4th all-time in tourney wins after last night. Not that that impresses him all that much. Well, today also the MSU women play their second round facing NC State coming up in about an hour. The U of M ladies were knocked out yesterday by Notre Dame. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Gator, I don't know if you're psyched. We got Manuel Margot, man.
Oh, for the Detroit Tigers?
Who's going to sell more jerseys, Manuel Margot or Red Wing Craig Smith?
Craig Smith has done so little. Like, I didn't expect him to light up the score sheet, but it's like you don't even notice him on the ice.
I know. It's not fair for me to say that, but whatever.
Is he better than the alternative? Which I don't know what the alternative was.
I don't know.
And then the Red Wings have the opportunity to bring up players, and I was hoping we'd see Nate Danielson. Just give it. I want to see just a taste.
It's more important. Grand Rapids is more important. I was hoping we'd see Palenka coming over.
Well, and when Sweden's
or whatever his name is, that the way he pronounces it?
Axel Sandin Pellikka.
Yeah. I did see his video. He had 3 assists in the first period of some game last night.
Look, he's great, but as long as his team in the Swedish league is still in the playoffs,
I know
that's not going to happen. But they could be done. I think they're done at the end of March, if I'm not mistaken. So it's like another week. I mean, I've been saying let's bring them up all along, but apparently that's not going to be in the cards unless the Wings are out of it for the playoff hunt. Then they would, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, if this is a guy that can help you, why not? But you have no idea how he'd adjust to the NHL style, which I can understand to a point, but to get a little taste test, it's like they did that with Marco Kasper.
Yeah.
And the one game that Marco Kasper played,
he scored a goal, didn't he? Or
I don't know if he scored.
He was all.
I think he was all over the place. He played really well. He was in the corners digging out pucks.
Then he got hurt, right?
Shortly after that, I think. Yeah, and now he's with the team. And he looks great with the team now, and looks like one of these young forwards that you build on with the core. But yeah, we can get into the Red Wings a little bit later on. They're going to take on Utah tonight. First trip ever to Utah. So that'll be interesting. And there's a story that goes with it.
Yes.
There's a Ken Cal story.
It's classic.
It's amazing. It's something I can definitely see you doing at some point in your life that you've done this. We will get to that coming up maybe about 15 minutes or so. Want to get to some more of these ticket tests coming in regarding the NCAA tournament. Michigan State and Michigan that might match up in the Elite Eight if they both win on Friday night. What do Spartan fans want? Would you rather play Michigan if you were able to get past Ole Miss, or do you want to take on the number 1 seed in Auburn? And obviously, Michigan fans they want Michigan State because they just want to get there. I would imagine. Although I also would imagine if Michigan had a choice, if they knew they were going to beat Auburn, would they rather see Michigan State or Ole Miss? That they would probably take Ole Miss, wouldn't they?
Probably, yeah.
Because of the seed thing.
Yeah.
And also because they'd be rooting against Michigan State because of the rivalry, which is where I'm at. I'm rooting against Michigan because of the rivalry.
I'm just looking at it from a basketball perspective.
And we also have Champ and Chump. That's available to you as well. We've offered up our Champs and Chumps, and you can give your Champ and Chump as well, like this one. Champ, MSU hockey, Big Ten champs, number 2 seed on the road for the Frozen Four. Chump, Red Wings organization as a whole, pathetic, soft, bad decisions, and just flat out brutal. Jane Wixom. Yeah, it's with 13 games left. I was trying to figure this out. How many wins do they need to have in those 13 games? Right, they're 5 points out of the second wild card spot. So that's basically 3 wins you have to have right there to make up that difference.
Mm-hmm.
Then the way I look at this, and I'm no mathematician, as everybody knows, I'm horrible at math, but I thought that maybe this made sense. I figured out of the 13 games, you're going to have to be at least, you got to be better than 500. So then you're probably going to have to win 7 of those games. But now because I'm adding that you have to make up the difference in the games, the points you have to make up, they have to win like 9 or 10 games.
Yeah.
They got to go 9-4 or 10-3.
Yeah.
To have a legitimate shot of making the playoffs.
If you want to see the playoffs at LCA, you have to go watch the Pistons.
I think that's very true, and we will see the Pistons.
Yes, we will.
But will we see the Detroit Red Wings?
No,
probably not. As a Michigan State fan, there are always some satisfaction when MSU loses. As a Michigan fan, there is always some satisfaction when Michigan State loses. However, I think my hatred of the SEC is rising so much, I wouldn't mind them losing either. Yeah, having the 14 teams from the SEC get to the tournament and 7 of them, is it 7 that have advanced to the?
Yes. Well, the
This
Big
Sweet
Ten has
16.
half of theirs in too. But their half is what? 8 Big Ten teams got in, so there's 4.
There are 4
Michigan,
left.
Michigan State, Purdue, and Maryland, right? Yeah.
Champ. Kirsten Sims of Wisconsin for one of the absolute sickest penalty shot goals and also clutch. Chump, Red Wings. What a disaster. Tony in Oxford. Did you see the women's championship
No,
for Wisconsin?
I will look at it during the break.
There you go. Champ, UNT Jesuit alumni. They get 2 ball players who are playing really well in college. Chump, Liam Lawson, Red Bull F1 driver, looking like he's going to lose his seat 2 races into the season because he can't perform. There you go. There's your F1 update of the week. The Wings are dead. This team kills me, and it hurts so bad to see how good the Capitals got in one off season.
Yeah, you can. You go from Chikrin to what they got Roy, I believe.
The coach,
Well, he was there last
was he there last year? Okay.
Yeah.
But they've had an amazing turnaround.
Mm-hmm.
They also have superstar.
Correct.
Red Wings have good players, but not superstars. And
And Tom Wilson has 30 goals this year.
that's wild
Mm-hmm.
to go from running the Pistons to scoring 30 goals. No, but Tom Wilson, that's a guy who scraps all the time,
Yes.
and he's one of those disturbers. And
Yeah, exactly.
well, as much as you can be in the NHL these days. But that's where he's at, and that he's had a heck of a year. Champ PK Subban for calling out what needed to be called out.
Yes. Did you see that?
I did not. So he called out the Red Wings.
Well, what he did was it was on social media. I don't know if we have it, but he was looking at a goal in the game Saturday night, and that Justin Hull was in front of the net
Mm-hmm.
and did nothing, and he goes, Justin Hull, he was soft in Toronto, he's soft in Detroit. That's on you, Stevie Y.
Okay, so calling out Eisman for bringing in Justin Hull,
Mhm.
which is just one of a laundry list of players. It hasn't really panned out.
No.
March Madness is the chump for the lack of the Cinderella or intriguing in general. Another champ and chump champ, Cohen Carr. He turned into a stud against smaller and more athletic lineups, specifically on defense and the glass. Chump, the Wings, they just suck now. A lot of Red Wing hate coming in right now.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, Red Wings suck, and they should bring up the kids. That's from Paul. I don't know how many kids they have to bring up, but we did discuss Sandin Pellikka that, when his season is done in Sweden, the defenseman, I'd love to see him get a chance at the Wings. He's a puck-carrying defenseman. He's an offensive threat, and he's 20 years old, and he's a stud. And might be a top 4 defenseman on this team right now.
Yeah, I don't want to see him in Grand
Might not
Rapids
be
next year.
Yeah, I don't. Well, he maybe just spends no time at Grand Rapids.
That's what
Who
I mean.
knows? Yeah.
I mean,
But the guys in Grand Rapids, I mean, the kids there, unfortunately for what happened to Carter Mazer, that was really unfortunate because I was excited to see
Kosa.
that. I'd love to see Kosa get a chance and Nate Danielson. If you're going to bring somebody up, do I want to see Watson or do I want to see Nate Danielson? I want
Right.
to see Nate Danielson. He's supposed to be really good defensively, and his offensive game was good a year ago, but it gets the AHL, and it's a little bit different than
Were
the
you
AHL.
bothered at all watching the game Saturday night? I don't know if you had people over, so I don't know if you were following it too closely. But there was an ad for the Wings. 5 home games left, no fees, all this stuff. It's like, really? I'm watching this crap, and you're trying to sell me on buying tickets to see this team for the last 5 games. I know it was probably, the ad was purchased a long time ago, but this just bothered me a little bit.
That they were showing, I'm sorry, ads for
The get your tickets now, no fees, 5 home games left. It's like, really? After watching that?
Yeah, well,
During
I
that-
mean, yeah, you got to market the team anytime you can, and
Yeah, I know.
a few opportunities.
Just,
there it is.
just the optics were not very good that game.
No. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Maybe something that just kind of, typifies what's going on. The Red Wings happened to their play-by-play announcer. Maybe it's happened to you. We will discuss what Ken Cal went through coming up next here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you don't need luck this March to find the right HVAC team. The Red, White, Blue trucks, they're everywhere. They're everywhere for a reason. They're there to help you out. They're the expert technicians. Call them from Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're going to help keep you and your family stay warm and also cooled off during the summertime. But don't just take my word for it. You got to check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or a water heater, a boiler, water filtration, your air conditioning unit, whatever it is, you got to do regular maintenance on that. Schedule an appointment right now at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts. All right, we got some more ticket text coming in at 248-539-9797, but I did want to get to this. So, Ken Cal, this is through Twitter.
His own tweet.
Yes. Ken's awesome guy. Great friend of the show. Play-by-play voice on the radio here, 97.1 The Ticket, and has been for a long, long time. He and Paul Wiz do a great job. Love Kenny. Kenny's a diehard sports fan. And comes into the studio all the time and just sits in the corner and watches us do the show for half an hour at a time. He's great.
Does Woodsy still think they're making the playoffs, though? He's the most positive guy I know.
You think Ken's the most positive guy you know?
No, Woodsy.
Oh, Woodsy. I was going to say that's a totally different story.
Yeah.
Like Kenny, I'm not sure about. So Ken tweets this out. He says, got on the wrong bus today. Heading to Red Wing practice. Accidentally boarded the Cleveland Cavaliers bus, who are playing Utah this afternoon. Was politely told our bus was around the corner. Oops. Then he tweeted out, just to clarify, getting on the Cavs bus by mistake this morning. There was only one person on the bus, a man sitting in the front in the coach's seat. I just walked up the steps. It's not like I got on the bus and the entire Cavs team was on it. Sheesh.
I would love Donovan Mitchell say, hey, what are you doing on this? Who the hell are you?
Who are you?
Yeah. It would have been cool if our buddy, the assistant general manager who goes on the road with them, Jason Hillman, was the guy on the bus and saw Ken Cal walk in.
Yeah,
he would have given a hug.
Right. Old friends back in the old days.
Yeah.
Before there was Bally's. What was it before Bally's? Fox
Pass.
Pass, and that's when Hillman was there. So, yeah, that would have been interesting. However, it begs the question. First of all, I could absolutely see Cal getting on the wrong bus. But here's the great thing about Ken is that Ken would get on the bus and make friends with everybody on the bus and then realize he's on the wrong bus and may not care. Like, I'll figure it out later. Just get on the bus. But he got on the wrong bus and then was asked to leave. Politely told to leave.
Yeah, they thought he was some intruder, a stalker.
Not one person listening right now will be remotely surprised if this has happened to you, Mike Stone.
Probably not. I can tell you something that has not happened to me, but I want to tell you a story that somewhat similar as far as a transportation faux pas.
Okay.
And this happened recently.
Uh-oh.
Within the past 6 months.
Oh.
I was in Philadelphia flying back. And I usually take Delta, but for some reason I was flying American.
Well,
and
went to America.
Well, yeah, exactly.
American.
Yeah. So anyway, so my sister was flying somewhere else also, and her flight was earlier. So we went to the airport together. She went on her flight, and I had an extra time to hang out before my flight to Detroit. And I'm a pretty good flyer. I will sleep. Sometimes I'm asleep before the plane even takes off.
Yep.
So, but I had some time to kill. So I go up to the bar, have a Bloody Mary, and there's a bunch of guys who I don't know, but they're going to Florida for a bachelor party.
Oh.
And we're talking and stuff like that. And,
This is in Philly.
In Philly.
Okay.
I have another drink, whatever. Say goodbye, whatever. Two cocktails, no big deal. Go to the gate. A friend of mine's calling me, and I talk to him. I got my AirPods on, whatever. And my flight was at like 8:35, 9 o'clock, whatever, in the morning. And I'm looking at my phone, playing games or whatever. I lift up my head. There's nobody at the gate. What the heck's going on? I slept through my flight.
Oh.
I missed my flight because I basically passed out probably from having
two drinks in the morning?
2 drinks.
You're doing day drinking.
And, when they're saying, boarding zone, I never heard any of it. Nobody told me, hey, the flight,
Oh, they told you.
No, I mean.
You were just passed out.
Well, there was, you figure maybe somebody who was at the gate because it was a crowded gate would have said, hey, our flight.
Sir.
Yeah,
Sir.
Exactly.
Drunken McDrunkerton over
So that's
here.
not getting on the wrong transportation vessel. So
That's not getting even on the right plane.
Yes, exactly. Thankfully, there was a flight an hour and a half later, so I took that one.
Well, and this also applies to Uber or Lyft or whatever or taxi, whatever service you've used to get from point A to point B. For me, I had one incident. It was in actually middle school, where I got on the wrong bus, but I knew I was getting on the wrong bus. I was going to go to my buddy's house, but the bus driver knew that I didn't belong in a bus. And he's like, and we knew that if you switch buses, you had to get a note or
Right.
whatever. So my friend Marlon wrote a note and handed it to the bus driver as I got on the bus. It says, "Dear bus driver, please allow Scott to ride home with Marlon on the bus." And then it said, "Love, Otis's mother," because my nickname was
Right.
Otis back in the day. And it said, "Love, Otis's mother."
That kind of gave it
And
away.
I had
huh?
no idea what the note said.
Right.
I didn't know because Marlon wrote it. The next day, and the bus driver just kind of laughs up, But the next day, I get called down to the vice principal's office,
Oh,
and he says,
which is always worse than getting called to the principal's
right.
office.
And I'm like walking down the hall with him as we're getting towards the office. Am I in any trouble? And he goes, "Do you think you are?" I said, "No." And he goes, "Then you're a liar." Like, what did I do? And he sits me down and then goes, "Mr. Anderson, can you explain this?" And he hands me the note. And it's the first time I've read the note. And I'm like, "Please allow Scott to ride the bus home with Marlon. Love, Otis's mother." And I start laughing. I'm like, I said, well, I went home with Marlon, and obviously, he wrote a note because I didn't have one for my mom. He said, "Exactly. You're in big trouble, mister." Wasn't big trouble.
Right.
But I did get in the wrong Uber ride one time. But we were waiting for a ride. We go to get into the car because we thought this is our car. We get in, and it wasn't even an Uber driver. This was just some dude who was trying to take advantage. This is years ago. Was trying to take advantage of people with this. If he wanted to make money, he was taking cash. He was basically acting like a taxi service. And he's like, "Okay, where to?" And we're like, "Well, we put in the app. We're going, over by like the Detroit Zoo area." And he's like, "Okay, yeah, that'll be $20." We're like, "Wait a minute, are you the Uber driver or not?" And he goes, I'm just like Uber." We're like, "What do you mean you're just like Uber?" No, we get out of the car like, "Uh-oh, that was trouble," and we find the right car later on. But that's as close as I've come to getting on the wrong bus, plane, Uber ride, or whatever. Ken Cal literally got on the wrong bus. Was that this morning? I think, yeah, as he was headed to the game day skate, or maybe it was yesterday. Yesterday, for practice, he got on the Cleveland Cavaliers bus. Has this ever happened to you? 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. Have you ever gotten on the wrong bus or Uber ride or taxi, wherever the case was? Let us know. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. So the Ken Cal story, Kenny, the Red Wings play-by-play voice here at 97 The Ticket. Ken Cal got on the wrong bus. He tweeted out that he got on the wrong bus today, this is yesterday, heading to Red Wings practice, accidentally boarded the Cleveland Cavaliers bus who were playing Utah this afternoon, politely told our bus was around the corner, oops. And then tweeted after that, just to clarify, getting on the Cavs bus by mistake this morning. There was only one person on the bus, a man sitting in the front, the coach's seat, just walked up the steps. It's not like I got on a bus and the entire Cavs team was on it. Sheesh.
I wonder if it was Kenny Atkinson, the head coach of the Cavs.
May have been. But nonetheless, Kenny got on the wrong bus. We were wondering if anybody else has experienced that same awkward feeling where you're in the wrong bus, the wrong Uber ride or whatever. King, has this ever happened to you, or do you know this has happened to friends of yours?
No, I mean, I got a really funny story. It's not the wrong bus or wrong Uber. I took my nephew to the wrong birthday party one time. So, like, I was doing uncle duty. It was before I had kids, actually, and I was being a good uncle. My sister needed, hey, do you think you can take your nephew to this birthday party? Absolutely. Love spending time with him. I'll take him. I'm one of his classmates, right? And I took him to this, one of these, like, kid play places. It's not Chuck E. Cheese, but something like that.
Right.
And there's a bunch of parties going on, obviously. This is where you take your kids when they
Not
get
just
to,
one party. There's like, hey, we got four different
6,
rooms.
yeah, exactly. Rooms, different areas, all this. So I don't know why exactly we went to this party, this specific area where these kids are, and I asked him, hey, do you know these kids? He's like, yeah, I know that one kid. I'm like, okay, all right, this must be the party. So I'm like, hey, they're already playing, so go ahead and take off your shoes, run around. So I'm standing there next to the other parents, and I'm like, you go to a lot of black kids in your school, huh? Like, I thought he went to, like, a predominantly white school. I was at the wrong party. I turned to a parent and I said, whose birthday? He's like, hey, yeah, do you know your kid? No. We were at the complete, like, it was in the same building, but it was a different party. And otherwise, I wouldn't even, I had to literally take the present off the table. Like, I put the present on the table and I'd let someone know, like, I'm not stealing a gift.
Hey,
we just went to the wrong
we
party.
To the wrong party.
And I'm sorry. I apologize.
The kid over there, I thought this was the right party because he's friends with that kid over there.
Yeah. And then apparently he did know the kid, but they had just, parties mixing together when they're playing.
Yeah.
So he had thought that was all like just other kids he didn't know. And his friend was, so it was terrible.
Wow.
I mean, it wasn't terrible. It was kind of funny, but it was just
funny.
like,
I had to take the gift off
I had to take the gift
table.
off the table. That was the worst part. I'm sorry. I'm not stealing a gift. This is for somebody else.
Look, it's not like you walked into a room after getting the buffet for breakfast,
Right.
and you sit down and you're in, you realize you ate somebody else's breakfast buffet for a bunch of
That was great.
like 10 and under girls at a hockey tournament. I mean,
Yes.
I love that story.
who would do that?
Who's this?
Is that a Doug story?
No, that's a me story.
Oh.
Skater did that. It's the best.
A year ago when I had a tree crash into the power lines behind my house, I was out of the house for like 5 days because of I had no power and it was the coldest time of the year.
I vaguely remember this now.
So I stayed at a hotel literally right down the street here, and they had like a breakfast buffet in the morning.
Right.
Great. Awesome. Love breakfast buffet. Love a bunch of eggs. And
Who doesn't love breakfast?
It's the best, right?
Put that waffle stuff in the
Right,
waffle
yeah, you
machine.
can do that if they have
Did
it.
it turn?
The pre-made pancakes, whatever they got, right? So
Yeah.
I'm loving it. And I get down there and immediately make myself a plate and I go into the room where they have all the tables and I sit down and I'm eating and there's lots of families there. I'm like, okay, whatever, mind my own business. Next morning, do the same thing because I was there on the weekend, on Saturday and Sunday. Sunday morning, get up, do the exact same thing, and sit in the room. And now I'm getting looks from these parents. And they eventually filter out. And this woman comes up to me who works at the hotel, and she goes, is there anything else I can help you with? I'm like, no, I'm good. Thanks a lot.
Getting kind of full.
Right. And she's like, are you here for the hockey tournament? I'm like, no, I'm here because I got the power went out of my house. I got the Lions are playing the playoffs tonight. And she's like, because this was a buffet for the parents and the children involved in the tournament. I'm like, this isn't the
continental
this
breakfast,
isn't
right?
This
Yeah.
is the buffet from the hotel. She goes, no, sir.
Oh.
She goes, that's something special that's on the other side of the building there. I'm like, oh my God. And then I realized how
Right.
awful I am. And here I am, this dude, this one single guy eating breakfast in a room full of little girls and their parents. And they're all looking at me like I'm the creep. Who's the creep over in the corner? Is that the ref? You know, like what do you got
He
here?
stalks hotels to get free meals.
And I'm just shoveling the free eggs like they're free.
No, they thought he was some kind of John or something. Like, who is this creepy guy?
You thought it was a John?
I don't know.
What's that?
Whoa.
Like,
What
I
is
mean,
that? What, I'm soliciting women?
no, not
What are you talking
kidnapper.
about?
I don't know what they call those guys.
No.
There's a different name.
Oh, make it better. You think I'm a pedophile?
I don't think you are, but they might have.
What would you rather be, a John or a kidnapper? 24853.
Wow. So no, I felt awful as soon as I'm like, I am so sorry. I said, I'll gladly pay for it. She goes, no, you're fine. You're fine. She goes,
Just don't do
so
it
you know.
tomorrow.
Like, okay, all right, yeah. And the next day, I went down to the front desk because I'm getting ready for breakfast, and I said, so just so I know, the breakfast that I paid for because of the hotel when I booked the room, is it over here? They're like, yes, it's over. Okay, great, thank you. So I did do that.
Okay.
But I never got on the wrong bus. That's different. Chris is in Canton. Chris, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Chris.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hey, Gator, real quick before I tell my almost Uber story, I'm a salesman on the road, and any great salesman on the road knows that you can stop in a hotel anytime and grab a free breakfast. Nobody says anything.
Nice.
Wow.
My kids are ashamed of me. I don't give a damn. Holiday Inn Express has a hell of a spread every morning.
They do.
But you gotta stagger it though. But nobody ever asks anything. So that don't feel bad, Gator. You're okay, really.
Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that.
My almost Uber story. About 3 years ago, my son and his new bride and a friend of his and their new bride were going to downtown Plymouth to party, and they said, "Hey, Dad, you gonna be up late?" Because me and my wife were going. I said, "Yeah, I'll pick you up, no problem." So about midnight, they text me, "Hey, we're ready to be picked up." They're too cheap for an Uber, of course. So drop my wife off at home, drive to downtown Plymouth in my truck, pull up, and my son texts me, "We'll be out in about 5 minutes." Cool. I'm sitting there. My back door opens. 4 drunk girls in their early 20s pile into the back of my truck. Just pile in, giggling, laughing. I'm like, what the hell? So they're looking at me. They're like, "We're going to Livonia." I said, "Sweet, $50. She goes, "No, I'm looking at the app." I says, "Listen, I'm kind of like Uber. Do you want to go to Livonia or not?" And I'm texting my son, saying, "I might have a gig here, son. You're going to have to wait about 20 minutes.
Gig.
These girls literally jumped out of the truck like I was Jeffrey Dahmer or something.
Yeah.
Like you were a John.
Right. Or
Oh,
worse.
yeah, they didn't check my plate number. They didn't check my picture. They just piled in. And I, of course, being the old man I am, I had to give them a real quick lecture and say to be more careful. You don't know whose car you're getting into, right? But my son walks up just as they're piling out, and he's like, "Dad, what the hell is going on?" I said, "Just get in and shut up."
Right. Yeah. Nothing to see here. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate the story. 248-539-9797. It would have been interesting if they said, "Okay." He's like,
Yes.
"Cool, $50. I'll be right back." Bill's in Lake Orion. Bill, welcome to 97 on the Ticket.
Hey, thanks a lot. 2 examples, wrong car and wrong wedding. About a month ago, we were in Chicago, and we were staying at a hotel, and our grandson was supposed to pick us up around noon for a luncheon. So we had no idea what kind of car he was driving. So this car pulls up in front of the hotel, and my wife, Mary, says, "Oh, that's Joel. Let's go." So we go out. She gets in the front seat, closes the door. I come around to get in the back, and as I hear her say, "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were our grandson." And I'm looking at the guy, and I have to tell you, our grandson is not black. So I'm glad I didn't close the door because this Uber driver was ready to take off. And so it made a lot of hilarity at the luncheon. And then about a year ago, we went to a church wedding, and we left the church wedding, and now we're going to the reception. We park the car. We go in. We line up. We sign the guest book. Now we get in line to meet the bride and groom. And as we get closer, I said to my wife, "I don't think that's Bill and his wife." And we get closer, and of course it wasn't. We were at the wrong wedding.
Oh.
We'd already signed the registry, so we thought, I said, "You know what? Maybe we should just eat the hors d'oeuvres." And she said, No, we got to go. So we left. So they're probably still looking for our gift.
Right.
So,
Yeah, probably are. You're right. Thank you very much, Bill. I appreciate it. Mazel tov on the wedding. Got to go. Stacy, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Stacy.
Good afternoon, boys. Or
What's
good
up?
morning, I'm sorry. Hey, went to a Tigers away game at in Chicago. Girlfriends and a couple of my buddies. We're out on the town in Chicago, hitting it up, and girls are all in heels and dresses and whatnot. So we got on the L, and we think we're going back toward where we're supposed to be, and it ends up on the south side of Chicago, and the train said, "This is the final stop of the evening." We get out, we look around like, holy.
No, that's wrong. This is where we're supposed to go.
Yeah.
Oh, no. And the cop goes, he goes, "What are you guys doing here?" I said, "Well, we're just trying to get back." He says, "Well, you're not in the right spot." And I said, "Well, we'll get a cab." He said, "Cab drivers do not come down here. I suggest you run about a mile that way and do not stop until you see, whatever it was." And he just said, "I'm dead serious." Girls are all in dresses and heels. It wasn't a pretty sight, but we made it. It was the South Side is what the South Side is.
Did the cop offer to accompany you, give you security?
Why wouldn't he just take you in the car and drive?
No, there was no car. He was on foot. I'm like, what the heck? So,
all right, well, I'm glad it worked out for you. Maybe less racial stuff would be better than this. Tom is in Windsor. Tom, welcome 97 with the ticket. Hey, Tom.
Gentlemen, how are you today?
All right.
Pretty good one. It's actually my wife and her girlfriends. So we were living in Toronto at the time. And my wife and her girlfriends had gone out for a few afternoon cocktails on a weekend, as one does, a few years ago. And they had quite a few of them. But, everybody has public transportation. They were going to take an Uber. But it was the afternoon, and one of the girls was a little more drunk maybe than she realized. And they were walking around. She stumbled into a yellow cab. And I'm not sure if you guys realize that we don't have, obviously, like a standard yellow cab like New York City taxi service. But this one said New York City taxi. And I realized she stumbled onto the set of Suits. And she went into a fake New York City taxi trying to get where she was wanting to go. It took a few minutes for her to realize and politely asked to leave.
Now that's funny.
That's a rare one.
Is that the one Meghan Markle's in? Suits?
Wasn't, yeah.
Wasn't.
Yeah, the one, the old Duchess of Sussex. There was a few years ago before she became cool.
Yeah.
And, or she still isn't cool, but let's be honest. But, yeah, so on the set of Suits, fake New York City cab, a couple of drunk girls pile in, and they don't realize they're being asked to leave, not because it's not where they want to go, but not because
it's not a real cab. Nice. Thanks for the call time. I appreciate it.
That's funny as hell.
That is fun. That's not one I would have expected.
No.
248-539-97 97 is the telephone number. This is 97.1 the ticket. We got some Lions stuff to talk about. ESPN had an interesting take on what the Lions should do in the draft, and we want to kind of take the temperature of the Lions fan out there, what you think should be done, because this is kind of new territory based on the Lions being successful. We'll get to that next here. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, finding reliable service can be really tough, but I've had great experiences with Precision Garage Door. This is why I want to tell you about it, right? My garage door needed some repairs a few years ago. I called Precision. They came out. They fixed all the problems that I had, gave me a new battery and other things that had to be done, and I couldn't have been happier. So when I had to get new garage doors years later, I knew exactly who to call. It was going to be Precision. In fact, right now, you get a free door opener when you buy any new garage door. Now, that's a $499 value, and the sale ends on March 31st. Plus, when you call or if you go online, if you mention 97.1 the ticket, they're going to waive your service fee. Now, that's awesome. Look, the cold weather causes lots of problems. Maintenance is something you have to consider when it comes to your garage door. Make sure everything is running right and call the great folks over at Precision today. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or visit precisiondoormi.com and book that appointment online. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney's in for Doug this week. Take your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. We have some texts. I was chaperoning on a field trip to Greenfield Village, and I lost my son. He wound up getting on another school's bus. Worst day ever as a father.
Oh, God.
So thankful for the teacher from the other school for recognizing the situation and returning him. Yikes.
Brutal.
When I was like 19, I had a job but no car. My mom's friend worked nights, so she would pick me up after her shift. We stopped at a gas station, and while I ran in, another red Ford Ranger pulled in. I wasn't paying attention. I jumped in the stranger's Ranger, looked over a terrified lady's face like, oh my God, so sorry, wrong car. Mom's friend was dying laughing in her Ranger. Still one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. Jamie from Lincoln Park. Does that ever happen when you just got in the wrong car? Quickly.
No.
I opened up the door to a car, like recently, to a car in a parking lot, probably like a month ago.
Oh, I've tried.
Thinking it was mine.
Oh,
because it was the same make and model. And I just opened, I'm like, oh, that's not, actually, it was just the same color.
Yeah.
And all SUVs are kind of looking the same now. I opened the door. I'm like, that's not my car. I shut it real quickly. I looked around like, anybody see that? No? Okay, good.
I've done that, right? And I'm with my wife. She goes, you realize that's not our car. Oh, sorry, yeah. I haven't opened it up, but I've walked up to the car and tried to open it, couldn't get in. I said, oh, did I leave my key? And my first thought is, I left my keys in the car. But then I realized it was the wrong car.
In elementary school, I got on the wrong bus purposely to go to my friend's house after school. I made it to his house, and his mom immediately called my parents. I got in trouble. Yeah, been there, done that. Unfortunately, you can get in that route. Manning is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Manny.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Well, we had quite the eye-opener when we walked in. This was years ago. Me and a bunch of buddies went to a hall party. And it was a pretty shady area, and we didn't realize there were two separate doors or two separate halls. So it was me and a bunch of buddies, and we go walking in, and we hear all this noise and sound like a party. So we had cases of beer, bottles of liquor. And not only that, my one buddy owned his own company for adult entertainment. So we also had like a handful of strippers with us, which would be great for a party.
Yeah.
So we walk in, all these looks. It was an AA meeting.
Oh,
and,
no.
Oh, my
What?
God. So we're stumbling in. We're just looking around, and we're half in the bag. And they had a bar set up. So we go walking over there, putting cases of beer, putting up liquor bottles. The girls start dancing around.
Oh,
and it was an AA meeting.
Yeah, I can't imagine that would have lasted long.
Well, they took their time throwing us out once the girls started dancing. But, yeah, it was interesting. You know what they talk about karma? Here all these years later, this past January 27th, I just celebrated 5 years of sobriety, so I don't know if that scared me straight or something or what.
Congratulations.
Well, yeah, good for you, Manny. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
Have a great day, guys.
You too. Thank you.
I didn't expect to get that call.
Did not. Crash an AA meeting with a bunch of alcohol and strippers. Not what you would expect. How about this? That they went in the wrong room, right?
Yeah.
Like, that means that there was a party right next door to where there was an AA meeting.
The planning of the hotel. Hey, or wherever.
Is that good planning?
No.
Or is it awful planning, or is it smart planning? Because maybe, you get some more people you can help out. I don't know. In the Bay Area, I would go to the wrong airport. Flight out of Oakland, I would go to San Francisco. This actually happened several times, John and Lake Orion. I'm trying to think, did that happen to me in Chicago with Midway and O'Hare? And I don't think it didn't happen that way. Like we were driving from Champaign after a Michigan State Illinois game to get to the airport to catch a flight, and I think the driver that I was with, who was the engineer at the time, got it mixed up and then realized, and we had to quickly make it over.
I know somebody who
the other airport.
When they flew, there was an airline called Pro Air, and they flew out of City Airport. I remember I took it a few times, like to Washington in '98 for the Stanley Cup Finals. But I know somebody was booked on that flight and just went right to Metro. Had no idea it was from City Airport.
I used to manage a hotel in Grand Blanc. I caught one of my older brother's friends on multiple occasions stopping in the hotel to get a free breakfast. It was cozy. My brother thought it was hilarious. That's Chris in Grand Blanc. Apparently it happens all the time.
It's the Gator rule.
It's not after me. I made a mistake. I apologize for it. I tried to pay for the breakfast, and they said, don't worry about it. It's okay. And then I got people calling in saying it's fine. Happens all the time. Okay. Have to admit, I used to be an Uber driver, and when you're on the road early morning for several hours, you need to make bathroom stops. Holiday Inn Express was my favorite bathroom stop because they were clean, and while stopped, I had a nice breakfast and coffee refill. You just walk in like you own the place and nobody questions.
Good for him. They're going to end up throwing it out anyway.
I mean, I totally get it if you got to use the facilities. I mean,
Yeah.
Hotels are great for that.
Yes, they are.
But getting the breakfast and the bathroom stop, that might be a little much. Paul is in Macomb next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, Paul.
Hey, I got a story for you. So back in 2013, you remember when they were filming the Transformers movie in downtown Detroit?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was a fake Hong Kong setting, and they needed Asians. I'm Asian, by the way. So it was 50 or 60 of us, and we're waiting outside watching the actors do their scene. It was the big scene with the car going up and down. Anyways, so we're waiting. It's hot. We're in front of these like fake storefronts, and I'm thinking, God, it's hot and I'm tired. I'm just going to see what, maybe I can rest inside, get out of the sun. I walk into one of the buildings. I see this nice, like, sort of, zero gravity lounge chairs. I'm going to just take a little break while we're waiting because, you wait a long time before they call you in for a scene. I'm laying down and I'm resting, and then all of a sudden they come and says, hey, you got to get out of there. That's Mark Wahlberg's chair. So he walks in and he sees me on the chair. And I apologize, and he says, hey, it's comfortable, isn't it? And I sheepishly said yes, and I walked out, and that was it. So that was my little foray into the wrong place at the wrong time.
Nice.
I'm glad he was there because I've heard he's a pretty good guy.
Yeah, he was at a golf tournament a few years ago for his foundation, and he was great. He made sure he stopped by and met with every foursome that was out there on the course, and he's pretty cool. One of his brothers was in the group ahead of us. We had nice conversations. It was cool.
Was what's her face there? The Jenny McCarthy?
Wrong brother.
Wrong brother? Oh.
Yeah. And no, she was not. She was not there. I went to a store where you could get curbside service and pulled into a parking spot. As I'm waiting, someone opened the passenger door and was getting ready to get in before realizing that their car was the same model, year, and color that was next to mine. It was awkward, but it was funny as well. That's from Marlon. Do people still do that? Like, I mean, I know the COVID thing, that was all the rage, right? Do the curbside pickup.
They still have spots.
But they still have the spots, and it bothers me because nobody uses them.
I totally agree with
So
you.
you get these great spots that are right up front. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I've used this spot. I've driven right up there because there's like 4 empty spots. I'm going to take this one because there's nothing else in the lot.
Right.
Does that make me a bad person?
It doesn't. If it says like we'll tow you, then I wouldn't. But if it doesn't say anything, they're not going to get. It's not a ticketable offense, I don't think, is it?
I don't think it is. But at the same time, I mean, it's against a policy.
I know.
I like to be a rule follower.
Okay. So where do you stand on like using the handicap big bathroom?
I try not to at all costs.
Even though there's no sign or anything like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's there for a specific reason,
Right, but it
Like,
doesn't. But they never have a handicap thing on the door sometimes. But you walk in and you have the bar. Because if it's a big ass bathroom, it's going to be for the handicap.
Look, I mean, in all honesty, if you've ever been in a situation, sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Absolutely.
Okay, but if it can be helped, like if I'm walking in and I have the option of going into the handicapper or using
I like that.
or using the other one, the regular, you got to go to the regular one. You can't do that. Although I see it all the time.
Yeah, I'm guilty. The bigger the bathroom, the better.
Yeah, I feel bad about that. You feel no guilt at all?
No.
Fair enough. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same note of text. the Lions, interesting. I don't know if it's a dilemma, but it's just a thought process of what needs to happen as they prepare for the draft. And a question of what you would do. ESPN suggests what they think the Lions should do. See if you agree or disagree. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Where do you suppose he is right now?
Who are we talking? Your radio partner?
Yeah. Co-host for the week. Where do you suppose he is right now?
Looking for bagels.
Entirely possible. I saw him 30 seconds ago, looking straight back, and his back was to me. And then he started walking back like towards the bathroom area.
You want me to send Jeff to go get him?
No, he's coming right now. I see him right now. He is eating something, though.
I knew it. What do I win?
Well, we have to find out what he was eating.
Yeah, maybe not. I wasn't specific with bagels, but I knew he was on the loose for something to eat.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out.
It's lunchtime, man.
I know it is. Welcome back.
Thank you.
What were you?
I was getting some information from Ryan about my phone, and then I realized I hadn't eaten yet, so I went to the little candy thing and got a little Hershey's thing. Little chocolate.
A little pick-me-up for Stoney, man.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Hey.
Goes good with my Diet Coke.
Yeah. Good thing it's not Mentos. That could be a big
That'd
problem.
be a real problem.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You all see the YouTube videos.
Yes.
Best YouTube video with Mentos has to be Frank Caliendo doing the Morgan Freeman impression while the grandmother is doing the test. The greatest.
YouTube if you haven't seen it.
Yes. Yeah, if you haven't, please do.
And you can YouTube us too right now.
You can catch us on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv. Simply search 971 The Ticket on either, and you can watch us. You can stream the show live with video.
That's right.
And you can stream with the Odyssey app. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. They've got a 24-hour feature. You can, with a rewind feature, you can go back 24 hours and hear anything that was said. So if you miss something in the first couple hours of the show, feel free to check it out. Or if you wanted to hear something from with John and Jim in the morning, you can, and Heather, you can check that out as well. So I came across this on ESPN, and this is a different year for the Lions, right? Because they're drafting. It's like a lot like last year in where they're drafting, 28th overall, and we're not used to this. The Lions have always been bad, top 10. You know, maybe they flare up and have a decent season one year, and maybe you're picking at 20, but typically you're drafting in the top 10. But this is a whole different ball game now with how things have changed, and it's wonderful. So with the pick at 28, what do the Lions do? Not necessarily who they draft, but do they stay at 28? Do you move up in the draft? Or do you move back in the draft? It used to be, we would always say, without question, trade back, trade back, trade back. Why? Because you get more assets.
Right. But it always seems, and I'm just as guilty as anybody, so many people say trade back, trade back. It's obviously not as easy to trade back as people think.
No, it's not. You have to have a trade partner that's willing to do that. And almost all the time it has to do with finances and salary cap stuff and why they would do that and players they were looking for. And okay, fair enough. You know, if there's a team that is desperate for a quarterback and they want to get ahead of teams, you're in a great position depending on where you're at. But at 28, you're not in any great position to trade back. And frankly, it seems like there's a lot of good depth with the draft this year, specifically on the defensive line.
Correct.
So maybe you don't want to move out of that spot. Just let something fall to you. But ESPN had a story today about teams that should trade up or trade back in the draft. And when it came to the Detroit Lions, they said trade up. Said the Lions, on the other hand, are in a position to be aggressive. With a solid cap situation and excellent drafts under general manager Brad Holmes over the past few years, Detroit has plenty of cost-controlled talent on rookie deals. I count 8 above average or better players on rookie contracts who will start in 2025. Every team can always stand to add more talent on the bottom half of the roster, but the Lions are one of the deepest teams in the league. It goes on to say, look, free agency, they can still address some things like perhaps getting an offensive lineman. They suggest Will Hernandez, which is somebody I've suggested. They say, or a trade for someone like the Browns standout Wyatt Teller.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
But he said that would be a serious surprise if they didn't add one starting caliber guard before training camp begins. Then it talks about the obvious situation with the edge rushers. You've got Aiden Hutchinson coming off an injury, but he should be okay. But on the other side, you got Marcus Davenport, and you release Zadarius Smith. So what's going to happen here? So it says it's fun to imagine the Lions moving all the way up in the first round with an all-in move for top-ranked edge rusher Abdul Carter. But that's probably not realistic.
No,
it's not. Could they jump from number 28 into the teens for Mike Green from Marshall or Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, though? This might be the time for Detroit to take a bigger swing on that second edge rusher next, especially with Hutchinson now eligible for what will surely be a significant contract extension. So they're actually targeting the edge rusher position, first of all, which I don't think any Detroit Lions fan would have an issue with, because we all would look there too. Defensive tackle or defensive end, whatever, best player you can get. But ESPN is suggesting the Lions use assets and trade up to get their guy, whoever they identify as
Okay,
their
so
guy.
let's say hypothetically they're looking at going from 28 to, I don't know, like 15. Okay? What do you have to give up? It's not a second, right? It's going to be a third, correct? They wouldn't have to give up a second round to move up 13 spots, would there? Because I don't know if I would do that. A third, I'd think about it because I'm looking like the Athletics mock draft that came out today, and also Pete Prisco, CBS Sports, have the same person at 15, and that would be defensive end Shamar Stewart of Texas A&M. So if you really like him, then maybe you do something like that. Or what I would do is either trade down if you can, which I don't think you can, but I'd stand pat because you're going to be able to get, allegedly, in this same Athletic draft has the Lions taking James Pierce from Tennessee. Now, I know there are some character questions about him. Right before him is Donovan Izuriaku from Boston College. Sounds a lot like Unzurike, but it's not. Walter Nolan, who's not an edge rusher, he's a defensive tackle. But there's, and you mentioned this, Gator, this is a deep draft at that position. So whether it's that pick or your second round pick, I think you're going to be able to get somebody at that slot. Maybe Kenneth Grant falls to 28.
Well, then that's in the Derek Harmon's another one, the defensive tackle.
Now, then if you move up, it might only cost you a fourth round pick or a fifth round pick.
So the draft value charts that are out there, and you take them with a grain of salt, right?
Correct.
It's a lot like looking at Pro Football Focus.
Right.
It's just a guideline. Doesn't necessarily mean that this is the be all end all. But they have a value of the 28th pick, what the Lions have at 660. The value at 15, for instance, is 1050. So a 400-point difference, roughly. The second round pick that the Lions have is worth 300 points.
Oh.
So according to the draft value chart, you'd have to probably give up your second round pick, maybe more, maybe just the second round pick in order to move up from 28 to 15. I'm interested in this, in moving up, because there are some players that I'm starting to identify that I think separate themselves as perhaps being better or more versatile and something that would make more sense for the Lions. But players that also may not be available to you at 28. So if I'm looking at that.
At that position you're talking about in particular?
Yes. Like one guy that I think is really interesting is linebacker Jihad Campbell from Alabama. He's interesting because he can be an edge rusher. He can also he plays all situations because he can stop the run. He's very good at doing that. He's got a ton of ability. Alabama pedigree, which I like. But he's also a guy that's looked at as the middle of the first round, maybe even towards 20, and that you can move up and get someone like that. The idea that the article suggests that they can go and get Mike Green from Marshall, I think that there's a separation between some of these players, some of these edge rushers that you could get at 15 compared to what you get at 28. Not that you don't get value at 28, but you're increasing that value if you move up.
It's funny, in Prisco's draft, he has Green going right before the Lions to Baltimore. He has the Lions selecting Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, look, you can look at a bunch of mock drafts and you'll see crazy things all over the place, right? Who's available and who's not available. And it changes by the week. You know, the hot names 6 weeks ago when the mock drafts first started coming out, you could see Derek Harmon or Kenneth Grant available at 28. Sure, sounds great. Now you can't see them.
No.
You don't see Derek Harmon, and Kenneth Grant is like just within reach, but not quite. But nonetheless, the question's out there. If you're the Lions, do you want to, or if you're a Lions fan, do you want to see the Lions move up in the draft to get their guy? Or are you fine just waiting at 28 and seeing what's going to shake out there? Because it is such a deep draft, specifically for defensive line, whether it's defensive end or defensive tackle. I think there's a lot of depth in the secondary as well, with all types of great fits because of speed and size.
Right, including Maxwell Hairston of Kentucky and West Bloomfield High School.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Lions are going to take a cornerback in the first round.
I don't think they'll take a cornerback in a first round. unless something slips.
Right.
Or, and which is what happened last year. They saw an opportunity to move up and get their guy, and they did. They jumped at it.
Too early to tell, but how'd that work out based on 1 year?
I like him.
I know, but
I think he's very good.
Would they have been better off taking Cooper DeJean or Sandestreal?
Don't know. I mean, I'm
That's why I said it's too early to tell.
Yeah, exactly. But what would you want to see the Lions do? Would you want to see them trade up, stay where they're at, or trade back? I like being aggressive at this point because you can be aggressive. If you identify the guy that you think is a difference maker, go get him.
It's what you think. It's not what we think or what all the mock drafts think.
Yeah.
Because what I think, I don't think personally, and I haven't looked at every player's video. I've seen a few people. I mean, Shamar Stewart's really good, but is he that much better that it's worth giving up a second-round pick to move up 13 spots? I don't think so.
I'm not sure he is either. I mean, but you have to have real conviction to go ahead and do that.
Any of those guys, yes.
And we know Brad Holmes has been very aggressive when it comes to the draft of moving. Well, he's moved up and he's moved back. He's done it both, and it seems like every year he's
Would
willing
you
to make
move
trades.
up to get somebody like Zabel, the offensive lineman, because you're going to need a guard?
I might, but I'm probably going to address guard in free agency. I still like the idea of going after Will Hernandez. But getting an offensive lineman, I'm not opposed to it. If you find a guy that you think can play anywhere along the interior of that offensive line and maybe a future center for when Ragnow decides to retire,
Right.
I'm not against that at all. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You can text us as well. We'll get in touch with the people, see what they think. If they were Brad Holmes, what they would do. Move up, stay where you're at, or move back in the draft. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service is where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. You want to make sure your grass looks amazing this summer. Well, take those first steps and make sure you call Natural Way right now. 888-GET-GREEN or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for limited time, you purchase a full-on program. You get free grub control, but you got to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Look, you get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. This is great. They'll come out and they'll spray your lawn for grubs and for crabgrass and for all types of stuff that's not beneficial to your yard. In fact, that first application for crabgrass control is the most important because by the time you see crabgrass, frankly, it's too late to fix that problem. So go ahead, call right now, schedule early, and make sure that you get there because they use fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. Their certified applicators and arborists come out and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And it's a locally owned company. It's a company that's been around for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted for nearly a dozen years. I love what Natural Way does to my lawn. It looks fantastic. 100% satisfaction guarantee. In fact, they just came out to my lawn last week. And I already know what I have to work on to make sure that my lawn is going to look great. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. All right, so we're talking about a ESPN story that mentions some candidates in the NFL draft to trade up or to trade back, and it says it offers up that the Lions should trade up. Go find the edge rusher that they need to complement Aiden Hutchinson and go get him. Whether that's Mike Green or Shamar Stewart, those are the two names they bring up of players that might be available to them in the teens and perhaps in the late teens when you look at both of these guys. And whether you think that's a sound advice or not. I always like being aggressive. If there's a player, as a GM, if there's a player that you really, really, really want, and you think that they can make that impact, then why not be aggressive and go get him within reason?
That's what they did with J-Mo.
It is. Well, yeah, exactly. But at the same time, if you see a player that you know is going to fall into your lap and you don't anticipate anybody else doing, you can trade back, which is what they did with Jahmyr Gibbs.
Correct.
So both philosophies are out there. Like I said, I don't mind trading up if the right guy is there. If you think there's a big gap between the player that you have to go get and the player that you're going to have to settle for,
right,
then go ahead and do it.
No doubt. Personally, from what I've seen, read, looked at, I don't think there's that much of a difference if you're talking about moving up 12, 13 spots in the middle of the first round. I don't think any of them are going to be game changers right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure of that yet.
Right.
I mean, look, the idea of Abdul Carter would be amazing, but that's different.
Right.
That's top of the draft, and that's, as the article says, probably unrealistic. Yes, probably unrealistic. And I know there are still people out there that say, well, trade for Trey Hendrickson. I got it. Okay. That's also probably unrealistic based on salary cap ramifications and repercussions for years to come, though I still think you could do it. It's just probably unrealistic. So it leaves the draft if you're going to go for the edge rusher. Even though I still think the Lions can address it in free agency if you go out and make an offer to Von Miller and see if he wants to come here, or you bring back Zadarius Smith. I mean, those are still names that are out there, and they're not going to cost you an arm and a leg anymore because we're a couple weeks past the beginning of free agency, and now you get the deals. Now you get the 1-year deal for $8 million, or the 1 year for $5 million, which is what Azeez Ojulari got. You know, you can find a deal like that for guys that are still out there. But it wouldn't all. But even if I signed one of those players, that's not going to stop me from drafting one at 28 because you still need to find that player. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Mike is in Sterling Heights. You're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Listen, I finally kind of figured out what Brad is trying to do, and by him basically fortifying every other position. You know, the D-back position, he's did a lot of work there. So in the draft, right now, we don't really have to worry about that. The linebackers are pretty solid. The backups in all positions are pretty much there. So if you look at it right now, the offense is pretty strong. We know we need some help on the offensive line.
Correct.
So basically what we need is we need a starter, man. When we were talking about Garrett, we were talking about Erickson, we were talking about all these guys. They are proven starters. And normally in NFL, not all the time, we need a pick that can flat out start and be a difference maker right now. So when I look at the draft, man, you got some guys there that have a lot of promise. They said it's deep. But we need somebody who's going to make it, man. So at this point, we're not going to have to pay them a lot of money. Okay, we're not. The first 4 years, we're not.
But what are you willing to give up? I mean, and do you? Yeah, I agree. But do you really believe there's somebody in the middle of the draft that's going to be that much of a difference maker as opposed to somebody at 28 where they're picking?
Yes, and that's the thing about a draft. You never know how things are going to fall.
Correct.
So you're on the phone. You're on the phone, man. Right now, we're just talking about possibilities. And I'm just saying, yes, let's be open to the possibility of somebody dropping. Right. And you better believe, and when I'm looking at it, Philadelphia need line help. So we ain't going to sit at 28 and that nobody going to jump us. So we got to take into account that Philly needs a defensive end, and there's some other teams that need defensive ends also. So having said that and looking at that around the league, I think we're in a good position. We haven't spent money. Let's do something. Let's do something, man. We haven't paid for a defensive end in free agency.
No.
We haven't traded for one, and we've given one away. I still don't know why we gave Smith away.
Well,
So
he hasn't
what
signed anywhere either, so they could bring him back technically.
So, but I do like. I say let's go up to the. If somebody's dropping, and the phones are ringing everywhere, I'm like going up and get somebody.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Mike. Thanks for the call.
And history says Brad Holmes will do that.
Yeah. And look, I mean, there is a price to pay if you're going to move up, obviously. And
Right. But you're not going to trade up just to freaking trade up. You're going to trade up and you believe somebody like he said.
But like Mike Green is the guy.
If you think you can get a day one starter, you're sure, and he's going to make some impact, yeah, then you trade up. If you have questions, he could be really good. He's an ups. No, stay where you are. Don't give up any other draft capital.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. We've got some text coming in. The Lions are arguably a player or two away from being Super Bowl favorites again. They don't need more assets. They need a game wrecker. One. Yeah,
Okay,
they
yes.
do need one. I agree. They need one game record. I don't know if they have the ability to take that on in a trade. Let's say it's Trey Hendrickson that you think it is. Okay, there's the draft capital you got to give up to get it, which would not be as much as perhaps people think, but it's still draft capital. And then of course you have to sign to an extension, and that extension is going to be north of $35 million.
Right.
And you've got Aiden Hutchinson that you have to sign to an extension, which is going to be probably around $40 million. So can you afford that under the cap without losing other players that you want to sign?
You could do it if you wait on Aiden a year and do it. I'm sure they won't, and you'd have Hendrickson, and then you decide, well, you know what, as good as somebody like Kirby Joseph is or whatever, we're going to have to make a decision of a defensive end or a safety, and in that case, you go with the defensive end.
Well, but this is the dilemma that they have because and that people aren't realizing. Okay, if you want to bring if you want to have the two big bookend defensive ends, which is great, I'd love to have it too. There's going to be a sacrifice, and it looks like it sounds like they're all in on bringing Kirby Joseph back, and why not? He was one of the best in the business, if not the best in the business last year. But then, what about Brian Branch? Does that mean you're not going to bring Brian Branch back when he comes up for an extension?
Are you going to be able
to let Jamison Williams walk? Which I probably would have, but I'd pick up the 5th-year option. But then the money starts to add up.
Brian, don't forget, based upon what we saw from last year to this year, and I see no reason for it to change, the cap's going to keep going up and up and up. So that's why
it goes up and up and up for every team in the league.
Correct, but that's why you try to get these guys done early. Do you need to spend, boku bucks on both safeties? Although Branch is a hybrid, so to speak.
Right. Would do that, or you just spend it on both on edge rushers. I think you do it on edge rushers.
So do I.
Look, Cincinnati's doing it with wide receivers, which I think is dumb, but let them go ahead and do what they're going to do, and it could cost them Trey Hendrickson, which is stupid because they have no defense there, but whatever. I guess if they think they can score 35 points a game, that's enough to win. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. It will be interesting to see what Brad Holmes decides to do the rest of this offseason. There's still free agency to be had. They're going to add some more or not to the offensive line, to the defensive line. And then, of course, you've got the draft at the end of April, which we all look forward to. But it's different. The last couple of years, the Lions drafting towards the end of the first round. It's a nice change. It offers different challenges. The obvious players to take aren't there at 28, like they would be at say 8 or 12 or 2. Or
you just sit there and
6 or whatever, 7.
You're in the Lions war room. All right. Ooh, he wasn't picked here. Ooh, you sit there because you have a list of guys that you want, and the phone calls are being made, and it's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah, when you're deep into the draft, and we'll get there in the next several weeks, we'll definitely get there. But then the draft night happens, and you focused in on like a handful of players that you really want. A couple of them are there's no way they're realistic that they're going to slip. It's not going to happen, but you watch anyway. But then there's a couple you're like, you know what? This guy might slip. And then one of those guys starts to slip.
Yeah.
And then you start to get excited.
Next thing you know, you see the guy you want that you think is going to be taken, and next thing you know, you're seeing a picture of a gas mask with a bong on it.
Right, which happened right before the draft the 1 year. There was one player that I was convinced that he started to slip, and I'm like, you got to get him. You have to get this guy. You've got to get this guy. And it keeps slipping and slipping and slipping. And I'm like, he's right there. You're going to get him. Lions going to get their guy. And it didn't happen. And
was he taken before or?
No, he went well after. And I was so pissed. And then you found out why he slipped. And you understood that there were some off-field issues. I'm like, okay, I got it. But Reuben Foster, the linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
From Alabama. And it said the Lions took the linebacker from Florida.
Ernie Sims?
No, not Ernie Sims.
Ernie Sims was Florida State.
Jared Davis.
Jared Davis,
yes.
They took Jared Davis instead. And the initial reports on Jared Davis were great teammate. Like Jared Davis sounded like he'd be a perfect fit for this crew.
Yeah.
Not for the previous regime that he was drafted under, and he never really panned out with the Lions, right? Reuben Foster was the guy with Alabama's championship teams who looked awesome. Just a heat-seeking missile out there and doing all types of damage. And then you had videos or pictures of him with this entire arsenal of weapons and stuff like that. And people got nervous, and there was off-field stuff, and and he slipped and went past him. They probably, to say dodged a bullet might not be the appropriate saying when it came to Reuben Foster.
They were a little gun shy.
Well, and perhaps rightfully so. But that was the guy that I identified. Saw, there he is. And I feel like Mike Green is going to be that player this year for Lions fans.
They're having their pro day today.
Are they? So this guy he's blown up in the offseason before the combine, and now the combine comes and goes, and everybody's talking about Mike Green, defensive lineman. This is a can't miss player. You got to take him. And okay, all right, fair enough. Mike Green, from the edge rusher from Marshall. Is it possible that he's going to slip, and that you start watching this draft and it's you're at 18, he's not taken. You're at 22, he's not taken. At what point are you like, I see the guy, sure it's possible he slips to 28, but you have to make the decision to move up.
But then you're also thinking, okay, why is he slipping?
Yes.
Well,
sometimes things happen. There's a run on wide receivers. There's a run on offensive line.
Did nobody go to his birthday party?
Right,
I mean,
exactly. All the cliches. But it happens. It absolutely happens. 248-539-9797. Tony is in Madison Heights. Welcome, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tony.
Hey, guys. I got a champ and a chump and a credit to give to Stoney.
Oh, boy.
The champ is, it all matches in. The champ, of course, is Michigan State basketball. The chump is Red Wings hockey. And the credit to Stoney is last night when he was talking to Dan Miller, he came up with a real good one, which was you got a champ and a chump, and you got March Madness and March Sadness.
That's right.
Yes, because of the stats. The last 3 years in the month of March, the Detroit Red Wings, and I thank Dan Miller for the stat, 39 games and they've come up with 23 out of a possible 78 points, including eight regulation wins.
So keep up the good work, Stoney. And did you sleep at all between gigs?
Yes, I did. I did.
Yeah, well, I mean,
That's not like I had to do the morning show, but yes, we were alive last night because of the Michigan State game.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tony. Appreciate it.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
You'll be here all week.
That's right. Tip your bartenders, too.
Yes. Are you okay? You're okay today? You're able to hang on?
I'm good.
Okay. Good. Want to make sure.
Yes.
Because I probably went to bed around the same time.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, no, it's so funny. I was going to tell him when he gets here. I assume when I was driving home from Fox 2, I was listening to the Michigan State postgame show. And I give them credit. They did the press conference live. And, of course, you have to announce who you're from before you ask the question.
Right.
Rico Beard, 97 on the ticket.
Oh, so Rico made it.
Yes, he did. Well, I knew he made it for Sunday.
Well, I knew it. I wasn't sure he was going to go Sunday. He left it with us on Friday.
Oh, okay.
But he did go. So that's good for Rico.
They sent the chopper for him. Remember he said
right,
he needed a helicopter?
I said, what am I going to fly in Alan Haller's private chopper or whatever?
Yeah. So how's he going to? So he's obviously can't go on Friday, unless he does the show from Atlanta.
You never know.
I know.
You never know. Or just takes the day off. Who knows what happens there? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. As far as this idea, do you trade up? Do you trade back? Got some more ticket text coming in. The linebacker room is subpar. Make a bold move. I don't think I would call the linebacker room subpar, but you have to question the depth at this point because of injuries. Rodriguez he's coming back from an injury. Derek Barnes is coming back for an injury.
Right. You got Derek Barnes, you got Anzalone who
broke his arm, but he's back and seemingly and now you have Jack Campbell.
Jack Campbell.
The one that's unhampered, and knock on wood that it stays that way. But interesting. The linebacker room is subpar. Make a bold move, he says. I like Jihad Campbell a lot. And I think you can play him in all bunch of different places out there on the whether it's a defensive end, edge rusher, or as a linebacker. He's more than just a pass rusher. He can drop into coverage.
Mm-hmm.
He's good against the run. And I'm curious to see if that's another name.
Are they allowed to have more than one Jay Campbell on their linebacking core?
Look. I think when your head coach is Dan Campbell, you can't have too many Campbell.
Right. He would make the Jay Campbell Lions all Jay Campbell team along with former wide receiver Jeff Campbell.
Wow. Well done. Is he 87?
Yes.
Before Johnny Morton.
Very good.
Look at that.
From Colorado, if I'm not mistaken.
Holmes will trade to 12 for an Alabama player as always. Okay.
Look. Gibbs has worked out. Branch has worked out as far as Alabama players.
Yep.
Terry and Arnold, jury's still out.
If he's going to trade up to 12 for an Alabama player, would that be, I'm going to guess that would be not for a defensive end, but that would be for Tyler Booker, the offensive guard, who's the number 1 rated guard in the draft by Scouts, Inc. I could see that happening. Or, like I said, for Jihad
Campbell, yeah.
I could see that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll talk Lions. We've talked about the NCAA tournament. We'll bring up the question again for Michigan and Michigan State fans. Those didn't hear it in the first part of the show. Kind of interesting debate about, which side, what are you looking for? If you get past your opponent, who do you want to face on Sunday? Does Michigan State, the Spartan fans, they want to face Michigan, or would they rather face Auburn? And if you're Michigan, do you want to see Michigan State, or do you want to see Ole Miss? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. This is 97.1, the ticket. Well, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. The weather's warming up, the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are really hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for only $159 a month. That's right, just $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with maybe a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes taxes and fees. Yep, you heard that right. No hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect vehicle waiting for you, but you'll need to act fast because these deals are not going to last long. So why wait? Head over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You're going to see for yourself why they're known for making car buying such a stress-free experience. Spring into action today. Don't miss out on these fantastic deals. And together, let's drive. So today is apparently, King, I got this right. Today is Oberon Day.
Yeah, I believe so. I know you're a big Oberon guy, right?
Yeah, Bell's Oberon. Beer brewed from Bell's Brewery out there in the west side of the state in Kalamazoo.
I think there's an exact time for Oberon Day, too. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
So it's Monday, March 24th, 2025, 11 a.m. Eastern. So we're an hour and 47 minutes into Oberon Day.
Oh, it's 11 a.m. Got to get there before noon.
We missed it.
Well, I mean,
It doesn't feel like an Oberon Day, man. You look outside, you're like, do you still do it? Is it a mindset, or do you wait till? Because we had fake spring like last week. Totally fooled us.
Yeah, it was fake. And hopefully, it looks like the early showings in the 10-day forecast for opening day for the Tigers next week. For the home opener, it looks like it's going to be like 60 and sunny, which that is Oberon weather. I think you get to a point, and it's just the time of the year that you're just ready for it. You know, but yeah, the weather does need to be a little nicer. Like switching over from bourbon to tequila. Like like I don't really drink bourbon in the summertime. Fall comes around and you make that switch. I'm a tequila guy, but I like bourbon too, and I'll make that switch somewhere in the fall.
See, I think bourbon's more, I don't know, of a. I'm starting to, everybody knows my, passion for Bloody Marys. It's starting to fade a little bit. I'm now turning into a big old-fashioned guy.
Oh.
with
with
old
the
fashioned,
literal old fashioned.
yeah, old fashioned with extra cherries. Yeah, that's why I order it.
Fair enough.
And that's like an anytime drink, but it's more to me. Tequila is not an outside drink as much.
Not an outside drink?
Not as much for me personally.
Like you don't think tequila's summer?
No, I don't. I think just see, but my definition of tequila
Yeah.
is shots, and I do.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I shouldn't say it's a
like-
problem.
I
Each
like
their own.
some-
Drink it how you want to drink
Yeah,
it.
I like
but-
sometimes sipping it, chill.
Yeah. The good tequilas that you can do that with, but
Yeah.
but you're not like a margarita guy or
No.
use a mixer or anything.
No,
Surprised.
no. For summer, it's
I know your summer drink is great.
yes the vodka lemonade,
Yes, but it's with
orange vodka.
the orange vodka and lemonade.
Yes,
Delicious.
Or when it comes to beer, people make fun of it. I don't care. I'm a big summer shandy.
I love summer shandy. Love summer shandy. I love
and,
Oberon.
and also Soft Parade by Shorts. Love it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people think, turn in your man card with fruity beers. You know what I say to that? F you.
Oh.
I like my fruity beers, damn it.
I do too. Look, I drink a lot of stuff. I'll try anything. I don't drink a ton. Like I don't like volume wise, right?
Right.
Like I'm not somebody who's going to go out there and have 7-8 beers in a sitting.
I don't understand how people do that.
I used to. I definitely used to be that guy,
It
but
fills
I'm not,
me up too much.
Boy, did I used to be that guy. But I'm not that guy anymore. Now it's like I'll have a few drinks and that's it. I'm fine.
You keep the genie in the bottle.
I keep the genie in the bottle. Yeah.
No more keg stand, Gator. Those days are done.
Haven't done a keg stand since
those days are done.
2007.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember.
I remember the party I did it at. Yeah. It's been a while.
Got wild, man.
It did. Things got a little out of hand.
Yeah.
Do the kids today, I should actually have asked my own children, but when I was in college, we used to have the grain alcohol punch at house parties within a trash can and things
Right.
like that. They still do that?
I think they do. I forget what it's called or what they would call it, but I remember that. Yeah, very, very much so. See, my best friend went to Syracuse and was at a fraternity party that he belonged to, a fraternity, and we went to the party and they had a big thing mixed up of that. But you got to be careful with that. This is part of what college is about learning not just books, but learning also what your limitations are.
Correct.
And you need to, like, if you see one of these drinks with the grain alcohol and you don't know what it's about.
Oh,
like,
I know.
Next thing you know, you're on the floor because you don't taste it when it's mixed properly.
Correct.
And you got to be real careful with that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Oberon, I think there just comes a time when you're just ready to make that switch. But to your point, I kind of feel like having a gloomy day like today is not scream, I need an Oberon,
No.
where they fruit the beer, give you a little slice of orange too with it, which I normally don't take. I'm like, I don't need the fruit on it. Just give me the beer. Yeah. Yeah, probably not. It's
Not gonna do it
not
today?
on my mind
Not ready
right
yet?
now. No. But like opening day for the Tigers, I mean, Oberon will be flowing. It'll be everywhere downtown, I'm sure.
That's one of the. I mean, it's still an absolute holiday in this area. I don't care what the Tigers are looking to. What the forecast for them as a team is. That day is a party.
It's certainly better.
Yeah,
for
now
the team this year than it was last year.
But there's injuries piling up too, and
Yeah,
I know you guys are going to get to that too a little bit later. But that's the ultimate day drinking. For this town is Tigers home opener, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
And-
the home opener because they start Thursday in Los Angeles. Well, they're going to San Francisco now to play some
Two preseason games.
couple preseason games, and then they get the day off. Then they have the opener against Los Angeles, the opening
Blake
series
Snell will be pitching. It'll be Scooble against Snell.
on national
Two
TV.
lefties. ESPN, whole deal.
And then you got Seattle, and then they come back home for the
Got
opener.
Manuel Margot. I'm ready for him, man.
Yeah, we'll get into some Tiger stuff at 105 here because
There's a big bat.
yeah, well, I mean, there aren't big bats out there, so what are you going to do at this point other than wait for later in the season and to go acquire one? But we'll see what they do because I don't imagine teams are eager to trade players right now of any substance.
No.
I want to see the season play itself out. We'll get there. Ticket text is available as well at 248-539-9797. We got Champ and Chump going on today, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights.
I just got my new car from Sarah. Sterling Heights.
Nice.
Yes. The Equinox.
You went with the Equinox. Very good.
Equinox, yes.
So, Champ, Roddy Gale Jr., accused of being an OSU double agent, then saves Michigan's season. Chump, Stevie Y. Yeah, Steve Yzerman, the last 13 games of the season.
Yes.
They don't look good for the Red Wings.
No.
Based on the track record from the prior, 15 games they've played and who they have to play. They only have, I think, 2 games against teams that they're in the chase with right now for the final spot. You've got the final wild card spot is 5 points away. So that's literally 3 wins that they have to have in order to get to there. Then you've got the 13 games. So, Stoney, by my math, I think they have to go at least 9-4 in these 13 games.
I'm not even looking at the
playoffs.
math. They're not getting in. They just don't play good enough. It's so basic, but they're soft still. Their goaltending's not real good. Their defense isn't good. They have a few very skilled offensive players who've played well, and that's it. And it's very frustrating. And we got all excited with play F and hockey and all that. They're just a mediocre to bad hockey team right now.
They need to go back and look at those 2. It's not just 1; it's 2 7-game win streaks
Right.
where they were playing F and hockey. What's the difference? Apparently, they're not playing F and hockey anymore.
No,
They're not doing the little thing. At least this is what McClellan is saying. They're not doing the things that they were doing before.
No, and look, they've had a couple of games like the Ottawa game where they played really well, and Olmark just stole a game. Oh, why couldn't the Red Wings have gotten him in the offseason? But that's a whole different look. Yzerman should be under scrutiny, and I don't think Chris Ilitch is going to fire him, but something has to happen. They don't make the playoffs, which they're not, okay? So at the end of this season, Chris Ilitch has to tell us, Stevie, he says, listen, here's the deal. You got to change your pro scouting department because that blows. And I know it's all on Yzerman because he's the man in charge. But what they've been able to do, I should say, not do in free agency and trades over Yzerman's tenure is a disgrace.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I don't like the players that they've acquired for the most part, and there's a couple of players that have panned out that they've acquired, like DeBrincat, and I think the Patrick Kane thing there was no risk in giving him the contract, and I thought that was great when they did the first time around. Second, bringing him back this year, I didn't have a huge problem bringing him back because he's been performing. He's a really good player, still a really good player, but there are too many contracts that they had given out to guys that haven't performed, and I'm with you, Stoney, to a point. I don't know if there's going to be I can't imagine there's going to be an ultimatum set to him. But for me personally, if I'm already giving up on the postseason, which I'm pretty damn close to it, because like I said, I think you got to win at least 9 games in the last 13 to even have a chance, and I don't think that's realistic. So in the offseason, I think they got to make a big splash. They've got money to spend. They've got space to go get somebody. Whether it's through free agency or it's through a trade. You've got a brand new arena, basically, that has yet to see playoff hockey.
Correct.
That people are dying for. You've got a fan base here that's dying to see a winner. And I think that the opportunity is there for them to go out and make a splash move.
5 more home games, no fees. Get your tickets now.
But what are they supposed to do? Of course they're going to, they got 5 games left.
I know. I'm very frustrated.
You sound very frustrated.
Yes, exactly.
You sound very
I'm pissed.
Oh, fair enough.
Man, you need an Oberon, doesn't he, Gator?
I think he does. Maybe a couple Oberons.
He is a Bloody Mary guy, too, though.
He is.
Stoney's a huge Bloody Mary guy.
How do you feel about the orange juice and beer? Or, sorry, tomato juice and beer.
Tomato juice and beer?
Yep.
Together?
Yep.
Oh, there is a...
Chelada?
No, I don't like that.
That was terrible, trust me.
No.
Don't let Doug talk you into it.
No.
It's the worst thing ever.
Tomato juice is good by itself. Forget even, but no.
It's even better when you throw vodka or tequila in it.
Yes, absolutely.
Champ, Western Michigan Bronco hockey overcomes a 3-goal deficit to start the third period and win the NCHC playoffs in double OT.
You talk about rivalries. Costa is going to the Frozen Four, and he said he'll be pissed if he has to watch Western Michigan.
He's a Central guy.
I know.
Yeah.
But Central doesn't even have a hockey team, do they?
I don't think they do, but it doesn't matter. It's
know.
Western. You don't want Western to succeed if you're a chip.
I know.
Chump, Detroit Red Wings, El Stinko.
By the way, my champ and chump was Roddy Gale for the champ. The chump was Sean Miller, scumbag. Goes from Xavier to Arizona, gets fired at Arizona because he broke rules and paid players and had his victories forfeited. His former school decides to do a nice thing and give him a gig, a place to rebound. He does a decent job there, and then boom, he goes to Texas. Sean Miller.
My champ and chump, Adam Nightingale, Michigan State's hockey coach. Back-to-back years, they win the Big Ten and the Big Ten tournament, and now they're getting ready for Cornell in the NCAA tournament.
Mm-hmm.
My chump, the Red Wings. I mean, enough said. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We'll talk some Tigers next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so the Tigers are wrapping up spring training. Just a couple more games left before the opener on Thursday at Los Angeles. And, watching as much as I can during spring training and following the box scores and all that, I'm intrigued by the rotation, how good it looks.
Yeah.
On paper. And also, the fact they bring back Tarek Skubal, he's the best pitcher in baseball, so that's great. Bringing Flaherty back is just a coup for what they were able to do. Unbelievable. You trade him last year, you get assets in return, and then you're able to do the unthinkable. We always talk about it. Why don't you just trade the guy and bring him back in free agency? Never happens.
Right.
And now it happened, and you get Jack Flaherty back. Reese Olson, hopefully healthy for a full season here. He's a solid number 3. And then the two guys that made the rotation out of spring training and deserved it, Casey Mize and Jackson Jobe, a couple of former first-round picks. And, of course, Casey Mize was 1-1 and deserves it. Casey Mize had a fantastic spring.
Yeah, hopefully it can continue.
Yeah, that'd be great if he can stay healthy.
Because, as intrigued and as optimistic as we are about the pitching, and rightfully so, doing what you did, Gator, and looking at, some spring training baseball and looking at the box scores, this could be one of the best rotations they've had in a long time. And it'll be, since the Verlander, Sanchez, Scherzer, that team, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. This could be the worst fielding team I've ever seen assembled, though. Colt Keith does not look, it's his first year doing a work in progress. Torres is not a very
Moving
good
over to first base.
Right. Torres is not a really good second baseman. Javi, we know what he is and what he isn't. He's actually been trying to be third. Sweeney's good, but Javi's probably, that's a whole different discussion.
Who knows who gets the more starts at
Right.
short? It's going to be dependent on if Javi can hit or not.
Well, third base, it's basically going to be a butcher shop. The outfield, except for Riley Green, you have Torque's going to be playing right field, it looks like, for part of the time. And when Kerry Carpenter, when they platoon that, and I think that's why they got Margot, because he at least can field. Because Jahan, he can't field anything. We saw that yesterday to a certain extent.
Well,
they are awful defensively.
It's not a good defensive team at all. No, they have Jake Rogers and they have Riley Green.
Yeah, that's
that's it right now to start the season. Now, you get a month into this season, you get Parker Meadows back, who might be the best defensive center fielder in baseball.
Hopefully. Set the alarm. When's his nerve going to wake up?
Well, it's he's doing more every day, I guess.
I know.
I'm just saying.
I'm just frustrated.
I know, but again, before anything's happened, this is it's my whole beef about people bitching about a bullpen arm that has yet to throw a pitch, and you're booing him already.
Yeah.
The same thing with Javi Baez. No need to boo Javi yet until he shows up this year and he's bad.
Right.
If he's bad,
I get it.
Let him have it. But as far as the defense on paper is concerned, no, it doesn't look very good. I can't imagine that Torkelson's going to be playing many games in right field. I don't think that's going to happen all that often. In fact, probably very infrequently, and maybe just a few innings if he comes in the game late as a replacement. He's going to be your DH. When Carpenter is not. I don't think he's your right fielder when Carpenter's your DH. But that remains to be seen. Again, shortstop, I would expect it's going to be Trey Sweeney over Javi at some point. But Javi can start the season there. That's fine. And look, after a game or two, even if it's after a game or two, if you think he's way outmatched and can't do it anymore, then go ahead and throw Sweeney in there. He looks solid. Third base is a problem. It was a problem in the offseason. They tried to address it. They thought they had a deal done, and then a half an hour later, he signs with Boston. We know what happened there. And then you have the Veerling injury, and that hurts. And then Jace Young can't hit in spring training.
Right.
And not that he was a great fielder anyway. Third base is a problem, and it continues to be, and that's a big concern for this team right now because the options are what? Zach McKinstry going to play third base, which he probably will get plenty of reps there. I don't know if Jahmai Jones is going to make this roster. He was a guy that had played some third base, though not extraordinarily well.
I would rather him on the roster than that's why I don't understand the whole Margot thing. Let him play outfield.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this whole Margot situation either. It's another capable outfielder, but it's not like he does a whole lot with his bat. Yes, he hits lefties, but he doesn't hit lefties. It's not great. I think his OPS is like 713 against lefties.
It's 626 overall. And he's
But it's 7-13
His war-
against lefties.
I
And
know.
that's not. But that's
he had a
average.
negative WAR last year.
So yeah, and like, I'm not a big fan of the WAR stat, but he's clearly an extra outfielder on the roster. But because of the situation, he might play more often than you expect him to begin the season. I would imagine that Riley Green will start the year in center field and quickly move over to left field as soon as Parker Meadows comes back.
I don't
You
think
know
they-
AJ
I
Hinch
don't-
doesn't want to play him there.
Right. That's why I don't think he will, because they can't take a chance on him getting hurt playing center field.
I think you'll see a lot of Riley in center. I think you might see some Margot as well, but I think you'll see a lot of Riley to start off with because that's their best option. I mean, he's the second best center fielder on the team behind Parker Meadows, who's out. But I came across this, and this is sobering and interesting at the same time. Jim Bowden writes for The Athletic, former general manager. And he has come out and ranked all 30 teams based on the roster. Have you seen this?
Their opening day lineups?
No, just the roster.
Oh.
Ranking all 30 Major League opening day lineups. Yeah, I guess it's lineups. Have you looked at this or not?
No, I saw the headline
Okay.
and didn't do it yet.
So first should not come as any surprise, the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Followed by the Braves. Then you get to the American League and you get the Rangers, and then it's back to the National League with the Mets and Diamondbacks and Phillies and Padres. Boston comes in number 8. So the American League has 2 of the top 8. And the National League is dominant here with 7 of the top 10. Baltimore comes in at 10, another American League team. But as I continue to go down this list.
Does that include pitching?
It says lineups.
Okay.
So I think it just means the
Okay.
batting lineup. Baltimore 10. The Yankees are 11. Astros at 12. Kansas City at 13. Toronto at 14. Minnesota at 15. Cubs at 16. Guardians at 17. That's 1, 2, 3 American League teams with a better lineup than
American
the
League
Tigers.
Central teams.
Yes, just the Central teams. Right, thank you. Cincinnati's at 18. The Nationals are at 19. Athletics at 20. Seattle at 21. The Angels at 22. The Giants at 23. And coming in at number 24 are Motor City Kitties, the Detroit Tigers. It says the Tigers improved their offense on the right side of the infield by signing former Yankee Gleyber Torres to play second base and moving Colt Keith from second to first. The Tigers' offense is led by left fielder Riley Green and right fielder Kerry Carpenter. Detroit tried to land third baseman Bregman in free agency, offered him the most years and dollars, but he opted to sign with the Red Sox instead. There are more questions than answers at the bottom of their lineup, which is why they're ranked this low. So we went through the defensive lineup you can throw out there, and it's bad.
Yeah.
Offensively, as a lineup, should they be better offensively by adding Torres, hopefully having a full season of guys like Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green that they could be healthy enough, although we were kind of counting on Parker Meadows to be there too, but who knows what Parker Meadows is going to be like or how long it's going to take him to get up to speed. But this tells me
You
that
think maybe Colt Keith will be better offensively?
I think
in
he'll be
year
better
2?
offensively, and you'll get more out of Torres than you got out of Keith last year.
And you
so
might
I agree with that
you
part.
might get more out of Torque this year than you got out of Torque last
Well, that's
year.
the key.
Maybe.
That to me is the key right there. Is what is Torkelson? Because he should make this roster as a DH, and he has swung the bat quite well this spring. But that's happened before where guys have big springs and then the season starts and you're completely lost and who knows what happens. I'm hopeful that he can be better, but I'm not counting on it. To me, Spencer Torkelson is the key to this offense. Because the other guys, I expect them to be either where they were at or better. Some guys maybe not so much, but I'm not counting on Zach McKinstry's of the world. I'm not counting on the Wenzel Perez's of the world. I'm counting on Riley Green. I'm counting on Kerry Carpenter. I'm counting on Torres. I'm counting on Keith. But if Spencer Torkelson ends up being an above-average bat, that can really help this lineup out a ton.
Yeah, I think, especially early on, we're looking at a very similar team that we had last year, where it's going to be pitching dominant, and they're not going to be able to hit their way out of a paper bag for most of their players. Unfortunately, I'm pessimistic about that, and until something changes, I'll still be pessimistic.
Yeah, I'm certainly not optimistic, but every season it starts with a clean slate. But I'm not a clean slate like bright-eyed. Oh, here we go.
No, right.
It's a clean slate, and let's see what you have.
Yeah,
that's where it is.
I mean, you look at the three tenants. Okay, pitching, yeah. Offense, defense. Ugh. Going into the season.
Right. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. The Tigers kind of ramp things up here. The final push going into the start of the regular season. The rotation is set. Casey Mize and Jackson Jobe are in the rotation. Jackson Jobe made the club out of spring training. Some people thought that wasn't going to be the case. There he is. He's made this club. But they still lack offense. They bring in Manuel Margot and doesn't really, raise the flag at all here that for anybody. We're not saluting that move just yet. How do you feel, Tiger fans? We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Well, you got good news and bad news to talk about on the show today. The good news is the NCAA tournament reaching the Sweet 16. Both Michigan and Michigan State have done so.
Awesome.
Helping to represent the Big Ten. The SEC has 7 teams in the Sweet 16. The Big Ten is what, 4 teams in the Big Ten?
4 out of 8. Both power conferences, 50%.
What we don't have are any Cinderellas.
Mm-hmm.
None of those. None of the smaller conferences in their conference champions advanced. The closest you got is a 10 seed that advanced, but I mean, it's the highest paid team in the country, probably.
Yeah, probably.
So that doesn't really count as being a Cinderella story at this point. And then we've got, what are Spartan fans thinking about it? What are Michigan fans thinking about it? Both teams are playing Friday night. Michigan State, the earlier game of the two, taking on Ole Miss. And Michigan will take on number 1 seed Auburn, which creates a dilemma, I think, for some Spartan fans with a rooting interest. Of course, you want Michigan State to handle their business. And if they do, okay, then who do you want to play? Do you want to take on Michigan, who's a 5 seed? Or do you want to take on the 1 seed, which is Auburn, which would mean that your biggest rival has just been knocked out of the tournament?
Look, I believe, and it's call me a wuss, whatever, for the Spartans, I want the easiest path to the Final Four possible. I mean, they're all going to be tough games no matter who you play anyway. I get that, but I know Michigan's played well lately, but Michigan State matches up better with them than probably most teams because of the depth of their big guys, meaning Michigan State's. And, I think Auburn's a lot more athletic than Michigan. Give me the Wolverines. And look, granted, my rivalry is not the same as your rivalry. I like both, but you know the deal for the two sports with me. So I'm not the average Spartan diehard. I mean, they're my second favorite college basketball team besides American. And they pooped the bed the other night. But whatever.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
Well, and with Auburn, I guess the thing is, like, if you're looking at this, you could be objective on this and just say Michigan's playing better than Auburn is right now. Like, if you had to reseed everything and do it based on how teams have played over the last couple of weeks, Michigan would be seeded over Auburn. Auburn lost 3 of their last 4 games.
Yeah.
With the only win, with the win in that group came over Ole Miss in a narrow win by 5 points. Michigan knocked off 3 real tough teams in the Big Ten to win the Big Ten tournament, and then have gone out and won the last 2 games here in the NCAA tournament. Now, to be fair, Auburn has won their 2 games in the NCAA tournament as well, but losing 3 out of 4 down the stretch had everybody questioning who they are. I think whether it's U of M or it's Auburn, just being objective, both teams are playing. Michigan's playing better than Auburn right now. It's hard to say that.
I don't know. I still think Auburn's a better team. They're obviously the number 1. They're the number 1 seed in the tournament.
This is true. But what have you done for me lately is I mean, I don't care so much what teams did in November and December. I really don't care. Great. You started off, they were 7-0, and then they end up going, I think, 21-1 to start the season. And then they have this losing streak at the end, or not even, it's a stretch, I should say, losing 3 of the last 4 of the regular season. I can look at it that way and say both teams are pretty good. But because the rivalry is involved with me, being a Spartan.
Right, I get it to a certain extent.
I want Michigan to lose every single game they play. And so do I want the Auburn smoke? Sure. To get to the NCAA championship, you got to beat good teams.
Okay, so
this is where you start playing a good team.
Let me turn the table. If for some reason, I pray it doesn't happen, but if Michigan State would lose to get to the Final Four, would you rather them lose to Auburn or lose to Michigan?
Well, you'd rather lose to Auburn. You don't want to lose to your rival.
Exactly. So, boom.
So what?
Go. So you're talking about how much the glee you'd have from beating Michigan. You know how coaches say losses hurt more than wins?
Well, that's the downside of of course, if you were to lose, you don't want to lose to Michigan, but I'm not afraid to play Michigan.
No, you shouldn't be afraid to play Michigan.
If Michigan State wins on Friday night and faces off against Michigan on Sunday afternoon,
they'll be favored. They should.
I'll love it.
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And from a basketball perspective, in my opinion, it'll be an easier path to San Antonio.
just curious because I don't think Michigan State. The more I talk about this in the texts I've gotten from friends and stuff that are Spartans, we're all kind of in the same page. Like,
I know
don't want to see Michigan play because we want them to lose, not because we want to beat them again. That's a bonus, but we'd rather see them lose because F Michigan. That's the way Spartan fans feel about it.
I understand that. I think it's being short-sighted to a certain extent.
Well, because we're in the Sweet 16, I really think that the games are close here anyway.
Yeah,
and I guess because Michigan is playing very well, too. But Auburn, and maybe I'm also biased on this, and Ken can attest to this. I mean, Doug basically said that Auburn's done.
Oh, really?
It's over. No chance.
Pushovers.
That's the easy street right there.
He said you want to be, before this whole thing began, Doug said you want to be in Auburn's region, right? They're the weakest of the 1 seeds.
Can't lose to Auburn.
Right.
That's the 1 seed you want.
That's the 1 seed you want to play. So we want it because Doug said so.
Doug knows best.
So that's the good side of sports today. Talking about the NCAA tournament. It's kind of fun here and have both teams involved all week long. There's going to be a lot of trash talking going on, and hopefully that will it end up with a matchup to see who gets to the Final Four between Michigan and Michigan State? We'll see. We'll see if it gets there. But the downside is what we've also been talking about. Unfortunately, the addition the Tigers made, it's not going to make anybody raise an eyebrow and go, oh, look at that. Bringing in Manuel Margot, it's nothing special. Knowing that Parker Meadows is not going to play for probably the first month of the season, that sucks. That sucks because the nerve has not woken up completely just yet. Could happen any moment now, but it hasn't happened yet. And who knows how long Veerling's going to be out. And the options they have at third base just leave a lot to be desired. It's unfortunate that Jace Young just didn't hit at all in spring training. I wonder if somebody like Kevin McGonigal is on the fast track. Are they going to have him play games in the minors at third base because he can hit?
He hit a home run off Aaron Nola yesterday.
He did. Smoked it over the wall in right field. But that's the Tigers situation. And then, of course, there's the Red Wings, which is just so disheartening to see it happen again. For a third straight year in March, the team has just failed to show a pulse.
March sadness. Last 3 years, 39 games in the month of March. And I thank Dan Miller for this stat on Fox 2 Sportsworks. I was on yesterday with Caputo. 39 games in March. So that's a possible 78 points. They've come up with 23 points. 8 regulation wins.
Yeah, not good enough. And this team is 5 points out of the second wild card spot. They're competing with like 6 teams for that second spot. And the last 13 games in the season, it's going to take 9 or 10 wins for the Red Wings to get there in the postseason. Not very realistic. We'll see. They play tonight at Utah. Hopefully Ken Cal finds the right bus to get on. Those that missed the show earlier, Ken Cal got on the Cleveland Cavaliers bus because Cleveland was playing Utah last night. He was heading to the arena to go watch practice, and he got on the wrong bus. Hopefully Kenny will be there for tonight's game against Utah. The other good news, again, continues to center around basketball. The Detroit Pistons continue to win, and they got the job done last night in a game where they didn't have Cade Cunningham. They didn't have Tim Hardaway Jr. And, of course, New Orleans didn't have some big players as well, like Zion
and Trey Murphy. And
right. And
DeJounte Murray, right?
And keep in mind that the Pistons also still continue to play without Jaden Ivey. But they got the job done. They gave up a lot of points, which is not the Pistons' way.
No, they were New Orleans. I was at that game. New Orleans was shooting a lot of unbelievable threes. They were shooting like 53% from three.
Yeah, it was. I looked at these stats at some point in the fourth quarter yesterday. I was looking at the stats on the phone, and the Pistons were shooting like 53% as a team. Like, that's really good. Why are they losing? Why are they struggling? And I look over and I say, oh, because New Orleans is shooting like 57% from the field.
C.J. McCollum had like 40.
Just crazy. But they will outlast them because of another bright player on this team that we're going to talk about next and get excited. I think there's reason to get excited. We mentioned him a lot on this show, but he had quite the fourth quarter yesterday. We'll talk about it next year. 97-1, the ticket. All right, so I mentioned the Pistons were winners yesterday over New Orleans, which you would expect. But, I mean, Pistons played without Cade Cunningham, without Tim Hardaway Jr., and New Orleans played without Zion, without some other players too. So just kind of one of these strange games you see at this point in the season because it's the NBA and it's what they do. But
sellout crowd. It was packed yesterday afternoon.
You see, this is a nice thing because I went to a couple games within the last couple of weeks, and the crowd. I went to the Boston game, and it wasn't a jam-packed crowd like I thought it was going to be. It was a loud crowd. And there were some Celtic fans, which I did not like to see, but fortunately the Pistons pounded them by 20. That was great. And then I went to I forget, it may have been the first Washington game, and they destroyed Washington, and the crowd wasn't much there either, which I wouldn't expect because Washington's god awful. And then I had heard as somebody, I don't know if it was during the radio broadcast or maybe in their TV broadcast, and I think it was the TV broadcast, and George Blaha was selling future games and saying that get your tickets now because they're going fast before the playoffs, and that he was told that most of the games are getting close to sellouts for the rest of the season, which I thought, okay, that's great to hear. You went yesterday, and
listed as a sellout. It was pretty damn close,
and it was packed. So that's good to hear for the Pistons.
Yeah, San Antonio tomorrow, and then Cleveland on Friday, I think.
Yes. So San Antonio should be a win, and then you got a showdown with Cleveland. And the Pistons trying to keep pace with what's going on with Indiana, what's going on with Milwaukee. They're within 2 games of both of those teams. But they got the win yesterday. And in no small part because of what happened in the fourth quarter. They ended up winning at 136-130. And Ron Holland comes out and has a game. Plays 36 minutes in the game, which I think is a career high. Tied a career high with 26 points. 14 of those came in the fourth quarter. 10 of 14 shooting for the game. 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and the 26 points. He looked great. And there are things about Ron Holland's game. Every time that I see him play, there's like something else he does. I'm like, ooh, if he does this a lot, this guy could be a guy that fills up the stat sheet every night in the future. Not happening right now, but had a really nice game yesterday. But he is so quick and very athletic. He and Asar Thompson are really nice to see playing out there because they both do similar things. Asar is at a higher level right now because he's got more experience playing it than Ron Holland does.
Not that much more experience because of the injury last year, the sickness. And I think they're both, and maybe Holland even more than Asar, no disrespect, it's made it a term of endearment. They're dogs, especially Holland. He don't back down from anything.
Nope.
I heard somebody make the analogy that he reminded this person, a highly respected basketball person, of Ron Artest when he was a rookie.
Oh.
His outside shot's not as good, but
no, he's not. But he
hit
got plenty of time to develop.
But he hit a few yesterday. He had a few outside shots yesterday. He's fearless.
That's what I love about him, is that he is fearless, and I love players that are like that. Jaden Ivey is fearless as well. That's why I love Jaden Ivey. And to see Ron Holland doing this and now realizing that, okay, he can get to the hoop. He can get to the rim. And if somebody comes over towards him, once he beats the man who's there and somebody comes over, now he's realizing I got a guy who's open underneath for an easy dunk.
Yeah.
And he's dishing it off. It really taking his game to a different level. Now, he's not going to be playing 35 minutes a game the rest of the season. But this is a guy that you could see developing or in the future. He's a piece. He's a foundational piece for this team. And it's good to see. Kang, you're a big basketball guy. I'm sure you paid attention to this as well.
JB Bickerstaff has done some incredible things this year, we all know, with the Pistons. But one of the things he's done so well is he's helped develop Ron Holland, but at the same time made him a key piece of why this team is winning this year. It's weird because to balance the two is really tough, right? Because Ron Holland can do more. You just saw it last night. Scored a career high, all that stuff. But what he's asked to do on this team and to see court time is be that dog defender, be the energy guy, right? But still, because he's got to develop an outside shot. He's got to develop his offensive game. But he's trying to do all this at once, and this is a playoff team. That's really hard line to walk, when you're a young guy in this league, when you're used to being the man, because that's what he was before he got drafted. But on this team, he's got to be a role-type player. And Bickerstaff said this many times after wins and losses this year, is everyone on this team kind of knows their role, and they embrace it. And he's embracing his role. But I know in the back of his mind, he knows, I can do more. And last night he was an opportunity to do more, and he did it. So the ceiling for Ron Holland is the roof, as Michael Jordan would say. But it is very high, and I can't wait to watch him develop along with the other young guys. But right now, he's asked to do a certain thing, and he does it really well. And he's just a rookie.
And Thompson's basically just a rookie, too.
Yeah.
If you think about it.
Yeah, because he missed all the time with
the illness last year.
The blood issue. But
Yeah.
he's, and he only played 9 minutes last night. He had some foul trouble early, and that's why Ron Holland gets all the minutes he got. He got Asar's minutes and made the most of it. And it's just fun to watch, to see a team that has young players that are playing at a high level on a team that is also playing at a pretty high level. I mean, the Pistons are one of the best teams in basketball. I think they're the third best team in basketball since the middle of February. They've been outstanding.
Yeah.
So this is cool to see. And it's contrast to the Red Wings, where the Red Wings are faltering now. And, a month ago, we're praising the Red Wings, and we're seeing, look who's here. Look what's happening with Edvinson has developed into this nice player, and Marco Kasper's doing really good things. And
But where are the dogs?
Here's Elmer Soderblom, and right, but where are the dogs?
Can Ron Holland skate?
I don't think so. But he's the same height as Elmer Soderblom. They're both 6'8".
That's what's so weird. Soderblom looks so much bigger.
Because you add another 4 inches with the skates or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
But 248-539-9797 is a telephone number you want to text as well. Just, looking at all the teams here, and there's just the compare and contrast, the Red Wings and the Pistons. It hurts, it stinks with what's going on in the Wings right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're not out of it yet, but for all intents and purposes, they might be. But the Pistons are totally in it. And the Pistons are fun to watch. I keep telling people, and the friends of mine that aren't basketball fans, we start talking sports, I'm like, you got to start paying attention to the Pistons. It's not the same old with the NBA. I had a friend of mine say over the weekend they haven't watched an NBA game, a full game, in like 4 years. And I said, I understand. It's kind of unwatchable at times if you like the old school approach, and if you don't like just watching three-pointers, it's not for you. I said, but you got to watch the Pistons because that's not their style. Yeah, they knock down three-point shots. They take three-point shots. But that's not their whole game.
No.
Their game is fast break. It's let's set things up. Cade Cunningham is a budding superstar, and they've got other young players on his team like Asar Thompson and Jalen Duren, and now we're seeing Ronald Holland. He's developed as well. And Malik Beasley is a dead-eye shooter who there's no doubt they're going to bring him back because, A, I think he wants to be back, and two, they can pay him.
They're going to have to overpay him a little bit next year. But you know what? So be it.
He deserves the money right now. And when you're, when it gets down to it, it really just it doesn't matter. I mean, the time is now to make this team as good as it can be, and for a team that is battling possibly to be the 4th seed in the Eastern Conference, that's impressive. Like to see that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. You want to talk about the NCAA tournament, the Pistons. We're talking Red Wings as well. We mentioned the Tigers. Even had a Lions question out there. If you're Brad Holmes, look, ESPN suggested Brad Holmes trades up in the draft. Move up from 28 and go get an edge rusher, somebody that you really covet. Perhaps a Mike Green from Marshall was one of the names that he mentioned. Do you want to see the Lions move up or move back in the draft? This is 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex or TimberTech or AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or maybe you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. So we had some ticket texts come in. And I did want to get to, there was one more here I wanted to get to. And this is tough to read, but I see it. It must be absolutely humiliating for Steve Yzerman to be the one responsible for bringing the Red Wings out of the Dead Wings era and then putting them right back in it. Now, I don't think he's responsible for that completely. I think there were some absolute missed drafts that they had at the end of the Ken Holland era, which obviously that's part of it. And Steve Yzerman, at least to his part, has been more consistent with how he's drafted with the first round picks. And there's been a couple of other picks that beyond the first round that look like they could develop. But it's everything else. It was late to the party on firing Derek Lalonde. That was a big one. And it's the free agent signings and some of the trades that they've made and then extensions they've given to other players. There's a lot to sift through there that is not very favorable to Steve Yzerman.
No, and if you want to find and search social media, PK Subban, who I know some people like, some people don't like, but there's a video of him watching the game was on national television, watching one of the goals from the other night where Justin Hull's in front of the goal and doesn't do anything. They score a goal, and PK Subban goes, Justin Hull was soft in Toronto, he's soft in Detroit. That's on you, Stevie Y, basically.
Yeah, and you have Tom McClellan saying after the game the other day, just basically saying the team's they're not in the right position, not in the right lanes, they're not blocking enough, and guys aren't willing to be putting their body in the line of fire enough. And those are things that were probably working really well when they were winning 7 games in a row, and then winning 7 games in a row a second time under McClellan. This team is not devoid of talent. This team has 2 very talented top lines. The other 2 lines, but those are the lines that those guys have to do those things as well. And defensively,
they have 2 defensemen, really.
3, I would say.
Sherrod's been okay.
I think Sherrod is okay, and I like Edvinson. But Edvinson's so young in his career, and Seider's he's great.
Right.
But now without Gustafsson, that hurts a little bit because he stinks. But he was starting to get better. Yeah. That's the thing, and he helps out the power play. But he was starting to get better. Looks like they're going to get Petrie back. I know people have bad opinions about Jeff Petrie.
Oh, that'll take him into the playoffs.
Well, it's not going to take him into the playoffs, and all right, and that's not what what would happen. But would he be a better option on defense than, say, Justin Hull? Would you rather see Petrie out there, or would you rather see Hull?
Flip a coin. I don't know.
I don't think they're the same player. I think one's clearly better than the other, and I think Petrie's
better offensively. Yes, so it's just not. They're not in a good place. The season can't end soon enough. That said, they'll go and beat Utah. No, they won't beat Utah because that organization owns them at the end of the season.
This is so
right?
sad. True. Happened last year in March. Arizona won the 2 games. You can't possibly lose to Arizona, the worst team in hockey. They lost both games to Arizona.
And after they played Utah, where they're in Denver next, right, to play Colorado.
Yep. It's this is not the easy road to make the playoffs.
But Saturday, but if it wasn't good enough for the whole country and the whole North America to watch them play Las Vegas on play the Golden Knights Saturday, national television again this Saturday night. I tweeted out yesterday, can the NHL flex this game? Get it out of there.
Well,
Red Wings Bruins.
It's two
original 6 teams that are going freaking nowhere.
Yeah, but they have bigger fan bases than say some of the other teams. But they're also both trying to get the final playoff spots. The Red Wings actually have 3 games in hand over Boston. Boston's played 3 more games than the Red Wings have this season.
They're below them though, aren't they?
I know they have less points too, but they're one of those teams that's in the hunt, which are quickly these teams are finding themselves out of the hunt as they find themselves falling farther and farther behind. Montreal is at second spot with 75 points. The Red Wings have 70 points. In between, you got the Rangers with 74, the Islanders with 73, and Columbus with 71. And then behind the Red Wings are Boston and Pittsburgh with 69 each. Philly and Buffalo, they're out.
Yeah.
So it is. Look, I don't think this is a playoff team, and I don't think one game is going to spark this team. I don't think a 3-game win streak is going to spark this team. They literally have to win 9 or 10 of the last 13 games they have a chance to make the playoffs. It just doesn't look like it's in the cards for them because they're not playing the teams that they need to beat.
Right.
You know, if they had.
Well, they do play Ottawa, and they'll come in here and lose to them too.
But Ottawa's firmly entrenched in a wild card spot. And Montreal, I think they play once, but that's they're 5 points ahead of them. But that's the team they're chasing.
Even Montreal,
that's who you need to play.
The other night, they scored 2 or 3 goals in the third period to force overtime, and they lose, but at least they get a point.
Right, which is something the Red Wings haven't done in forever.
No,
they have not gone to overtime much at all lately, and when they do, they actually win. But they have not gone to overtime and lost just to get the point. Has not happened in forever.
No.
It's very disappointing.
It's hard. It's sad to say. The Red Wings stink right now.
It's 3 years in a row, man. I talked to a beat writer who hadn't been in town in a while, and he was saying, hey, what are people saying on the radio? I'm like, dude, pissed.
Yeah.
He goes, pissed. I'm like, yeah, pissed, because this is the 3rd year in a row we've gone through this. The 3rd March in a row where we've seen this team we think might be good. No, they're not good. You know, here comes Ottawa and the Kachuk to destroy us. What about last year? We got to think they're good? No, they just can't buy a win when they need to against Arizona or need a win against Washington or Philadelphia. Can't do it. They're going to lose, and they miss out by a freaking technicality.
Yeah.
And then this year, they got it, right? They're a good team now. No. Here comes the Four Nations Cup. We're going to take a break, and they come out of the break, and they're pathetic.
Right, and one of their best players excels at the Four Nations Cup, and when he comes back, he basically is a shell of himself.
Do you think he's hurt?
It wouldn't surprise me.
I mean, everybody's got something going on, but because of the Four Nations Cup, do you think that they maybe got hurt during that?
No.
I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm trying to rationalize why Dylan Larkin doesn't look the same. Playing better now,
right?
But right after that cup, he was not the same player.
No.
Which is really unfortunate. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to watching the game tonight because I'm a hockey guy.
Yeah,
I want to see the game and
I'll
root them on, and hopefully they can start winning games. But it's been such a kick in the balls type season. It really has.
It's becoming such background noise that I might be more excited to watch the championship of the golf league, Atlanta against New York.
Oh, is that his play?
Cantlay, Horschel, and Thomas for Atlanta against Cameron Young, Ricky Fowler, and Xander Schauffele for New York.
You throw out the records when those two play.
Let me tell you something. Everything stays the same.
Atlanta versus New York? Was that New York you said?
You got to vote for Atlanta, right? You don't want to have New York win.
No, New York can't win.
Never.
Who's on Atlanta? Ricky Fowler?
No, he's on New York.
Oh.
I like Ricky Fowler.
I do
Cantlay,
too.
Horschel, and Thomas.
I like JT.
Yeah.
Maybe he's pissed about how things happened yesterday. He had that horrible shot at, was it 18?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't
17 or
see
18?
it. He's got to be happy. He's a Crimson Tide guy. Oh, no, they lost, right?
Oh.
Doug hates
No,
Atlanta because
no.
of Trey Young and Dominique Wilkins.
This
So
is
he's
true.
not pulling for them. He might be pulling New York.
So Rico, fresh in from Cleveland, eh?
Yes.
Look at this.
Driving yesterday after Fox 2, listening to the press conference on the flagship of Michigan State basketball, and I hear Rico Beard, 97 won the ticket. Very good question about Jace Richardson, right? That was yours, I believe?
That was mine.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, absolutely.
What was your question about Jace Richardson?
I was just asking Jaden Akins, what did they have to say to Jace because he had a horrible game? How did they keep him motivated in the game? I mean, he looked like a freshman.
Nobody could shoot in that first half, man, for Michigan State when it came to certainly beyond the arc. But then you could see even like they would move up, not take a 3-point shot, and they could not knock down even a 15-foot.
And the threes that they were taking were good
They were
shots.
really
They
good
weren't
shots.
forced. They were good looks.
Right, it looks like it was going in. It does everything but fall.
It's like there was a lid on the rim.
It was early on. I'm thinking to myself, if New Mexico, here's your chance. You better blow them out.
Right.
Because if you don't, because my thing is, so long as, even if State goes down, so long as they're not down by more than 10 points, they're going to win this game.
Second half, they are an incredible second half basketball team.
And that's exactly what happened. They went out there. I think the play was Akins hitting the three as the shot clock was expiring.
Yeah.
And then they turned around and Frankie Fiddler, ladies and gentlemen.
He played really well.
Got the and one right afterwards.
You know, my favorite play was the Fears block.
Yes.
Which led to my least favorite play, right? Which Holloman had Cohen Carr wide open going down, and he did, for some reason, he didn't alley-oop it to him.
I would imagine every Spartan fan in the crowd is probably standing up with
Yes.
their hands up like, here it comes.
Yeah.
Gator, we were all like,
Where is it?
It was like it was a roller coaster ride.
Yeah.
What?
It's over?
Why?
So what time did you get home? Like 3?
It's a long story.
I just figured
No,
it's a 2.5, 3 hour drive. Yeah,
because when I went to get in my car,
You didn't have gas in the copter?
it was a flat tire.
On the helicopter?
So yes, on the helicopter, the flat tire. So that took time. The valet people, thank God,
yes,
they bailed me out. They like, we'll change it for you. I'm like, no, seriously, okay. So yeah, 3:30.
Wow. So what's coming on today?
We're going to be talking about a couple things. One is, this whole hypothetical, do you really want to see this game if Michigan State plays in the Elite Eight? I also have a question. I don't understand why Michigan fans show up to events that have nothing to do with Michigan, head to toe in Michigan gear. I don't understand.
I saw 1 or 2 of them I saw at the game.
No, it was 3.
Oh, 3.
It was just like,
yeah. Okay.
Your team's actually good.
Okay. I would ask Mike this when he comes in. What's worse, that or Pitino wearing the Dracula scarf inside? That was awful.
Okay, he scares me.
I know. He's a vampire. And his son looks younger.
Nosferatu.
Yeah,
Nosferatu, yeah.
And his son looks younger now than he did when he coached in Minnesota.
All right, they're going to check fingernails next year. 97.1 ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers and Dodgers will clash Thursday in LA on opening day. One question is whether the Dodgers will have one of their best stars, Mookie Betts. Betts has a stomach bug, which caused him to miss the team's Tokyo Series games. He's not been able to eat solid foods for the last 2 weeks, and as a result has lost 15 pounds. He's considered a long shot to play in Game 1. 2 more spring training games for Detroit and San Francisco. Tonight's first pitch at 9:45. There are no broadcasts available for those last 2 games. Michigan guard Justin Pippen, who averages 6.5 minutes per game this season, is entering the transfer portal. Today officially marks day 1 that players can submit their name. The Red Wings have the Utah Hockey Club on the road tonight. Peter Mrazek will be in goal as Alex Lyon backs up. Face off at 9 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore was asked if it was under consideration to cancel their spring game like other big-time college programs. Michigan State women's basketball season came to a close this afternoon in the second round of the NCAA tournament. Number 2 seed North Carolina with an 83-49 win. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Monday. Good to have you with us. Rico's narcolepsy's absolutely kicking in today by 4:30. You are out of your mind. Driving, press conference, driving back like it's Smokey and the Bandit. This is going to be exciting.
Oh, buddy, I'm here for you.
Also, this guy has a valet pit crew on speed dial. We'll get to that later. Let's get into it, I guess. We'll start with the local stuff. I have bigger opinions about the tournament, but those can wait. I already stuffed Costa into a locker on the pod, so we'll just do this here. We'll ask the question, but I absolutely think there's another side to the issue. It's a great sports week because both Michigan and Michigan State are still in. Not that the Michigan fan base knows that. Now the 7 basketball fans do. But they're both in. We get to the second weekend. Both teams are in. And look, did either team play wonderful? No. Did they need miracle performances to survive? Yeah, I was rooting for Frankie Fiddler. That's how bad it got for State. For Michigan, Roddy Gale decided, hey, do you have this on your bingo card, Sparty? 28. What? That's a 20% shooter. 28. Fill it up. But they're both through. But here's the question that's been asked all day on this show, and I don't know that anyone has the opinion that I have. Oh, hey.
Well, let me ask you the question,
Yeah,
Mike.
go ahead. Do it for me.
Rico Beard, 97.1. Mike, would you like to see a rematch? I guess the third game of Michigan State.
No.
In the Elite Eight.
No interest.
No?
None.
Oh, I mean, it'd be good for the state of Michigan.
Yeah, see, that's a myth. Costa was like gobsmacked that I'm like, no, I have no interest in it. Well, why? You have to. I'm like, well, no, I'm an adult. I don't have to do anything. Well, what about trash talk? All right, flowchart. I'm an adult. Not interested. Here's reality for me. If I would rather not play Michigan in any sport ever again. I wish I lived in an alternative universe where we could just be A&M and leave. Because here's how it works. We've already pounded you into the dirt twice. We do it again, you'll rewrite history like you always do. If we lose, it'll be Dusty Mays, oh my God, Izzo's washed in your program's toilet. There's no point in any of this. We have done nothing but walk you like a dog for 25 years in basketball. It doesn't matter. You only come out of your cave 10 minutes before your team's in the tournament. None of you watch them. So if you think I'm excited to have these two teams meet And if you think I'm going to sit here and have a group of people who haven't watched this team, don't know basketball, and can barely form sentences, Jalen Rose, call into this show and talk basketball, you're out of your effing mind. So no, bring on Auburn. I don't care. But there's no point in it. This idea that anything gets settled? No. Christ, we beat them for a decade in football. You know what got settled? Nothing. Right. So I'm not interested. I want to play whoever's in front of us. And if it's you or Auburn or your mother, I'll run her down with a bus. I don't care. You play who's in front of you. If we play Michigan, is it easier? Probably. Yeah. But it'll be offset by the fact this is what I do for a living, and I'll have to talk to deranged cultist mouth breathers for a week. No, thank you. Because so I'm all set. I don't need it.
No, history will get rewritten. If Michigan wins, well, see, the games didn't matter in the regular season. Look at what we've done. If they lose, well, Dusty may still accomplish more than Tom Izzo did his first year at Michigan State. He made it to the Elite Eight, and that's why we're still better than you. Moral victory. Raise that banner.
Right. If we win by 30, Dusty May will do another car wash going on every Michigan incel show nationally, talking about how he was victimized by a better team. Right. I don't know. I'm not into it. But listening to John and Jim, it was almost like heresy to say you weren't into it. I'm bored with it because, honestly, I don't enjoy playing Michigan in any sport. It's pointless. Beat them in football? Doesn't matter. Beat them in basketball? Doesn't matter. And the media just sits there like they've got their bathwater on tap, and they flip the switch and they just guzzle it up. No. So I'd rather play Satan than play Michigan.
No, and if you beat Auburn, you could say you knocked out the #1 overall seed. It goes back to I think it was a 2010 when State went on that run and they knocked out pretty much the entire Big East. They took out Louisville, then they took out UConn, and it was like these were the top teams in the nation.
Beat Kansas too, right?
They beat Kansas, yeah. And they just went through and knocked everybody off, and then they ended up getting jail sex by Carolina.
Ouch. No, for me, it's just I don't think State played that well this weekend. Obviously, Michigan had a very uneven couple of games, but they make the winning plays. But overall, it's like, what?
No, because I'm laughing because I'm watching the final minutes of that second Michigan game against A&M, and I'm thinking to myself, maybe they're not the Ponzi scheme that I thought that they were. And then Roddy Gale comes out there and he does everything, and then I'm just thinking, you're like, no, that's still Ponzi.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's like an MSU is a bit of a Ponzi scheme. When are you going to win when your best player goes 1 for $1 million? The fact that I was clapping for Frankie Fiddler, who is atrocious, tells you what a miracle it was.
Mr. Frankie Fiddler to you.
Whatever, man. Basically paid the kid $100,000 a point.
Hey.
So look, I just, for me, no. I'm happy both teams are in because you get a little bit of content. But for Michigan State, I don't speak for Michigan. I already told you, I thought their season was successful no matter what they did. Dusty May's done a wonderful job. For Michigan State, what did I say to you? The tournament doesn't start till next weekend. Like, if they lost, you could absolutely shut the program down. Like, if they lost to Rat Patino last night, shut it down. Literally, demolish Breslin.
No.
So, for me, I don't need it. If people do, you can tell me why. But my point is this. If you're a Wolverine and you want it, well, of course you do. You've lost to us twice. Why wouldn't you want a third shot at the bowling alley? If you're a Spartan, you know the drill. You know I'm speaking the truth. And I don't want to hear about this whole satisfaction quotient. There is no satisfaction beating Michigan because even when you win, you lose. Nothing matters.
The only satisfaction would come if those games were 1-point games and you won them both and it was just like, man, buzzer beaters. Okay, let's see what can happen. They weren't. It was a combined score of 30 points in the two games?
Exactly. So for me, no. But if fans want it, go ahead. You can dial the number. My biggest thing, I'm happy both teams are in it. I'm happy we got some juice for the tourney for week 2. Michigan's going to take on Auburn. Good luck. And State's got Ole Miss. We have PTSD from facing Chris Beard in 2019. I mean, it is what it is. I don't believe there are these easy matchups or great. You know who's got it easy? Duke. That's who's got it easy. They just casually strolled out there yesterday, picked up Baylor, put him into a wheelchair, and then pushed the wheelchair into the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Like, that's a team that gets an easy one.
Right.
They are terrifying.
Right. And then turned around and looked at Baylor, and Baylor flinched. Like, what?
Yeah, as Baylor was flying off the cliff like Hans Gruber looking up at John McClain.
That was bad.
That was a disgrace. So look, let's hear it. Because here's what I'm not really into was like matter of fact Costa earlier. Well, you have to. Why do I have to want it? It's boring. We've already beat him twice. And it doesn't matter. There's nothing to gain, everything to lose. There's no point. Even after last time, they somehow managed to rewrite history with Logo Gate.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't need it.
I would even go back to 2019 when they played 3 times, but all 3 games were compelling. All 3 games were exciting. These 2 games this year, not that great.
Kenny, you were about to say something, so just go ahead and say it.
No, I find it funny that the response that we're getting on Ticket Text largely is proving your point, is 100% proving, validating exactly what you've just said. Because it's a bunch of Michigan fans texting in going, oh, you're just jealous, Sparty. It's Sparty this, Sparty that, Sparty radio, the whole bit. The whole thing that we always joke about, oh, you're just a Sparty. That's what half the texts are. More than half. I'd say 80% of the texts.
But they're proving my point because these people are, first of all, clueless. They don't watch basketball. Second of all, they are malignant narcissists. They are delusional cultists. When you argue with an idiot, you become one. There's no argument. The question is, do you want it? My answer is, I don't. It's pointless. There is no rivalry. The rivalry is pure toxicity. It's gross. I'll say it again. If I could leave for the Big 12 or the ACC, I'd do it tomorrow. Now, I know some of your trash bag fans will still show up at a North Carolina game in their full regalia, their full Walmart suit they bought. Right. I have no other fan base does that. Right. None.
I experienced that yesterday. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, Michigan State, New Mexico, and someone's there with their penis painted maize and blue. And you're like, okay, what are you doing?
Oh, no, it felt like Miami Heat. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. There's 5 people. Like, what? Why?
I told you why in the pre-show. I may as well tell you why now. Because they've got a false sense of self-worth to a team they didn't play for and a school they didn't go to. This is all they have, Rico.
Bruh, head to toe down to the Jordan shoes.
Oh, that's not all?
Your team is actually good, and they played yesterday.
No, but you're here playing dress-up. You see it all the time. You'll watch a Tennessee-South Carolina game, and there'll be some slob dressed head to toe in Michigan garb. No other fan base does it.
Right.
Hey, it's SEC Saturday night, Kenny. Georgia Tech. Cutscene. Guy dressed head to toe in Michigan gear. It's a psychosis. So, no, I have no need to play them again. Good luck against Auburn. Wish you all the worst. 248-539-9797. We can get into it. And, yes, I got a lot of thoughts on the tournament at large. Most of them are bad. We'll get to that a little later because I think it's the final chapter of what Rico has ruined. Your phone calls, your ticket texts.
That's not fair. This is exciting.
Be curious.
This is exciting. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way. Call 888-GET-GREEN or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com. And guys, for a limited time, you can purchase a full lawn program and get free grub control. Who doesn't like free? But you got to mention my name. Say Rico from 97.1 said give you a call at 888-GET-GREEN, and they're going to come out there, and they're going to check out your lawn. And not only that, you're going to have your own specialist that will work out a plan to get the most out of your lawn. You don't have to worry because they fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices, and they will be out there. You will deal with one person. It's a locally owned company for the last 35 years. Give them a call. I did. They're coming out to work on my lawn. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN or go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
I've mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting all the time. They got the lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, count on Northville. They'll have all the Trex decking you need when you need it. Call Northville today, or better yet, stop by, see the showrooms. Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. All right, we're just getting started on a Monday. You all right, or are you delirious from your 2 hours of sleep driving back from Cleveland?
I'm laughing at the commercial talk.
Okay. Kenny, I'll go straight to the phones. I'll let you parse the ticket text. It's very simple. I'm not approaching it the way the morning show did. I don't think you have to want it. And in fact, I'm offering you the other side. I don't want to play Michigan again. I'm bored by it. We drubbed them twice. Why do I need to play them a third time? Also, not sure if you're aware, this isn't a rivalry. It's not. Rivalries have an element of respect. This rivalry is none. I'd rather just never play them again. And with the way the new Big Ten is designed, it might be possible. So look, I don't need it. Bring on Auburn and let's roll.
No, it's not a rivalry. It's pure hatred is all it is. It's just, it brings out the worst in both fan bases.
Yeah, and again, I'm happy both teams are still in it. But Costa asked a very specific question. I'm giving a very specific answer. No, I don't want another rematch. There's no benefit. We win, we're supposed to. We lose, they'll rewrite history like the cult they are, and it's just nonsense. Plus, there is something extra stupid about having a group of people whose basketball knowledge I could fit into a thimble try to lecture me. So,
Area 51, bro.
Oh, please. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matt, what's going on?
Good afternoon. And Mike, I'm with you. I do not care to see another rematch and hear Michigan complain about how they lost. Also, can I get an FU for Kansas, please? Because I'm from Missouri. Yeah, oh my God, they made me so mad. Them and Clemson destroyed my bracket in like 5 minutes.
Bill Self did a really, really, really bad job in both roster construction and coaching. Let's face it. I mean, you have Kansas, who's preseason top 10. You were an afterthought. You were preseason number 1. You were drubbed. You have at least 2 7-figure players on your roster, in A.J. Storr and Hunter Dickinson, and you get aced out by an Arkansas team who was without their leading scorer, an Arkansas team who Boogie Fland hadn't played in 2 months, and that's an awful job by Bill Self.
It is, Mike. But they were on life support all year long. It just goes to prove you can go into the portal, you can spend a ton of money, but it doesn't make a team. And they were never a team all season long. There were 5 guys out there just trying to get their own.
No, you nailed it. You were an early truther on it. They were gross. Let's go to Jake, 97.1. Jake, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico. I'm calling in from Budapest, Hungary, and we had 10 Michigan fans all up at 3 a.m. until the sun was up at 6-something watching this first-round game. I think these ad hominem attacks on the Michigan fans for not watching basketball are very weak. And honestly, I do love you guys. I do the radio at U of M because, in part, I love listening to the show. But I think the take that Michigan State does not want to play Michigan is pathetic.
Why?
Because in theory, if you're going for a championship and you're striving for a second title, especially with Izzo, you want to play the lesser team.
No, see, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Hold on. Because that's the Michigan way of doing things. I don't need any effing favors. If State's good enough to win a title, stare down Bruce Pearl in his stinky armpits and beat him.
Yeah.
I don't need a freebie, and I sure as hell don't need anything from you.
Yeah. Because, Jake, what made the Michigan title so great when you went out there and you beat Bama in the Rose Bowl? Why? Because you beat Bama. Everybody says they want Bama. You beat them. You want to play the best teams.
So you're saying playing Michigan and beating a rivalry 3 times, you say it doesn't matter, but it obviously matters. Of course it does, or else
How
this
does
wouldn't
it?
be a topic.
No, it's not a topic. We've drubbed you for 25 years. It doesn't do anything. You cockroaches still talk. So, Jake, it doesn't matter. We can't do anything. We win. We beat you 100 times in a row. You know what happens 101? None of it mattered.
But that's just that's sports. People are fanatics. It's fans. They're nonsensical. It would be the
No, it's
same
not, because
way.
the difference is, and you're a U of M guy, there's a respect in the OSU rivalry. There is none with Michigan State. So at this point, after spending my entire adult life out here, Jake, and doing this every day, I think I got a pretty good perspective on where things are at. No, I don't need it. We already beat you twice. I don't need a third. If it happens, great. Let's roll. But I won't enjoy the week. Because unlike you, Jake, who actually watches the team, none of the listener base does.
He's in Budapest.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Because Jake is a real fan. He's like Rieger.
Yeah.
The whole point I'm making is, Jake, you know what I know. A bunch of people parachuted in 10 minutes ago, and I'm not interested. Now, that's my perspective, Jake. People have a welcome to a different one. Do whatever you like. But as a guy who's going to sit here for 20 hours if these two teams square off, giant waste of my time.
Yeah. Because I do think that when you win against that big team, like I said, going back to Michigan, when they beat Alabama and when they played them in that meaningless bowl game this year, wow, we beat Alabama to start the year and the end of the year. They were pounding their chest. Like, if you beat a team like Auburn is the number 1 overall seed, yeah, it means a little bit more because you've beaten Michigan twice already. You're not really accomplishing anything else. Auburn, yeah, you just knocked off the top dog in the tournament. Now you sit there and you wait for Florida.
That was
if you make it that
Jansen's
far.
take, which I was surprised to hear.
Jansen was, it was a smart take. It was like, yeah, you want to beat the best team.
I just have gotten to a point with college hoops and the tourney. You just play who you play.
Yeah.
I mean, the 09 run was special because of what you said. There were no freebies. You know why 19 was special? We had to ace out Zion.
Yep.
I don't need to beg for a favor.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the same if, I think, what was it, Florida Atlantic almost beat them, or it was some team and the guy missed a shot, it rolled around the rim and fell off. It wouldn't have felt the same if you knocked off that team, but you beat Zion and Cam and all of those guys. Yeah, that it made it special.
Plus, here's the other thing. It's boring to face another Big Ten team. It's the same thing. It's happened to State before, and I'm sure it'll happen again. It's boring.
Wisconsin 4 times.
Oh, that was awful. Awful. It's not enjoyable.
19-17 halftime score.
What a game. Just kidding. Jerry, St. Clair. What's up, Jer?
Hi, it's St. Clair Shores, not St. Clair. Michigan fan here. I agree with you guys. State's got a better basketball program. Hands down, for years. I've been a fan of Michigan 50-some-odd years, but State's always had a better team. State's always had a better coach. Can't beat State in basketball.
No.
And I agree. Big Ten teams should play Big Ten teams in the tournament. It's just, why? It doesn't make sense.
Well, look,
But,
John Beilein was fabulous, and you played for 2 national titles. You can't say always. Here's the other thing. This Dusty May hasn't even gotten his feet wet. And it's an incredible job by Dusty in his first year. But I'm with you, Jer. I've seen it. I mean, we played each other all year. I don't need it again. Because there is no win. There's no win here. It's like when you play a MAC team. That's what being a State fan is. If you win, it's because you were supposed to, or there's a myriad of excuses why. And if you lose, the world's over and the Lord has returned to their throne. Just spare me. Look, there's just going to come a day I don't do this anymore, and let me tell you exactly how many Michigan State games I will watch. The answer is 0. It's a fruitless endeavor. I've done it my entire life. I wish we never played you again. In any sport.
No.
I'll make Texas Tech my rival. Guns up. I don't care. It's pointless. Go ahead. Let me hear all the reasons I need to play Michigan again. We'll go to Corey, 97.1.
Hey, Michigan fan here. Just calling. I'm just curious. I agree with the last caller. This is what Michigan State fans do all the time. You guys always love to dictate other people's fandom, whether it's Walmart, whether you went there, whether you didn't. And quite frankly, it's kind of old. It's we all as Michigan fans kind of make fun of you for it. And honestly, I'm going to end my call with this. I'm going to take my answer off the air. When was Michigan State?
Why? Because you're a coward?
No.
Don't hang up. Don't do
hang up.
that, Corey. There you go. Hang up like a bitch. Do your thing. And the funniest part, Corey, no one heard you. I don't even know what you had to say, and I don't really care. If you're offended by people who want to attack a school who don't even have so much as a GED saying it, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not here for it. And I don't dictate fandom.
No.
I don't care. But when you want to make it personal or you want to go to the next step, no, there's qualifiers to that. Yeah. There are.
You could be a fan of any team that you want. The only time I get into that whole Walmart thing, okay, when you start talking, well, your education, whoa, stop. You didn't go to Michigan.
That's the whole point, Rico.
If you want to be a fan of whatever team, that's your prerogative.
Yeah, Corey, here's what we make fun of you for, outside of being an ardent coward who doesn't want to stay on the phone. And sad for you, no one heard your question, idiot.
I didn't.
Here's the deal. It's very simple, okay? We make fun of your fan base because you're a cult. And you attach your self-worth as a human to a team you didn't play for and a school, largely, you didn't go to. Ha, ha, ha. So, I you know what? We'll call it even, Spank. No, I don't need to play you a third time. So we'll just go to Jeff on a cell. We'll try it again. Hi, Jeff.
Oh, hey, guys. What's happening?
I don't know. Tell me.
Yeah. This is a great conversation. But, Mike, let's think about this for a second. Michigan put up 91 points last game.
Okay.
They're playing with a world of confidence. If they knock off a number one seed, that game becomes way more important, I think. And I think that if they put up 90 against Sparty and Danny Wolf gets 20 and Donaldson gets 15, it's lights out. Michigan's going to beat them.
If we give up 90 points to you, yes, that would be kind of a bad thing.
If they gave up 90 points, Jeff, that would be the first time all year. And take a bow.
Michigan scored 91 last game. They're playing with confidence, guys.
No, Jeff. I'm saying Michigan State hasn't given up 91 points all year.
No,
take a bow.
I get it, and I doubt that Michigan will put up 90 against them. But if Danny Wolf gets 20 and Donaldson gets 15, it's over. It's over. Michigan's going to beat them. And I think that if they beat Auburn, the game becomes way more important because they're going to knock off a number one team. Who do you think's better, Auburn or Michigan State?
Auburn's better.
Okay, so Michigan's going to beat Auburn. Let's say they do. They're going in, and Sparty's going down, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. It clearly means a lot to you. I don't know what to say, dude. We got to play Ole Miss. I can't help you.
Wow.
You want a week of nuanced calls like that? I can't wait.
What if they scored 91 points? Well,
hey, Kenny, if we score 138, it's a wrap. I'm aware.
It's over. Hey, Kenny, if MSU football scores 60 on Georgia, they're going to beat them.
They might win that game out.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
97-1. Oh, my God. All right, Hungry Howie's. It's tournament time. Enjoy yourself. Or maybe you just don't feel like cooking. Youth sports, that can kind of keep you on the go. Hungry Howie's, the You Choose deal, $8.99 each, a large one topping with 100% real mozzarella. Your choice of topping or any of the flavored crust, any large oven baked sub, or any of 3 regular salads. The You Choose, $8.99 each. Pair them up. Get your next viewing party ready for Friday night. You get a double dip. And whatever it is, do it with Hungry Howie. Online carry out only, limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, if you're joining the show, I'll tell you what we're up to. It's something to behold. Real simple. The question was asked on the morning show, and I got after it with Jim on the podcast. It was, do you want Michigan and Michigan State to play a third time? They're both in the Sweet 16, which is a good thing. Me and Rico do not want to play a third time because we know what this is. I mean, it's just pointless. A, I don't like playing Big Ten teams in a tourney. B, we've already beaten you twice. I don't need it. C, I'm not going to have a group of people who parachute in. You know what you are? You're like the chick who lives in Chicago who didn't realize she had a Cubs hat, but the once-a-decade occurrence where the Cubs make the playoffs, she finds the hat and goes to the bar and acts like she was Harry Carey's biggest fan. You're clowns. So you think I'm going to sit here and preview a basketball game for a week with a collection of people who don't watch this team? Where were you last week? Nowhere. That's where you were nowhere.
Oh, because I remember saying, hey, Michigan fans, give us a call. And
no, I didn't hear a bunch of people calling in saying they were blowing out the Tritons.
Nope.
The fact is, they had tight booty hole syndrome. You couldn't drive a buttered pin up their ass with a sledgehammer. They were so tight. So I don't want to hear it. So no, I don't need to. Because if we play again, it won't matter. Beat you by 30, maybe your coach will go crying to the Michigan incels in the media, do another car wash. If we lose, oh, forget it. Program's dead. Dusty May's God. Guys, it's a pointless endeavor. Oh, but don't you want the easier pathway? No, I don't. I don't care. I've seen State do it every which way. So I just play who's there. And you know what? I'm kind of like Rico in this regard. If we're going to be good enough to win the Natty, what's the point of getting a freebie to get to a Final Four only to find out you're not good enough and lose by 30? I've seen that before, too. So I'd rather play Auburn, man up. Let's find out if we're that good.
Yeah.
And you know what I don't need? I'll tell you what I don't need. Let me just tell you what I don't need in this life. I don't need someone who has no respect to do me any favors. So do your thing. You beat Auburn, we'll see if we beat Ole Miss. And if you don't, you hate to see it. And that's it. But now, Whole Maze Rage wants to come out today. Okay. Because I've seen this movie too. You want the ticket text, Kenny?
I'll give you a couple. Most of these are largely.
Hold on, let me guess. Sparty Radio, you guys are just afraid of Michigan because you know we're coming.
Rico, are you logged into the ticket text right now?
I am not.
That's exactly what's coming through. There's a couple that aren't that. I'll read those first
No,
here.
my point is we won twice. What's there to fear? Nothing. I am simply giving you my perspective, which I am allowed to give, that I don't feel like listening to a bunch of people whose basketball knowledge is contained in a thimble lecturing me about the game. I don't want to hear it. Now, if I didn't do this for a living, sure, why not? Let's go play again. But the perspective's the perspective. You can want the matchup. Unlike Costa, I'm not telling you have to want it or have to not. I'm telling you why I don't. Why, you want to line up again? Go ahead. You don't match up with us. It's a really bad matchup for you. So go ahead if that's what you want. I don't know what to say. Go ahead, Ken.
Mike, these calls have only proven your point. Enjoy the Kool-Aid, Michigan fans. Yikes. That's from Ben in Troy. Good afternoon. The cultists in Ann Arbor say they want Michigan State in the tournament, but you're right, Mike. It's a lose-lose for MSU.
Well, and that's my point.
And it is. And here's the funny thing, Kenny. You were here last week. We were saying, hey, Michigan fans, give us a call. Tournament's getting ready to start.
With positive Michigan topics.
Right.
Where, by the way, I didn't go with the flock and say UC San Diego was going to beat them. I simply offered you a preview and said, look, no, I think if you hold on to the basketball, you're going to win. Look, that's my point. So
they beat A&M, and all of a sudden everybody got, as Gator would say, chesty.
Thank you for that. Yes, Kenny.
And then the rest of them are Mike's afraid of Michigan. Valeni's about to get roasted 10 ways to Sunday. Here comes embarrassed, jealous Sparty Radio. Yada, yada, yada.
Perfect.
And that's basically an 85% representation.
And I could total every ticket text, and your entire SAT score might total 1,300. Have a nice day. Yes, we're afraid after beating you by 30 combined. What world? Oh, I know what world. Ah, yes, I forgot. It's a cult. This is what you don't get. You're proving my point with every thumb stroke into your phone.
But, Mike, don't forget, Michigan had a lead at halftime in Ann Arbor.
And don't forget, games are 40 minutes. You know what I don't forget? That slovenly fan base waddling up the steps out of their own building.
Yeah, like somebody called in a bomb threat.
So my whole point is, again, you're seeing it on display why I don't need it. If we play them, let's play them.
Yeah.
But this, you have to want it. And what about trash talk? Trash talk? Look, if my adult life has proven anything, you will never be able to convince an irrational person of rational reality. These people don't live in reality. Okay, we beat you a third time. Whoa, just wait till next year. Or they'll bitch about the refs. Or they'll go on a media tour. And they'll cry about things. There's no winning. So I'd rather just not do it at all. You had 2 cracks at us. I thought we pretty clearly showed you we were the better team. So let's get after it. I don't know. You know what? In the end, it doesn't matter. People will have a million theories as to why I don't want the game because it's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is the explanation. I'm not interested.
But it's funny because, Rieger called like, you want the game? I'm like, Jeff, whoever they play. You know what? You got to beat Ole Miss first. You worry about the Elite
Which,
Eight,
by the way, I don't think MSU in any way, shape, or form has some easy play there. Look,
because he was
Miss
like, but you got to be like, Jeff, no. They got to beat Ole Miss.
And look, Ole Miss presents challenges. Not only that Chris Beard, that attacking style of man-to-man, the way that they come at you. Ole Miss, if you really look at the aggregate of every team that's in the Sweet 16 and you look at both their games, remember the game control metric?
Yeah.
Remember that in football? Look at Ole Miss's 80 minutes. They played some of the most complete basketball of any team. And look, their shooting profile, they had a Roddy Gale Saturday where they're not a great shooting team, but my God, for a night, they dropped a bomb on ISU. I think they hit 11 threes.
But I think Iowa State was ready to just end the season and say, you know what, we got too many people hurt. Yeah, we're done. And then, I mean, yes, it's not to take away from what Ole Miss did, but I just think that Iowa State they were easy. They were an easy prey. But yes, you're right. I'm worried about Ole Miss. And he's like, nah, but Michigan, like, Jeff. Whoever they play,
I don't care.
If State wins, then I'll sit back and I'll watch and see what your game.
I think the other thing, and I'm going to get to caller Paul right now. I think Paul's about to say the other perspective I have on this, but let's go to him. Let him say it. It's his idea. Paulie, welcome.
What up?
What's going on?
MSU grad of 01.
How are you, sir?
Not bad. So my take on it is, since I've been watching State, graduated MSU in 01, seen it all, it doesn't matter. None of these games matter because I'm sick and tired of losing the Sweet 16, Elite 8, Final Four. The only game that matters is the last game of this season.
Right.
And it better be a national championship. I love Izzo. Yeah, but come on. I'm tired of going this far and then getting slapped in the face at the end.
I'm with you.
So to me, as a Spartan fan, I'm done with it.
And Paul, I think you're nailing it. Is like, okay, let's say we beat Michigan a third time and then we get sandblasted by Florida. Who cares?
Right.
Meant
I mean,
nothing.
who cares? Our season's a dud.
Yeah,
if that happens, then we're dud.
And that's my whole point, is that there's no win in it. See, what this is from the MGO Blue Hour in the morning, Costa wants people to be engaged in this and wants everybody bricked up because secretly he's a big U of M guy. Well, if I'm a Michigan fan, I want the matchup because I don't want to go 0-2 against State and have no leg to stand on. You want the third crack. Now, if you're the title fighter who's beaten the same opponent twice, why are you giving him a third rematch?
Right.
So the whole point is, what's there to win? Every time you beat someone, there's only something to lose. Like what? All of a sudden, Michigan State's going to beat Michigan and you'll wake up and what? Have an epiphany? No.
And so you guys had a great season. And
wow.
You know what? You were just a better team three times.
That is not a bad coach.
No.
So no, I don't think any of that's at play. So I'd rather just not even do it. But if we play them, okay, fine, let's go. But don't act like this is some coronation. And if I got to hear how it's good for the state or good for the Big Ten, I mean, those are CNN, Fox News talking points. You may as well get a 3x5, laminate it, and wear it around your neck. That is not even a real thing. That's like saying, well, the Big Ten needs Michigan to be good. No, they don't. That's another fallacy. College football's better when Alabama's good. No, it really isn't. We just keep on keeping on.
Because if that's the case, the NFL's been garbage because the Cowboys have been garbage for years.
Hit the bell. You're beautiful. All right. Brackets are busted. New customers, FanDuel, $200 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $200 in extra bets for all of the buzzer beaters, even when there's a 5-step traveling that wasn't called on.
Euro step.
Okay, then. FanDuel, they've got you covered, though. FanDuel.com/ticket. Get in on the hoops action all tourney long. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we'll get to the phones momentarily. Everybody just sit tight. I want to make sure we cover a few other things other than this blood warfare we're having. Kenny, music, please. Thanks, Kenny. All right, Rico, I'm going to ask you 8 critical questions from the weekend.
Okay.
You got to give me your answer.
Okay.
I'll tell you if you're right or wrong. I'm kidding. These are opinion-based. I want to know, after the opening weekend of the NCAA tournament, the team that Rico Lamar Beard thinks more of after the weekend.
Duke. I think more of Duke because Duke has just gone out there and showed in that first weekend nobody's on their level. Cooper Flagg playing. I didn't think he should have, but Mike, I walked away like, Wow, Mike may win this bet.
They're terrifying.
Yeah.
Also, just small shout out, Arkansas. That's a really nice job by Cal. Don't have your leading scorer. Boogie Fland hadn't played in 2 months. That's
really because it looked like he didn't miss a step.
No, I'm just saying that's a really
he just
nice
couldn't
job.
inbounds the ball, but
Team you think less of after the first weekend?
St. John's. Going back to that Arkansas game, St. John's, people were telling me how this is a team, look at what Pitino is doing. And, they went into that game, and I'm watching it like, guys, are you going to score? No? Oh, okay. Wow. People were saying they could win, make it to the Final Four, a sleeper to win the national title. They just flat out didn't show up in a game where, Pitino got to go home to Providence.
The fatal flaw, they can't shoot. And it was just something they were able to outguard it. They were able to get to the free throw. But again, they don't shoot free throws well, and they don't shoot the three well. They've got to change the roster construction. Side note, what did you make of Pitino benching Luis Jr.?
I laughed because I said, well, at least now people can stop blaming Izzo for not playing Jaren Jackson Jr. So, because to me, that was the same thing.
Okay.
He's the Big East Player of the Year, and you're in a tightly contested game, and you sat him for like the final 8-10 minutes.
Was he 3 for 17 at that point?
But
I understand.
But it's one of those like, okay, but this is what heroes are made of. That's what I was told.
So if I ask you who did the worst coaching job of the weekend, are you going Pitino?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Because I
Tricky, Ricky.
I didn't understand exactly the rationale. And you know what? And
what?
I just didn't understand why he went that route. It became personal. Like, put Luis back in the game.
Let me just, can I just give you like an honorable mention?
Yeah.
Shaka Smart. What?
Was he even in turn?
No, I mean, it's just, again, how long are we going to live off the VCU run? The Mountain West never wins games in the tourney.
Yeah.
Here's Shaka with his polo shirt on. All right. Who did the best coaching job of the weekend?
The best coaching job of the weekend?
Don't say John Shire. I mean, who did a real good, like a bang-up job?
Real good bang-up job. Let me see. Maybe Willard, keeping his Maryland team in the game. They were down for most of the game. He drew up a play. Yes. Queen took a few extra steps.
7.
But the fact that was the play that you came up with was like, okay. You got like 3 guards that you could have used. Nah, let's just let Queen go to the basket. He kept his team in it because, Mike, I thought they were done.
Best coaching job of the weekend is a tie for me. 1 and 1A, Dusty May, John Calipari. For Cal, he won more NCAA tournament games in a weekend than he's won in 5 years.
Yeah.
He also took out Bill Self and a multi-million-dollar roster, and then he took out St. John's, who is a better part of $5 million roster. Took them both out and not at full strength. That's a hell of a job by Cal.
Yeah.
And Dusty May, it's self-explanatory. All right. What is the Rico Beard moment of the weekend? Your favorite moment of the entire weekend?
The favorite moment of the weekend?
Don't say getting your tire patched at 1 a.m.
No. Mike, the favorite moment of the weekend actually was funny because the Queen layup where he walked.
Yeah.
So they had it up on the Jumbotron. And as he was going and the ball leaves his hand, they cut away. And the entire crowd is like, what the F just happened? Did he make the shot?
How did they do that?
Because all of a sudden, Jeremy Fears was about to shoot a free throw. Everybody boos so loudly, Fears misses the free throw that the State players are telling the State fans, be quiet. Everybody had to go on their phone to figure out what happened.
So Maryland's game winner, yes or no? Was it one of the most blatant traveling calls not made in history?
It was.
Okay. I mean, you've got to be kidding me. All right. The next one, the ref show. I think the officiating in the NCAA tournament, top to bottom, has been atrocious.
Yes.
No flow, too many whistles. How about these reviews that take 17 minutes? Overall letter grade on the state of officiating, March Madness 2025.
I would probably give it about C- D+.
Okay.
It has not been good. I mean, and even in games where it's like, what are we doing here? This game is over, and we got to go back and make sure that there's enough seconds on the clock. Like, there's not enough time for them to score 18 points. Just go ahead and let this thing go out. And then some of the fouls, okay, that was a foul, but this wasn't a foul. That's a travel. This is not a travel. This team shot 30 foul shots. That team only 5. It was like, really?
No one's here to watch the officials. We're here to watch basketball.
Right,
It's
even
a really
your boy
bad job.
Juicy fouling out. It was like, come on.
Nelly Jr., Joseph.
It's like, I thought about you. I'm like, you know what? People are here to see him play,
That's
not
right.
him fouling out of the game.
Which is why I said to you, just change one simple rule. The refs can be as bad as they want. Your 5th foul will trigger a technical, but you get to stay in the game.
And then the BYU player who got ejected because of the flagrant fouls. It's like, come on, man, really? Let's just let the kids play.
I want your thoughts on Khan.
UConn?
No, the con artist, Aura. That knob of a team manager from McNeese State. Guys over
What
here.
is this, Amir Khan?
Khan. Does he not represent everything wrong with college sports right now?
Yeah, you know what? I thought the funniest thing is it could have been a meme because it was him and Spike Lee talking to each other.
He's got ads telling you how to do his taxes.
Really? And only for both guys to be leaving the tournament. Like, yeah, you two may not want to hang out with each other. Yeah, he's got an NIL deal.
Spike may as well be a Michigan fan because St. John's is the same thing. New York City doesn't know they exist.
And he's sitting there with Khan, and I'm laughing like, I don't think anybody realized how funny this is. Both teams got ejected.
That was
out
my
of there.
favorite moment of the weekend. Oh, you like your custom jumpsuit? You like all the stupid commercials they put you in when you were a nobody? Well, good.
Whoa.
Go home.
Oh, no. He's back.
No, he's not.
NC State,
I
buddy.
refuse to accept it.
No, it's already been accepted. He's got an NIL package. He's headed there with Way.
And I blame you.
Okay.
All right. So, last note, and I'm going to stay out of this. I just want your answer to why there were so few upsets and so few moments.
I think the reason being is that anybody that was playing for all these little schools already left last year, hit the portal. I mean, you look at all the people that played for Dusty May at FAU. They're at Florida. They were at Michigan, and I forgot the other team. But they're all playing in other places. They're playing at the big schools. So these are the schools that would knock off the opponents. Their players are already hit the portal and gone to the big schools, and also the tournament expansion. That Houston would have been a Cinderella, but not anymore. They're part of the Big 12. BYU would have been a Cinderella, not anymore. So that's why I think you're seeing that. It's just tournament expansion and the portal. Like the players that go to the lesser schools who become that household name.
Yeah.
The Bryce Drews of the world. Bryce Drew would have left Valpo and went somewhere else. He'd have been playing at Indiana.
I'm proud of you. That's all I can say. I'm proud of you that you were willing to at least compromise a little.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mike,
thank you.
I'm not obtuse.
You're a good man. All right. That's your March Madness zippity-doo-dah.
Oh, by the way, how do you feel about Purdue having a home court advantage?
I don't care. They eliminated Khan.
Okay.
I'm a Purdue fan now.
Okay.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Detroit News reporting that 2 former Michigan female student athletes have filed a federal lawsuit against the university and ex-football coach Matt Weiss for privacy invasion. Weiss was indicted on 24 counts total for unauthorized access to computers and identity theft and pled not guilty today and was released from custody on bond. The Red Wings skate in Utah tonight. Peter Mrazek will get the start in goal. Jeff Petrie is in the lineup for the first time since January 2nd. Pregame at 9:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Tigers have left their spring training home of Lakeland to play their last 2 games in San Francisco. The roster currently sits at 35 players, 9 over the limit. Game tonight at 9:45, no coverage. Michigan football coach Sharon Moore spoke with the media as the team ramps up their spring practices. He says they'll continue to play their spring game this year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. So we're going to get to the phones in short order here. I just want to make sure we tell our audience what the hell is going on. So we come out of the weekend. Michigan and Michigan State are both still in the tourney, which is good. But the question was asked this morning by Jim and John, and Costa, as he's wont to do, was just so matter of fact, like you're out of your mind if you don't want it. And I'm like, well, A, you're a closeted Wolverine, so really no one's interested in your take. But second of all, I think it's very easy for the other side to present itself. I think John did a good job attempting it. And this is how it's gone. I've given a perspective of why I'm completely bored of Michigan and Michigan State. That it's not a rivalry, it's actually just gross, and that nothing matters. There's no respect in it, and I'm not interested. We beat you twice. I'd rather just play Auburn, and let's find out if we're championship good. Well, what happened over the next 40 minutes was largely Michigan fans infighting, some making fun of themselves, others giving me all the reasons I need to feel differently. Well, I don't. I'm not interested in playing you a third time. Because the biggest issue I have in all of it is it's not even a conversation. Because 90% of this fan base parachuted in last week. Period. So what? I'm going to sit here for a week and take 20 hours of my life talking about a game and you've watched 10 minutes of basketball all year. I'm not interested. You're just not the same as your football program. You're not the same as a fan base. And I don't even like talking to you about that sport anymore. I'm over it. And frankly, we started the show. I even said it to one of our first callers. If MSU could just play in a space division and never play Michigan again, I'd be fine with it. Why? You. That's why. I'd rather just go play somewhere else. Why? Once again, you. It's pointless. It's like arguing against a cult. You can't. They'll come up with something else. Why? There's no rules. There's no one to check them. I mean, the media even believes half your garbage. So, look, for me, no, I don't need it. We had it twice during the regular season when you guys were in your cave because you don't watch basketball. And then once a year, I got to deal with the football garbage. And win or lose, there's no winning. So, yeah, I don't need it. I think it's a totally defensible position. But if you like it, you're welcome to it because I'm not telling you you're wrong. If you're a Michigan fan and you want State again, of course you do. If there's a heavyweight fight and one guy has lost twice to the champ, of course he wants the third crack at it. That's okay. You're supposed to. Well, we didn't lose twice. Maybe if we lost twice to you, I'd want a shot at you. But I don't need it.
Or if even you split. Okay, the rubber match. But both games were decided handily. I think like 30 points combined.
Hey, they were ahead at half one game.
Yeah, they were.
We heard that in first hour. So that's what we're rapping about. And obviously, there's not a lot to really – look, State didn't play well this weekend. They played well enough. Michigan, they had their escape in the first round. The second round, look, you got this performance from Roddy Gale Jr. that he'll probably never give you again. Damn near 30 points. He's like a 20% three-point shooter, and he delivered. And that's what the tournament is about, man. New Mexico tried that crap. That Hamzil guy decided, he popped in his Roddy Gale highlight tape. That kid's a 20% shooter. Right. Opened the game 5 for 5.
I was like, who is this? That ain't juicy.
He was the guy that was about to send you home.
Right.
No, so for look, the conversations around the games, both teams are just going to have to elevate the way they're playing. whether it's Auburn or Ole Miss, and you know what I think of the SEC in hoops. It just means more, Kenny. But look, Ole Miss is not a treat, and Auburn clearly number 1 overall seed. Both teams are going to have to elevate their play. I think the biggest thing I could give Michigan is since the second half against UC San Diego, they've played 60 minutes of basketball and been much more responsible with the basketball.
Yeah.
So Dusty May, the message, the way the players are playing, excellent. For Michigan State, I have an issue with the free throw shooting. I don't know what's going on there. Got to fix it. And last night, MSU, I viewed it more as an escape. Yes, they won by 10, but let me be clear. When your best player goes 0 for a million, and you're relying on Frankie Fiddler, who's essentially Roddy Gale with a headband.
Mike, I'm going to take it a step further. I mean, the entire weekend, they won the weekend. Didn't play great.
No, they didn't play well at all.
Who had Cohen Carr scoring 18 points in the first game?
I didn't have it on my bingo.
No, nobody did. I mean, Jace Richardson's been okay. I mean, the last game, he finally scored in the final couple of minutes, but they've done enough. They've won ugly. But no, it hasn't been impressive watching them.
No.
They got it done, but the free throw shooting, horrific. Once again, you start the game off slow, first possession, turnover. I really wish you could bet on this, Mike. It's been 11 straight games. People think I'm joking. 11 straight games, MSU's first possession, turnover.
That's real?
Yes.
My God. Okay, so that's where we're at.
Travel or charge, or most of them are Zapata.
Yeah. So no, if it happens, it happens. Let's roll. I mean, we're a terrible matchup for you. So yes, I'd be confident State would win the game, but I don't need it. So the question was asked that way. I've given you the answer. If you do, great. Tell us why. 248-539-9797. Anything I forgot, you want to get to the people?
Yeah, let's get to the people.
Okay. Joe's been very patient. He leads off to 3 o'clock. Joseph, what's going on?
Mike, I got to call you out on this take, dude. It is so soft to not want to play a rivalry game in the tournament. It's nothing but soft, and save your scripted. You didn't go to school there. You didn't play there. You drop in, parachute, whatever. Dude, I went to school there. I had season tickets for 25 years.
Well, then that's not directed at you. Hold on. So hold on. So then that's not directed at you. Don't waste my time bringing it up.
No, but it's still the same take, and it's
no, it's not. No, it's not soft.
No,
we already drubbed your ass twice.
Okay.
We already beat you twice. True or false?
Then do it again.
And we will. Hey, guess what, Joe? We will. We will. But I'm not interested in it.
Your take is that of a non-athlete. You don't know what competition is like.
Oh, okay. Okay, Joe.
You've never competed.
No, Joe. No, Joe. Joe, I wasn't born to be a D1 athlete.
Hold on, but Joe,
you're weak. You're soft.
Okay,
Joe, hold on.
Okay,
but Joe, that doesn't
You're
make
soft.
sense because.
And
Kenny, no, Joe. As they say, in order to be the man, you have to beat the man. And right now, hold on, Joe. I'm saying Auburn.
Get your panties out of your butt cheek and quit agreeing with Mike.
I'm not agreeing with Mike, Joe. I'm just telling you sound like a complete ass right now. Joe, you sound like an ass.
Okay,
You're
now
nothing
Joe.
but Mike's B.
Joe, can I ask you a question?
Well,
Joe, I want to ask you a
do it.
question. Well, I'm going to do it. Why you got to be so disrespectful to Rico? He didn't even get to ask you a question. You could say whatever you want to me.
He don't deserve to ask me a question.
Well, then you're
well,
going.
you know what? Oh, why did you hang up?
No, because I'm just not dealing in it.
Okay.
He seemed very affected for somebody with such a high-level degree.
I know.
Makes me wonder if that was a lie.
I was going to tell Joe that somebody he knows well said hi.
No. The whole point is, look at how affected that man was.
I know.
Because I don't want to play them a third time.
And I'm like,
that's a weird perspective,
you want to
Kenny.
play them? I'm like,
look at Kenny. Hold on, Kenny, please pop on microphone. I know you don't like basketball, but you are an outsider in this regard. You look at the Michigan State thing, and you have openly said, I don't get it. Like, this is...
I don't get it.
But do you see my point? Now, Joe waited 40 minutes, and I was happy to have the conversation with him. Okay, you have a weak point of view. Okay, fine. All I've said is, we beat you twice. I think we'll beat you again, but I don't need that in my life. I'm good. And that guy went off the deep end to a point where Rico could not ask him a question. Now, you explain that to me.
I just saw the feathers flying everywhere from this pillow fight. I don't know, man. I don't get it. I look in, I parachute in on this rivalry, and I don't get it.
Explain how you can be that affected.
I
have to
can't.
understand.
I can't.
And mind you, we're not even talking about the two teams playing. Like the game didn't just happen and we're in this heated battle about, let's say, a play.
Well, apparently Joe must have played the game because he said we're not athletes. And it's like, well, Joe, as the saying goes, in order to be the man, you have to beat the man. And Auburn is the man. They're the number 1 overall seed. You're the 5th seed in a bracket. You're not the man.
And you know what's funny is a bunch of the texters texting in. It's like Joe owns 1,000 cell phones and is using them all to text in under different names because that's exactly what's coming through. And I think that further solidifies your point about what Michigan fan is.
And I would have simply said, Joe, and all these, where were you last week? Last week, where were you? I guess there was a sale on parachutes because they're all dropping in.
I just want to reestablish, just so we're all on the level. Me not needing this game in my life for a third time elicited that response.
You're soft.
No. And here's the best part. When I say the people who show up at these games that don't involve Michigan, it's all they have. And I say that, yes, your self-worth is attached to a place you probably didn't go and you definitely didn't play. Well, Joe, if you went there, it's not directed at you.
Right.
The point I'm making is when you show up at Vanderbilt, South Carolina, and you're head to toe dressed up like a melted stick of butter, yeah, it makes me question what you have going on in your life.
And I'm really questioning the fact if he was a season ticket holder and all of that
That's
other
fine.
stuff. Because
That's
right,
fine. It's fine.
Everything.
Everything's fine. Everything is awesome. Everything's cool when you're part of a team. My whole point to Joe, not that I got to make any point, was why are you bent out of shape at this level if it doesn't apply to you? And second of all, we're not even talking about the result of a game. I'm simply saying, no, I don't have to want the game the way Jim Costa says I do. And that's the response? Okay, then.
Soft.
Oh, that's fine. Please. And you're right. My biggest sin in life, man, I didn't get a full ride to go to school. You're right. Damn.
If only they.
I guess I should have been aborted,
Mike. If only they. Wow.
In Joe's world, hey, let me check my traffic cameras. I shouldn't be here.
Wow. I was gonna say if only they played this year, but
no,
you
it's
know
okay.
What? You win.
Hey,
check your cameras.
Let's. Okay, can I please? Let's get to Old Nation Brewing. Technische. You still can't pronounce this damn beer, but they sell out of it. Light, crisp, German-style Pilsner crafted with 4 ingredients. Enjoy it. You got basketball to watch this weekend, no matter what side of this stupid rivalry you're on. And after a long day, let Old Nation respectfully brew something nice for you. The top ingredients, award-winning. Taste the difference. Support local, support independent, the last large, truly local and independent brewery in the state of Michigan. 21 and up. Old Nation reminds you to please drink responsibly. All right. So, once again, we will go to the phone.
Yeah, okay. You out of pocket.
Come on, now. I'm having a great time.
You're a problem.
Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
We rely on Rico being the voice of reason on this show. And, Mike, you are great. But now Mike is being the voice of reason, and it's creating more trouble. I don't understand the world. What's going on?
I have no idea.
Why would I'm a Michigan State supporter, graduate. I didn't play basketball, so apparently I don't count. But I don't care if I play Michigan or not. Why? I'm sorry, I'm agreeing with you guys, and I'm equally as flabbergasted as you guys.
Jeff, as I said, if it was for a year where they split in the regular season, I would welcome this third game. Okay, the rubber match. Let's, winner take all type of thing. You beat them twice. Games weren't close. And, okay, first of all, you got to get past Ole Miss. But if you do, if you knock off Auburn, the number 1 overall seed, that's a feather in your cap. That's like when they took out Duke and they beat them with Zion. That's something that, okay, you didn't win the national title that year, but dang, you sent Duke home in the Elite Eight. Something you could think of and be proud of.
But what does that have to do with this year is obviously, I think, Mike's point. And what could it be, and this is could it be they're still embarrassed of how they handled themselves at the season-ending game? But they can't admit that, of course. Because that was...
No, Jeff, remember, there was an article in the Free Press who saluted Michigan's restraint.
Mm-hmm.
There was a car wash tour done by Dusty May, by any Michigan incel like Rich Eisen, who would give him a platform.
And said Michigan State should just do all of this stuff at the end of the game. And,
right, change it for us. It's never been a problem for 30 years, but hey, change it for us.
Right.
Much like it's never been a problem, the tunnel's never been a problem for any school anywhere in any sport, except the 4 times it's been at Michigan. But they don't have to change. It's always someone else's fault. Look,
I understand, Mike.
Jeff, it's just,
and
you know what it
being
is?
The voice of reason.
Well, I appreciate it. Look, it's 25 years of doing this. And it's basically me saying I've signed out of the rivalry. I'm not interested in it. It's exhausting. Because after fighting the good fight for so long, you realize it's just the last scene in the movie Glory. And Matthew Broderick leads you over the hill, and you can't win. So I don't care to. And no, I admit this. I have always been made fun of by State fans because I have a pro sports mentality to college. The only thing that matters is a national championship. Well, if State's going to win that, it doesn't mean more or less if you're in our pathway. It just doesn't. And losing to Auburn or losing to you, they carry the same value.
It's a
Our
loss.
season's over. We don't hang a banner. Whatever. But the only thing that matters, and it's why I think Rico and John Jansen, by the way, who did play Division I football. So
Where
I think
did he play?
Michigan. I think his opinion counts. John even said beating Auburn would give Michigan State a confidence boost that, you know what, maybe they're better than we realize.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think State is going to beat Auburn. I don't think State will beat Florida. I don't think State will beat Duke. Okay? But if you want me to believe in those things, may as well play one of them.
Yep.
So I don't like making the Final Four and then getting sandblasted like we have been several times. Total fail. But that's, again, my perspective. Why my perspective has triggered Michigan fans the way it has, don't ask me to explain them. I can't. These same people believe they didn't cheat in football. What would you like me to tell you?
I'm just happy you're here, buddy.
Thanks, my B.
Well,
that was wild.
That's my job.
I'm like, hey, can Rico ask you a question? No.
That's okay. Joe probably just wanted me to go park his car. All right.
Okay, that's not. Jason 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, nothing much, guys. I did play basketball at Michigan State, so hopefully that satisfies Joe's criteria.
Okay.
Granted, it was pickup games and intramural, but technically I did play basketball at Michigan State.
I am East or West.
But funny thing is that after the regular season finale, the common theme amongst Michigan fans, throughout social media was that basketball doesn't matter. Football is what it's all about. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Of course, now with this recent 5-game streak, they're going through the closet there and getting the Fab Five shirt out of storage. But what's just interesting is that you see this in football as well. When Ohio State won a national title, what did the Michigan fans say? Well, it doesn't count because they didn't beat their rival. Ha, ha, ha. But I tell you, L. Ron Hubbard and Jim Jones are jealous of the University of Michigan and their cult. I mean, they got to be sitting down there taking notes whenever they speak.
Man,
But,
you know I'm with you, Jay. It's well, what it is it's narcissist. I mean, that's all it is. It's all about them. The world. It's like ancient China. The world revolves around us. Like somehow my existence with my football or basketball team has to include them. If MSU never played Michigan again, my life wouldn't change. In fact, it would be more peaceful.
Well, a couple more things here, and I'll let you guys go. But this weekend is the hockey regional in Toledo. Michigan State and Ohio State are in the same region. Now, if they happen to meet Saturday for the final, I guarantee you there will be, Michigan fan in their Michigan hockey jersey cheering like heck for Ohio State. And what I'm also doing, though, is that I am doing the reverse Jedi mind trick financial emotional hedge. Got $100 on the Michigan money line against Auburn. If they win, I'm going to put it all against on Sunday. And because if they're going to win,
you may as well benefit.
I want financial compensation for dealing with their douchebagginess.
Oh, yeah.
That's the Mike Valeni style.
Yeah, I did that when they won the title. I was with you. Mind you, Sparty Radio. I was the only one. None of their fan base had any spine leading into that week. I picked them to go in there and win.
I remember listening. I was on vacation laughing like, okay, Mike, seriously.
No, seriously. And I gave the 11 reasons you're going to win the game and the whole bit.
Yeah, I was like, David Kinney, go check that man's Gatorade.
What was I, Maurice Claret? Getting my goose on while I was in studio? No, I just thought they'd win the game. Now, I didn't realize they had the other team's plays. That hadn't been revealed yet.
We don't know that.
Seems like, feels like, sounds like.
Yeah, seems like, feels like somebody did get caught with computer crimes.
No. That's in the education section. That is nothing. That has nothing to do with football.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
I figured while you're already hacking in,
leave it alone.
What's over there?
Just leave it alone. All right. 248-539-9797. Kenny, a couple of texts. We'll continue with the calls, which once again, I don't think what I said. The only thing I said that I think would absolutely be offensive, and if you're offended by it, then I guess it means you're one of them. I don't understand the Michigan dress-up crowd in games that Michigan is not in.
Bruh.
And that's where I did.
Standing proudly.
I know.
And everybody's like, well, your game was yesterday. Why are you here?
Because it's all they have. Don't you understand it?
And respect my privacy. Okay, don't wear bright yellow shirts.
That was all. Now, I did insult those people. I am guilty of that.
I don't understand them.
I've never been at a game that doesn't involve my team, and I show up head to toe like I'm the team manager.
If I went to a Georgia LSU game, I'm not dressed up as Johnny Spirit in green and white. I'm just gonna go to the game and enjoy it.
I don't know another fan base that does it. I've never seen it.
You just look like no matter. Pick a random game. There's a Michigan person, just to let you know. Hey.
So yes, I did insult those people, but that's not really the content of what we're doing. What I've said is, do you need or want Michigan State to face off Sunday, part 3? I don't. And that has started apparently a wildfire. You'd think I'm in a political debate about Doge or something here. I mean, Jesus. Hey, coming up at 4:30, we're talking tariffs. I said I don't need to play the game. I gave you reasons why.
Canada, pros and cons.
Yeah, up next, launch codes. So, yeah, Rico, be
Call
curious.
for Mexico?
Okay, all right. Freedom fries.
Oh,
okay,
oh.
Thank you.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there is only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be a Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys. The selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that not only fits your lifestyle, but will fit your budget as well, including the March Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for just $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down, drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hey, Kenny, I'll wait on the ticket text unless you get something good for me. Kenny is shaking his head.
Absolutely not. I have nothing good for you and nothing to add to the conversation.
Here's my question. What are they so angry about?
It's basically them just calling you Sparties who are coping and that you haven't won a
Coping
title.
with what?
And I don't know.
That we won the Big Ten, that we got out of opening weekend, that we have a game against Ole Miss. What's the coping?
Mike, you're so scared. It's laughable. Mike, wow, your sense of inferiority is really on high today. Keep it up.
So
It's like
hold on.
it's
Just so we're
useless
clear.
commentary.
Just
like
so
that.
we're clear. This is proving my point. What is there to fear? We didn't win 2 buzzer beaters. I absolutely believe we would body you again. But Jim Costa asked the question, and I'm giving you the answer. No, I don't want it or need it. Mainly because of what exactly we're doing right now. I've done this for 25 years. And it's never changed. Yeah. It is basically, I could create a soundboard. Oh, you're scared. Like they were saying we were scared when we were holding them to negative 43 rushing yards in football. Like, you can't, when you argue with idiots, you become one.
Kenny, beat them by 13 at their house, but they had a lead at halftime. So that negates it. Beat them by 17 on senior night and actually gave them 2 points so they can go kiss the floor. Like, you know what? You guys shoot the free throws.
The intentional foul.
Yeah, we'll handle business over here. Here's 2 points for you.
I don't understand why they're this triggered that I don't need it.
I find it baffling that you saying a simple statement like that, and this is from me, an outsider looking in. I have no stake in this rivalry at all. But me parachuting into this, the response that is generated from you just saying that,
or the other thing that
is
touched the
absurd
button,
to me.
The other thing that hit a little close to home is if you're one of these goobers who's at a game that ain't got nothing to do with U of M, and you're dressed head to toe. I'm not talking about a casual little hat. I'm talking head to toe in U of M gear. Yeah, you're telling the world you ain't got nothing going on in your life. Your self-worth as a human being is tied to an athletic team or a school that wouldn't spit on you. That's what you're telling me. Now, if that hit a little close to home, well, the answer lies in the mirror. Don't be mad at me. I mean, like, I always love this when we get into this. I don't care if you went to school there. But when you do, F around and find out, it's like play stupid games, win stupid prizes. The people who act stupid often are, in fact, stupid. Like, that's not on me. I'm the same person where 2 of my best friends are Wolverines who went to the school. We have none of these issues. So I really don't know what to say.
Is it possible that...
Exactly, that guy.
From last night.
Rico is showing me visual evidence of exactly what we're talking about. Apparently, a member of Michigan's football coaching staff was at the MSU game in Cleveland. Just kidding, guy with no life. Hey, it's Tennessee and South Carolina on ESPN Saturday night. Cutscene. Man dressed as highlighter. Or yellow sex toy. It all depends. What are you doing here? No other fan base does it. Now, if that's where their vitriol's from, I don't know. That hits close to home. It's not my problem.
Yeah, I don't get it. You can root for whoever you want.
Exactly. Dude, my dad roots for Michigan State. My dad wasn't allowed to go to college by his parents. There are so many people who root for schools. If you do it in good nature, it's fine. But when you want to go and pretend you're an effing soldier for the school that you didn't go to?
Right. Like for me,
No.
yeah. Oh, you want to root for the football team? Don't care. Great. Fine. Do your thing. But yeah, you cross the, your education. Whoa, stop.
It's also the people whose whole life revolves around something they have no part of. I don't get it. Look, I said this was, God, Rico, it's got to be 17, 18 years ago at the zenith of like the Rich Rod thing. And I just said, look, it's not right and wrong. It's different. The experiences are different. If you went to and matriculated at Ann Arbor or East Lansing, your experience, it's not right or wrong. It is different. Right. And that is the point. Now, if that offends people by saying something is different and they may not understand that, I can't help you.
No, because what I've noticed is people who've actually gone to Michigan and Michigan State, there is that healthy respect of, you know what? But in the end, we both went through some stuff. And you talk trash to each other, And then it ends right there.
Yeah,
it doesn't become personal.
And that's my whole point.
It's not cult-like.
Whether you went to the school or not means nothing. But if you don't support a program 11 and a half months out of the year, I'm not exactly yearning to have those people parachute in and attempt to lecture on something they don't care about. That's a waste of my time.
And for the record, I said it, Kenny, and I think, Mike, I think you agree. State has beat Ole Miss. This is
which I don't
point.
think is a given.
Right. I don't care. Like when Rieger was talking about it, Rieger, I'm focused on Ole Miss. I don't care what happens
MSU's
after
a whopping 3.5 point favorite.
Right. So, yeah. But this is it's got to happen. Well, you got to beat Auburn.
Which, look, I'm happy to talk actual basketball, but this spiraled into something more entertaining. Look, Auburn is going to be a tough cover for anybody. Look, Cardwell is every bit of 6'11", 260. He's going to be on Vlad. John Broome is a freak show athletically. He's going to be on Wolf. Okay, so now we have a bit of an issue there. Then you got to look at the guards. And when you start to talk about like NBA caliber guards, Auburn's got them in spades. That freshman kid they got, Ahani.
Unless Gale is going to go back out there and duplicate what he just did against A&M. Okay.
Well, and that's... Look, it's a tough
and
cover.
It's not to take away from what he did because in the tournament, people just have special games.
Look, Gabe
Brown.
Gabe Brown against LSU.
Yeah.
Frankie Fiddler last night. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I call my own
Cohen
team.
Carr. Just going all world.
I didn't have that one on the bingo board.
Right. Like 18 points. And they weren't dunks. They were just him out there being a basketball player.
And I apologize. It's Tahad, not Ahad. Tahad Pettiford, the freshman.
Yeah.
I mean, him and Trey Johnson might have the two singular best, like ISO, create own space, get shot, and then it's just clean. And Pettiford with some of these runners, that's NBA ready stuff. Look, they just Michigan will have to play comprehensively their best game of the season. Is it possible? Of course it is.
Which means you can't turn the ball over, which you stopped doing at the end of the A&M game. And because that was probably the best 5 or 6 minutes I've ever seen them play this year. I mean, that was textbook. Wow. If they play this way, they're a problem.
Which, again, I don't know why you're giving them credit.
This is what?
Sparty radio.
I know. But watching that, I walked away like
arguing with third graders.
I was thoroughly impressed. Like, wow, you
could make
down.
a case, and I know it won't happen. I would have no problem if Dusty May won Coach of the Year. I want to remind you, he has now made history, by the way. No team who lost at least 24 games the year prior has ever come back to win a Sweet 16. He did it.
But was he raised on the streets of Chicago?
I guess we need Dusty to open hand slap a coach in order to get some respect.
But no, that
he could win Coach of the Year. I wouldn't blink twice,
bro. I was just I like if they play that way, like Michigan could be a problem. But that means you're not turning the ball over. That means you're hitting your free throws and you're not shooting yourself in the foot.
And respectfully, the water level's about to get a lot deeper. Like a lot deeper. Auburn is scary. And look, water's getting deeper for state too.
Yeah.
And I think we're very vulnerable. But hey, whatever. Go blue. All right, we'll get to the phone calls momentarily, okay, guys? Sorry about that. FanDuel giving all customers a chance to take a swing at $500,000 in bonus bets every day from March 27th to 30th this Thursday through Sunday. $500,000 daily home run jackpot. So, yeah, you got opening day coming up. You're going to place a wager on a player to hit a home run. If they do, obviously, you get paid on that. But then you enter a pool with everybody else who selected that player that day, and you share in your equal share of $500,000. It's FanDuel.com/ticket, and you can look for the daily home run jackpot. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Must apply profit boost token on select market. Prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, straight to the people. Everyone's been very patient. I'm sorry about that. I just do, guys, candidly, I got to make sure the audience joining the show understands what the hell they're walking into. So it's important I remind people once in a while. John has been very patient. He's up next, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, pal? That can't be real. If John's really asleep, that's the best thing I've heard all day. I will try again a little later. That's amazing. I really hope he's actually asleep. We'll go to a different John who hopefully narcolepsy has not taken over. John number 2, are you there? Nope, John hung up. All right, we're 0 for 2 on Johns. All right, now hold on. In the history of this show, I don't think I've gone to 3 straight Johns in a row. We're going to John in Southfield. John, be there. Be there, Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
There's Johnny. All right. What's up, John?
That was really funny, man. I was hey, that guy was sleeping real good, though, man. He had a long night.
He was having a good night of sleep.
Yeah. I wanted to say, as far as, like, the Michigan thing, I kind of feel like MSU should play him again because Michigan's kind of on a high right now. Ever since they lost to MSU, they haven't lost again. Mm-hmm. They won the tournament, so I feel like MSU should play them again, and if they beat them, there's nothing else they'll be able to say. I feel like this will kind of even quiet the real, like, I'm a Michigan fan, but I'm not, like, about it like that to where some of these people are. Like, I like Michigan, but it's not going to change my life if they win or lose. I'm just a fan.
You're a normal human, yeah.
Right. But John, yeah. I would say – I want to say that Michigan was red hot. The first time they played State, they had a 6-game winning streak. They had just knocked off Purdue. They had just beaten Ohio State at Ohio State. They were already red hot, and they played that game. We've already seen this before. And the game was at Chrysler.
I kind of feel like they're a little bit of a different team now. Like the last game, they didn't have all the turnovers, and they made their free throws. So I feel like now they're playing better. Like those guys are like night and day sometimes, like not making their free throws, constantly turning the ball over, and you're not going to win basketball games like that.
No, and you know what, John? You bring up an interesting point, right? If we zoom out, like I admit it, we've made the point, like, look, we already played them twice. But if you zoom out from it and go, look, you won the regular season title, they won the conference tournament title. In essence, would this be the tiebreaker? You know what, John? It's interesting. I'm not laughing at it. It's the best. It's the best evidence I've heard today.
I mean, yeah. At that point, John, you know what? Hey, you bring your trophy. We'll bring their trophy. The winner takes home all the trophies.
Winner takes all.
I wish you could do that, like a skins game.
Yeah.
We put the regular season title on the line. And the winner gets them both.
Draw in a lot of viewers. They'll be like, okay, they're the overall, but we're the tournament. Let's put all the hardware on the line, and the winner takes all. And you have to deal with the consequences at the end of the day. If you lose, then you're going to have to deal with the scrutiny and talked about. But
see, that's always something I don't like. And John, listen, I think you brought something real interesting, and I'm not being dismissive of it. But the whole deal with what? Like, this is the other side of it I can't figure out. It's almost like people stop at age 25. Okay, so you're right. Okay, let's say State loses to U of M. You were better. We failed. I'll be more upset at my team than anything else. What exactly are we dealing with? There's always this idea that somehow the sun doesn't come up? Look, I don't like Michigan. I never will. But what changes? State, it's win a national title or failure. Like, losing to you is never good or never fun. But I'll be more upset if we didn't even get to the Final Four with a reasonable chance to play for something. Again, it's this narcissism with the Michigan fan base that only they can validate seasons.
Well, brother, I think somebody even said it. I don't want to I forgot who it was, but the whole, Ohio State won the national title. Yes.
Once again.
But they didn't beat us.
Right, because they are the arbiters of validation. Right. No one, they believe they are the only ones who can validate. And here's the best part. They themselves need the most validation. That's all today is about. The fact that I said, look, it's great that they're both still in. Dusty May could be coach of the year. None of that matters. It's me saying, nah, I don't really care if I play again. Rather not, because I don't like dealing with you people. Oh, my God.
Soft.
Well, which is silly. We beat them twice by a total of 30 points. What the hell is soft about it? If we play them again, would we beat them again? Yes, I believe we would. I think we're a terrible matchup for them.
Yeah.
But again, revert flowchart. Soft.
Yeah, because it would come from a one-day turnaround after beating Auburn.
Which there's no better coach in the history of college basketball on the short turnaround in the tournament than Izzo. But don't let facts get in the way of a good fantasy. Fine. You're right. We're running for the hills. We'll be 30-point underdogs. No, if there's anything, it'd be like the last 2 years in football. You didn't even need to play the game. But then again, you guys bailed on your team so bad, you didn't want to play the game. You spent the whole week saying State was going to beat you, and I'm like, I don't know about that. We're not good. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. What's up, Phil?
What's up, guys?
How are you, sir?
Good. Yeah, my biggest thing is I kind of completely agree with your guys' Michigan State fans and alumni. What do you guys need to beat us again for? Me being a Michigan fan, it doesn't validate your guys' season. Beating Auburn kind of will give you guys that boost and confidence to go on to play Florida or Duke or whoever you might end up playing. But on the other side for Michigan, to beat Auburn, play you guys, I think it's a chance for Michigan to get one of those back. Obviously, you guys beat us twice by double digits. And also, I think that, beating Auburn would definitely put a feather in our cap and make us feel good about where we're going. But I actually think beating Michigan State, because of how the regular season went, would actually be even a bigger boost for Michigan.
Yeah,
if they could beat Auburn.
And Phil, lost in all of it. Phil, I have said all show long, I understand if Michigan fans want it. It's a title fight. You've lost to the guy twice. You're naturally going to want a third shot. You have everything to gain and nothing to lose. I have no issue that Michigan fans want it. What I took issue with was James Costa acting like Spartans were crackheads for not, pining for a third matchup.
Right. It's like the gambler constantly chasing and chasing and chasing. After a while, just walk away.
Yes.
Yeah. For you guys, Auburn would be the thing that could boost you guys to the confidence to kind of show that you can play with those top level teams.
Right, which
like
I'm
Auburn
not
and
sure
Florida.
that we can, candidly. Right? Like, Phil, I've been open about it. Rico's been a bigger believer than me. I still got to see it to believe it. I don't think State played well this weekend. Right? This is what's all lost in the sauce. People want to call up and make threats, and they want to be, let's be tough guys about stuff. For what? You don't like a sports opinion? Grow up. Stop it. It's ridiculous.
MSU played a B- weekend. They were not great.
No. And if they play that way, they will lose to Ole Miss, and none of this will matter.
If you're counting on Cohen Carr and Frankie Fiddler to bail you out to win a national title, you're going to end up going home like St. John's, because one day it'll look like the Indiana game.
No, and that's, look, if we played the way we played this weekend, look, I think they'd still beat Michigan, because I think defensively we present something that very few teams do. But no, we would need to play better to have a confidence level. You got to give me your B-plus game you're going to play Michigan against.
See, here's the thing. If they played Michigan, Mike, I think that both coaches, both Izzo and Dusty May, would have to have a heart-to-heart talk with their players and say, guys, don't get emotional. Leave the yapping off the court, because that's why I think both sides are going to want to go out there and just do all the trash talking. And it would probably be a horrible game where it's like the first one to 40, because everybody's out there trying to do the and one mixtape.
Well, you know the guy who would need a chill pill. You know the guy.
Trey? Mm-hmm. Well, I guess it was Fears last night. He almost picked up the tech.
Well, you know what? Try making a free throw before you talk.
Yeah, well,
there's an idea.
Maybe not put the Maryland game up and not show us what happened.
Okay, then, 248-539-9797. We'll get some more phone calls. Got to do a tournament blitz as well. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. Dodgers outfielder Mookie Betts has not been able to stomach solid foods the last 2 weeks due to illness. Since he's lost 15 pounds, Betts in L.A. are set to host the Tigers in the season opener on Thursday. Betts is a long shot to play, according to ESPN. The Red Wings have a date with the Utah Hockey Club tonight on the road. Defenseman Jeff Petrie is back in the lineup for the first time since January 2nd. Fellow D-man Albert Johansson weighs in on the impact of that.
And that's not me. That's Kenny Cott doing that, for the record.
Hear the game at 9 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Per the Detroit News, former Michigan football assistant coach Matt Weiss turned himself in today after hacking allegations surfaced last week. He pled not guilty, was released on bail, and will be electronically monitored. Current head coach Sharon Moore spoke with the media today as well. The team has had 3 practices so far this spring and plan to be back in pads tomorrow. Safety Rod Moore is coming off a torn ACL from last year's spring cycle. He's not practiced yet for the team, but Moore expects him to be ready for the fall. Secondhand ticket marketplace StubHub has filed an initial public offering in an effort to appear on the stock market. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get into a tournament blitz. So much to discuss from the opening 4 days. This time, Mr. Rico Beard.
That wasn't Kenny. That was actually Mike this time.
Ah.
All right, Mike, let's jump into some more tournament questions. My turn to ask you.
All right, what do you? I have all the answers.
Well,
I'm kidding.
First round game, the Big Ten won all their games.
Yes.
They're sending 4 to the Sweet 16. Did we not give Big Ten basketball enough credit this season?
Yeah, I guess. I still don't feel
like... Are they still
like...
haunted by not winning a national title since 2000?
Yes. And I still think right now, do any of these Big Ten teams have a real chance to win a national title? No. I mean, look, let's say it's Michigan. They got to beat Auburn, beat Michigan State or Ole Miss, then beat probably Florida, then beat probably Duke. Like, no. Michigan State. Like, okay, we beat Ole Miss. Are we going to beat Auburn?
Then you have probably Florida.
Right. No.
And then Duke.
Maryland, forget it. The Queen took another step while we were talking about it. They shouldn't even be alive. They should have lost to Colorado State. And Purdue's Purdue. They ain't ever winning nothing.
They get a home game.
Doesn't matter.
Against Houston.
Mascot wears sweatpants. Can't win a natty.
Okay. Mike is Oregon's, or not Oregon, is UConn's coach, Dan Hurley, on the verge of having a Bob Knight meltdown.
Feels like it. I mean, I
don't know if you saw on social media when he left the court and basically said, I hope you guys don't get F like we did.
No, I watched the game. I mean, his behavior is bad enough. Did you watch the 60 Minutes feature on him?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's insane. And this is the problem. We empower these nutcases.
I mean, I'm really expecting that chair across the court or just total meltdown.
I sadly, yes, because he seems completely unhinged.
Yeah, I just don't understand why he's so angry.
There's a difference between a Brad Underwood and a Tom Izzo, or name a coach who might be grumpy. Then there's Dan Hurley, who should be starring in the next Mission Impossible as a deranged European crypto terrorist. Like, they're just, I don't get it.
Yeah.
So, yes, Rico, he scares me.
So I'm going to ask you the question, Mike. Did Rick Pitino screw himself over by benching RJ Luis?
No. I understand if people say yes. Just for me personally, no.
Big Ten, and for those who don't know, Big East Player of the Year.
He screwed himself because he built a roster that was incapable of taking and making threes and shooting an acceptable amount at the free throw line. And I think you and I weren't big believers in them making a big run. Why? The aforementioned things. Rico, when a guy's 3 for 17, I personally feel you might be mentally done. Like last night with Jace Richardson. He got to about 0 for 8 or 0 for 9. I go, well, he ain't coming back from that. He started throwing up zippity-doo-dah shots.
He could make layups.
Right. So I don't think so. But I totally get it if it's like, you know what? The guy got you here. You gotta let him play.
So that wasn't Pitino's Ben Carter moment?
No, because he had a player with 2 legs to put in. It's different.
Like football, Mike, should college basketball rethink the way coaches and players can enter the portal and leave to go get jobs while the tournament is going on?
Yes, 100%.
Because, Minnesota takes the Colorado State coach. Like, apparently talks were going on while the tournament was going on.
Like,
This didn't happen overnight.
Yeah. Drake gets eliminated. Hi, I'm going to Iowa. By the way, Drake shouldn't exist. I said this Friday. Ban them for the way they play. But the fact is now they're replacing like their third coach in 5 years.
Yeah.
DeVries, Nedved, and now McCollum. And guess what, people? Open wide. You're about to get a taste of Drake Bulldogs basketball because now it's coming to Iowa. Over under 17.
Mike, I'm going to ask you, why do you feel there's been the lack of drama in the tournament this year?
NIL. I just think it exacerbates the problems we have in football because basketball, it only takes one or two players that can shift everything. And you're seeing the smaller schools, they can win their conference. They can put good teams out there, but they're losing their best guys. And it's always. So, yeah, I mean, Rico, I think it's the NIL. And I think it's doing damage to one of the most magical things we have in sports, which is the tournament. I'm not trying to be simplistic or sarcastic.
No.
I truly believe it. It's the portal, and it's the NIL.
Yeah, I would say the same. Mike, more impressive.
Okay.
7 SC teams, almost half of the Sweet 16 coming from the SEC, or 4 new coaches to a program are in the Sweet 16. And Dusty May, Pope, Kevin Young, and Calipari.
I'm going to say the new coaches because of what we just talked about. It should be easy in the NIL era. Do you know how hard it is to inherit a roster or not inherit anyone and on the fly have to build a team capable of being talent-wise able to do this, but then actually play together? Bill Self looking at you. Look, Dusty May should be coach of the year. I think what he's done at Michigan's incredible. Cal, more tournament wins this weekend than he's had in 5 years, which I kind of like. He left Kentucky. They made him feel like he couldn't spell his name anymore.
Right.
I just think it's incredibly impressive to do that day one on the job. The SEC, let's top to bottom. It's superb.
I see. For me, it was the SEC because it kind of validated because it was like, okay, you put everybody in but 2 teams.
Yeah.
And they're almost half the Sweet 16, which goes back to our earlier prop bet of SEC or the field. You got a great chance at actually winning this thing.
True.
So
you realize, though, on a year-in, year-out basis from point forward, the Big Ten and the SEC are probably going to make up 33% of this tournament.
Yes.
That's gross.
Well, that was the next question, Mike. Do you realize there's only 4 conferences being represented in the Sweet 16? And ironically enough, the ACC won.
Well, that's Duke.
Yes.
Duke should be in the Intergalactic Conference. But yeah, no, Rico, it's sad to me. It is. But I'm an old head. Yeah. I miss the Pac-12. I miss the Big 12 proper. I just miss styles making fights and the different conferences playing different ball. It's just done. The SEC's got 20 teams, man. The Big Ten, we got teams across the globe.
So why the fall off for the ACC?
Okay. Super, super interesting question. I think part of it is money. When you look at the SEC and you actually look at the makeup of it, take Duke and put Duke over here. Duke in North Carolina, move them over. Like Wake Forest has like 2,500 students. NC State's never been good at basketball. We took Maryland from them. Syracuse basically told their biggest booster to blow it out his ass. He no longer supports their NIL. Syracuse is a joke. Miami had a good run, and it crashed and burned, right? Bad portal cycle, 80-year-old coach. I think a lot of it with a lot of the member institutions, including places like VTech, Rico, I kind of question the money. I just don't think they can fund it the way these other conferences can. Okay. If that's a terrible take,
No. I mean, because when you think college hoops, ACC is king. And right now, they have one team. Now, it is Duke, which leads into the next question. Is this tournament simply Duke versus the world?
I said at the start, Duke and Auburn, and you can have the rest. I haven't seen anything that makes me change. So, yeah, sadly, I don't want to be right about that. But yes, you don't casually drop a bomb on a team with multiple NBA players, including a top 5 pick in VJ Edgecombe. They demoralized Baylor. They murdered them.
Don't know if anybody stayed up to see the late night game, especially because it was going on concurrently with Michigan State. But, Mike, Arizona and head coach Tommy Lloyd, the job they did against Oregon, they were down, I think, like 25-7 early in the game. Caleb Love and those guys came back, found a way to win. Does Arizona have a shot against Duke?
Not unless they bring back Gilbert Arenas, Jason Terry,
just Richard Jefferson.
Yeah, I mean, you got to bring them all back. Michael Wright, Michael Dickerson. No, I got nothing. They're going to get crushed. Caleb will feel like he has to play even more hero ball. I think Arizona's going to get murdered.
All right, one last question. Who is the one team that you think not enough is being said about that's still playing in this tournament?
Arkansas. Because Michigan's getting the coverage. I feel like, so you're saying not enough?
Right. Like, they're in this thing, but it's like, if you ask people, like, hey, are they playing? And they'll be like, I don't know.
Arkansas was really impressive. It'd be Arkansas or Michigan. But I think Arkansas, because of the brand names they took down, higher quality of opponent. That's not a shot at Michigan. That's factual. I'd say Arkansas.
See, I was going to say probably Texas Tech, because I don't think anybody's even mentioned that they're still in the tournament. The team that's ironically playing Arkansas.
Okay. I can go there. JT Toppin.
Yeah.
Good thing he wasn't at New Mexico last night.
Yeah.
The portal giveth and it taketh away. You understand why that team would. I'll leave it alone. Yeah. But yeah, Pitino, he may look like a goofball, but I don't think he's nearly as bad as people say he is.
No.
The son, not the dad.
No, I don't think he's going to be in New Mexico.
Where's he going?
I think he's going to be the latest in guys who will parlay this into a better job. I like to call it the coaching portal, where it's musical chairs. But I don't think he's going to be New Mexico State coach next year.
New Mexico.
I'm sorry, New Mexico.
Don't mess that up. Like, hey, why can't Seth Davis get it right? Oh, I think Jace Richards for Michigan. And I'm like, well, 0 for 3 on that. Got the player in the school wrong. Guys, it's not hard. 2 distinctly different schools with different uniforms.
Yeah. But no, I think that he's going to leave and probably take some of those players with him from New Mexico to whatever school he goes to next. So we'll see. Anyway,
Tournament Blitz.
It's a college tournament blitz, 97.1. Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places that you go the most with the internet and mobile together. Xfinity has built a network that is 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you the ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need it the most, like at the coffee shop, at the grocery store, even at the game. All the power to do more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streamer, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile together. And now through April 17th, get a 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year with no annual contract, and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how you can get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit the store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with a store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of line usage. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
personal injury of any sort is personal. Injury attorney David Feminini has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who've been injured. And David, dedicated to ensuring you get the medical care you need, put your life back together after an accident. So call David right now, and he'll answer personally. 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Cruising along on a Monday. A little spicy early in the show, but I don't really think it changed anything. We're having a good time with it. We'll get to the Michigan and Michigan State callers. Look, it's great both schools are still in, but we built on something the morning show did. Do you want Michigan State Part 3? Rico and I say no. I already beat them twice. There's nothing to gain. I'm bored by it. And I actually hate when the two teams play now. And that's just really 25 years of doing this job. I'm essentially just tired of all of it. There's no winning. Even when you win, you lose. So for me, no, I don't care. Oh, and that just started a firestorm, which is silly to me. But Kenny, we have to check on Ticket Text. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right, Mike.
Kenny
quite all right.
Kenny is so stressed. Listen, it could be worse. We could be talking wings.
Yeah, let's check the Ticket Text, Mike. Here, let's look at these here.
Kenny has opted out.
Yeah, I have nothing positive to say. You don't want to hear what I have to say about that team. I love how MSU is not Michigan's rival unless it's convenient for Michigan for them to be their rival.
No, we are your rival, and you're making things up. I'm saying I choose not to enjoy that anymore. I've said that now for 2 years.
Yeah, that's the program that says we have they're only state's rival in basketball. In football, you're the fifth best rival, and that's after Ohio State, Notre Dame.
Now they want to make it a big thing.
And then the Amazing Blue game, spring game.
This is no longer a rivalry. A real rivalry needs mutual respect. There is none here.
Yeah, that's I agree completely. It's just not for me anymore. You get to a point where it's like, okay, it's dumb. It's dumb. All of it.
And then more of the likes of this. MSU fans want to be UNC, Kentucky, and Duke so bad. You guys aren't the juggernauts you think you are.
No, we're not, because we haven't won a title in 25 years. We're not those schools. See, it's very disarming if I am honest. You're not going to do that gotcha stuff with this day part. No one's been harder on Izzo than me. Michigan State fans hate me for my approach. Swing and a miss, Spank. Like, no, we're not Duke. We're not North Carolina. In fact, we've got to win a second title to even be allowed in that restaurant.
Yep.
So I don't know. Try a different day part. Maybe you'll get a better response. No, in fact, I agree with you.
And then there's a bunch that just say, be a little bit more bitter, Sparty. That's from John.
Okay, all right, hold on, relax.
It's nonsense, dude.
No, I know they're proving my point. What am I bitter about? That my team is in the Sweet 16? That we have a game to watch Friday? What am I bitter about? Saying that Dusty May's done an incredible job. What? Guys, at least write things that make a little bit of sense or are at least loosely based in reality.
I just like the idea that you say, I don't want to participate in this anymore. And then the response from them is, oh, you're bitter, or you're jealous, oh, you're not this, you're not that. Yeah, no, that's not what we're talking about.
No, here's what it is, okay? Let's level set. Straight up. Guys, I'm 44. I've been doing this for 25 years. I made my bones on this rivalry, okay? And I fought the good fight for a long time. I have bad news for you. At 44, I got way better stuff going on in my life than sitting here getting death threats over a football game. Okay? I know that's breaking news. Guys, I don't like you. You don't like my school. Hell, you don't like me even though you don't know me. The point is, I'm done. You won. Because it doesn't matter. State has drubbed Michigan almost exclusively for 25 years. It doesn't matter. Football, we had a decade of dominance. We did it all. It didn't matter. Nothing matters. because there's no respect. It's a gross rivalry.
Well, football was because, Rich Rod and bad inferior coaches.
Right. The whole point I'm making is I'm done with it. Like, there's nothing there for me anymore. Like, of course, you can watch the game and want to win. But you know what I'm done with? Days like today. First 10 years of my career, every day was this today. I don't need this. I got better stuff in my life. So, yes, I'm sorry that, I moved on a little bit. Now, I come in here and I give you everything I got for 4 hours a day, plus the digital products. I've never wavered. I don't like Michigan. I don't have to. And you don't like State. Respect. But the games and the nonsense and 25 years of it, nah, it ain't for me no more. It is not what it used to be. That as bad as that rivalry could have been, the rivalry now, it's reached dumb phase. It's like a bad SNL skit. So I'm like Shane Gillis. I would need a couple of beers in order to be able to tolerate the rivalry. If you know the skit, it's hilarious. If you don't, YouTube it. Couple of beers. It's a new drink they have. And it would get me into but I don't know what people want. So basically, the only way to win this is for me to basically say everything you want me to say. Say that what? I need your validation? I don't. Say that my fandom requires beating Michigan? To what?
See, I would even say maybe this would have some validity, Kenny, except Michigan fans didn't want to talk about Michigan basketball for weeks.
Months.
And it was like, hey, guys, your team is good. You're at the top of the Big Ten. Nothing.
David's a Michigan fan. He said they wouldn't win a game.
Yeah.
Who's the one who said, David, you're being ridiculous?
Yeah.
Me. I didn't pick against them against San Diego. We solicited calls. We attempted to have conversation. Do you know what show got calls about Michigan basketball? None of them. Let me help you. This is one of the most powerful sports stations in America, with arguably, on a per capita basis, the biggest audience in America. Guess what? Not a single show could get you to engage. So don't give me that Sparty radio stuff when the rest of this station has a Go Blue logo on their paycheck.
Brother,
don't do that.
Mike, I told Rieger I would absolve his debt because he lost both Michigan State games.
I know.
To me. Rieger, if you can get 11 you can get full phone lines, I'll take away your debt. Couldn't get it.
And it's funny, the response that we got is so disproportional to the way that it is on every other show. But this show specifically, you say, I'm not interested in this anymore. Michigan fans take this as a shot across the bow.
Why aren't you looking at me? I'm special. You should be looking at me. You should be worried about me.
No, I think that the issue for me is, and this is what kills them, guys, whether you cheated or not, you won a national title in football. What, did the world end? Like, what exactly is on the other side of Michigan State losing to Michigan in basketball? You guys act like Leviathan is going to pop up from one of the Great Lakes and just swallow up the state of Michigan. I'll never like losing to Michigan. But you know what I really don't like anymore? Even playing them. It's a waste of my time. Case in point, go 2 weeks ago. You acted a fool at our home court, and the move that is done is you gaslight people into making them feel they're insane. No, you acted like a fool. So did your coach. Now, I could say Dusty's coach of the year. I could say he's done a great job. In that afternoon, in the 72 to 96 hours afterwards, I thought he acted like a fool. The media tour, the woe is me stuff, trying to litigate MSU's senior day tradition. No, we're not changing it for you. It's never been an issue with anybody else except you. It's always you. It's just like Michigan with the tunnel stuff. No issues have ever happened with any school almost ever. Yet you had one with Penn State. You had one with us. You had two with us. Yeah, you had one with Ohio State. And then here's the best part. You're the same fan base in school who would moan like you would be incessant. You'd be like a cow in labor if someone planted a flag on your field but could not possibly understand why Ohio State was angry about it when you did it to them.
Bro, they're the same fan base that still talks about decades ago when Ohio State tore down the banner.
Right. Okay. The point I'm making is all of those things are why I don't need the rematch. Because I know the playbook. There's not even joy in it anymore. It doesn't matter. And to Rico's point, and to the point I just made to you, It's very disingenuous to act like you're this fervent fan base for your basketball program when you're not. So just don't. It's okay. Say you're having a good time with it, but spare me the faux passion. Now, football, we know you're all in. We know you're the biggest fan base in America. Noted.
Mike, they had a chance to lock up and win the Big Ten, or at least get a share of the title when they played Maryland for their senior night. The place was empty. Well, not empty, half full or half empty, depending on how you notice things.
That's the point. So that's why it's just, and again, the football thing, well, first of all, very hard to be passionate about a rivalry when your team can't get out of bed. MSU is essentially living my 600-pound life. They need like a gurney to get out of bed. So we're terrible. Great. You guys are awesome. Like we're garbage juice. The point is, even when we're not and we beat you, it doesn't matter. There's always something else. So yes, in general, I'm just over it. Like, I care about other stuff more, including sports.
Lucky play.
No, I know.
It rained. Yeah.
What about Spartan Bob? No, I had to. I'm sorry. I had to. Could Kenny just give me one moment of levity? But I'm answering the texter.
No, my favorite one was the 17 when it rained on half the field.
I know. Only when John O'Korn was throwing the ball. Right. And again, I mean, the height of it, if you don't believe me, there's an actual article following Logogate that championed Michigan's restraint. Like, guys, you know what? It's fine. I'm the equivalent of, like, in certain states, like that are always blue or always red. Like, I always laugh, like, why even do the Electoral College? Like, if somebody's a Democrat in Utah, save yourself the trip to the booth. You're not winning. It's the same thing here. Right. Being a Spartan in Metro Detroit, call it. Right. You don't even need to cast a ballot.
You're going to be a Democrat in Texas?
It's pointless. It's pointless. It's an absurdity.
Right.
It's like being a Republican in Connecticut. I mean, it's not happening.
Yeah.
So that's my whole point is, like, guys, I don't know what you want. It's not 2010 anymore. You want the right, God bless. You're going to talk regardless. Yeah. Spring into savings. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024. You need a truck that works as hard as you do, they got you covered. 2 great deals. Right now, the 25 Silverado 4-wheel drive crew cab, $299 a month, $19.99 down. It's built tough, priced right. Or you can go green this spring, lease the all-electric 2025 Blazer EV Karsh Edition, $199 a month, $14.95.
Did you say Karsh Edition?
Yes. Okay. Moran's got the deals. He loves the EV stuff. Listen, 24 months, and the best part, everybody gets employee pricing. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Visit moranexpress.com or stop by on Gresham, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, to the people, shall we? Kenny, how about those wings? Let's go to Chad on a cell, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mikey, this is right up my alley. I could talk about this for days. Now, from someone like you, I could totally understand it, or any fan that just doesn't want to deal with the rivalry anymore, and just want to hear about it, especially when Michigan State's the better team. They won both games by 15, so if Michigan gets lucky and winds up winning a game in the tournament in a one-and-done scenario, you're never going to hear about the end of it. But it's kind of the way I always felt in football growing up, when we were the better program, we did things, we went to big bowl games, we won big games, and you'd rise up, win your little Super Bowl, and it would drive me crazy because it's like, you're a 6-6 team. I don't care that you got lucky and beat us. You suck. and it's the same way here. I get frustrated because it's just like, I totally get what you said. Michigan fans are arrogant. I totally understand by what you mean by it's a cult. But I think Michigan State's a cult too, just in a completely different way. You know, like I got buddies who think Mark Antonio should be considered one of the 5 greatest college football coaches of all time.
Oh, dear.
That's insanity to me.
Oh,
That's
dear.
Insanity. That's insane to me. I mean, I got a buddy of mine that would be, hello, deposit, thank you. Sorry about that. And it's just, I totally get it. Now, for the players, you know, I can see where they feel like, I'll play them. Yes.
Okay.
I can see where they feel like, I'll play them again. We'll play them again.
Of course, listen, players, absolutely. But that's, Chad, the whole premise of this is, why is it this villainous thing to say, no, I don't need to play Michigan a third time? For my goals are winning a national championship. Who Michigan State beats, doesn't beat, I don't care. I also hate the idea I'm talking about a game that I don't know we're going to get to. Ole Miss is no joke. And MSU currently is a 2.5-point favorite. And I still have PTSD from what Chris Beard did to us about 5-6 years ago. So my whole point was, why, and it started this morning with the Go Blue Hour, why are you vilified if you're a Spartan or a Wolverine? You say, I'm not interested in it. I'm fine if you want it. If you're a Michigan fan, you should. You're 0-2 against State. You want to beat your rival and move on and end Izzo and the whole bit. That's fine. What's our motivation? We're at the beach twice, and I've given you my perspective, which is unique because I do this for a living. The less I deal with Michigan fans, the better. More peaceful. It's opening day coming up. I got baseball things to do. We got the Pistons in the playoffs. You know what I don't have on my bingo board? Dealing with delusional cultists. I'd rather just move on. Yeah. Now, again, I'll put up with the football fans. Why? Because you care. Because you're there every Saturday.
You represent.
You watch the games. I can talk to you. You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to talk to people who helicoptered in and are wearing their Chris Webber shorts from '93 that are 4 sizes too small. That's insulting. You were nowhere to be found. And now you want to call in and threaten people and get all insane and because what?
Because you're scared and you're soft.
Because I'm bored of it. We already beat you twice by a combined 30 points. What do you want me to do?
And that's what I really hope for the people in the back who are listening. The games weren't close. If the games were buzzer beaters, if the games were, 2 or 3 points, yeah, it would be fun. It was a combined score of 30. Yeah, I'm good.
Let's go to the people. Let's go to John. He's in Royal Oak, 97.1. Johnny, you back? There's no, all right. I don't care if John is even screwing with us. This is the best thing I've had all year. This is fabulous. I don't care. If John is really snoring, I want a wellness check on John. If he's effing with us, I don't care because it means he's hung on for an hour and a half just to F with us. I'll go to Dante. He's up next, 97.1.
I am so sorry. That is just hysterical.
It's the best. I don't even care if he's messing with us. It's fabulous.
I think he's asleep. He probably works, after mornings or something. I don't know. It's funny. Anyways, great show again. At first, I was like, "Oh God, no more negativity. I can't take it." I mean, Mike, I love you. I've listened to you for 25 years plus. Maybe when you were on AM way back when. Rico, you guys do a great job. Everybody, Kenny, whoever, David, you guys are all great.
Thank you.
My perspective is different. I will say this: I have some dear friends, kind of like you, Mike, on the opposite side. How should I say this? And forgive me, I'm distracted by this beautiful 70-degree weather in Nashville.
Oh.
This is why I moved here.
I thought he was trying to be funny, like it's not.
No, I know. See, Rico, Mike, you're my connection to Detroit. I listen to you guys, and trust me, Mike, you were spot on. Let me tell you, audience, you guys, you don't know how good your show is until you move to another American city and then realize how bad sports radio is elsewhere.
Well, thank you.
So, I mean, I love your show, and again, I hate Michigan State, maybe more than you hate Michigan, but for different reasons. But I like going to my friends who are, alumni and whatnot. We stay away from that, or at least we're civil. We can have little, whatever. We don't take it like to the nth degree or even to the point of it's uncivil. It's just different. But I will say this: there was something you said about fan bases and wearing whatever. Okay, I'm in Nashville. You got Vanderbilt here. This is kind of like Indy or Chicago of the SEC. You know what I mean? As far as sites, the SEC tournament was here last week. Fans, it seems like there's like everywhere you look, there's people wearing Florida this, Alabama that, Ole Miss this, a lot of Ohio State too, and a ton of Michigan. So you get to talk to them. I just presume they're alumni. You know what I mean? You get to talk to them, and that by and large is vastly what it is. But the acidity, the negativity that experience with Michigan State fans, for example, is kind of absent from what I've seen. I've been down here 4 or 5 years now, and maybe we're assuming, there are Walmart Wolverine fans, if you will. And maybe there are, I guess, let's face it, if you're polite and you're nice, you're not going to go like the way you've been talked to today. Earlier, some of the guys said, what are the guys' name that said something to you, Rico, and you, Mike, it was just, I can't believe you let them go on as long as you did. But, hey, maybe it was good radio for some people.
No, I mean, to me, it's like, look, I wanted to give him a chance to be a human being. I genuinely try to do that unless someone really calls up and they just...
And Dante, you want to just have a conversation and discussion with people. You can disagree.
Yeah.
That's okay. But let's just be civil about it.
Amen to that. We could use more of that in the rest of our lives, especially with everything else that's going on. You know what I mean? We're just so...
But Dante, you've nailed it.
We seem to live in silos,
No, we do. And look, you've nailed it. It is that level of awfulness that I've just kind of said, you know what? None of it's worth it to me. I mean, Dante, and I appreciate it. We're up against it. It's just, that's my whole point. The rivalry doesn't mean to me what it used to. Breaking news. And you don't get to say, well, it's because you're bad. No, MSU basketball is not bad. And MSU basketball never stopped beating Michigan. No, it's universal. I'm done with all of it.
Mike,
ridiculous.
I'm with you. The rivalry, I mean, it was the anticipation of the game. Now, you know what the best part of the rivalry is?
When it's over.
When it's over. And it's just like, you know what? I don't have to talk about this. I don't have to think about this for a while until next season. Because you don't want to deal with the vitriol. You don't want to deal with all the slander. It's like, dude, the fun of the game, it's long since gone away.
I've said it all. Kenny, how about those wings? 248-539-9797.
You still on the bandwagon? Okay.
You know it's bad if Kenny won't even respond. All right, Paulson's Audio Video, the toy store for grown-ups, but they've matured, right? They've evolved. They are now your technology partner. Tech moves fast. For your home, office, brand new construction project, Paulson's makes all of it easy. They're the experts in connected home technology, indoor and outdoor, automated shades, lighting designs, smart lighting control, even landscape lighting. They have you covered. So you're a builder to an interior designer or a homeowner, Paulson's has you covered for all things audio video. Visit their state-of-the-art showroom in Farmington Hills or let Paulson show you why they have been Metro Detroit's trusted tech partner since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner.
Hey, folks, are you tired of maintaining your current deck or you're just dreaming of adding a new one? Take it from me. Call Coy Construction right now. They'll design and build the perfect deck for you, just like they did for me, and I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. Coy Construction is a family-owned business, and it's a Trex Pro Platinum dealer with over 40 years of experience serving Metro Detroit and Southeast Michigan. Coy Construction specializes in creating high-quality decks, and they're known for their top-notch craftsmanship and attention to detail. And oh, by the way, once you get it all set up, they come out and work rather quickly. Don't wait until the weather warms up. Call Coy Construction today to get on their schedule. Your weekends will be spent relaxing on the deck, whether you want a lavish, stylish outdoor living area or just a relaxing space to unwind. Coy's experienced team will make your vision become a reality. Call Coy Construction today and get your project started now.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Detroit News reporting that two former Michigan female student athletes have filed a federal lawsuit against the university and ex-football coach Matt Weiss for privacy invasion. Weiss was indicted on 24 counts total for unauthorized access to computers and identity theft and pled not guilty today. Sharon Moore was asked if it was under consideration to cancel their spring game this year like other big-time college football programs. On the basketball court, Michigan guard Justin Pippen is reportedly heading for the transfer portal. He's played sparingly so far this season. The Red Wings are also... Where's he going?
Yeah.
I don't know. Detroit Mercy. The Red Wings are back on the ice against the Utah tonight. Face off at 9. That's Kenny again. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The city of Detroit's pursuit of a WNBA team continues. According to sources of the Free Press, a development plan to bring a sports complex to Detroit's riverfront near Belle Isle would include a facility and headquarters of a franchise returns. The article writes, quote, "A new plan with a sports complex and academy is apart to be a proud vision that was laid out by Detroit's Pistons owner Tom Gores and a team of local investors to their recent bid to bring a professional women's basketball team back to Detroit," end quote. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. I'll be as brief as possible. Hopefully your workday is done. We asked a question that the morning show asked. We have a completely different answer. So Michigan and Michigan State both get to the Sweet 16. I mean, obviously, Michigan State, there's not going to be a success unless they, at a minimum, got to the Final Four. But really, it's about winning it all. For Michigan, it's different. It's Dusty May's first year. I thought their season was a success regardless. And, well, this is just a rousing success. But that's not what we were talking about. Costa in the morning asked a question. And it was more of him yelling at people, where it was, you need me on that wall. Like, you need Michigan and Michigan State a third time. And I was driving, and I'm like, I almost wanted to call in, and then I'm like, no, I'll deal with him on the podcast, which I did. But me and you have a different perspective on it. Now, part of that is this is what we do for a living, and I do factor that in. But it's also, I'm at a point where I honestly wish we just didn't play Michigan ever in anything. I'm done with it. I'm sick of it. It's not fun. It's reached a point of complete absurdity. And today is a further example of that, where, look, we talked about this. Sure, if we play you, we've already beat you twice by a total of 30 points, yes, I think we'd beat you again. That doesn't validate or invalidate the season Michigan State has. I don't care, was my answer. Well, then it was met with rage. People in the 2 o'clock freaked out. Now, the insulting part of what I did was just a joke because Rico showed me a picture, and it is a weird piece of the Michigan fandom. You're the only fan base I know where games that have nothing to do with you, you still have people head to toe in Michigan garb to, like, show they're a soldier for the cause or whatever.
To represent.
Yeah, well, what I said they represented is someone who really doesn't have much going on in life. Like, congratulations. You're at Tennessee Vanderbilt. You're dressed as a stick of butter. You've attached your entire worth as a human into a school you didn't attend. Weird, at best. Now that, to me, was a rather small percentage of the populace. But people got very upset. Here's the question. Do you want MSU and Michigan Part 3? Because I think the silliness of the question, Rico, is the fact that I don't think it's a guarantee State beats Ole Miss.
No.
And Michigan fans seems to be leaving out the small detail of them being the better part of a 9 or 10 point underdog to Auburn. Just throwing out a small detail there.
Right. And it's like, okay, whoever State, if they beat Ole Miss, whoever they play, fine. You deal with that. But I've seen Michigan State twice this year. Neither game was compelling. They won by a total of 30 points. 13 at Chrysler, 17 at the Breslin Center. If you beat Auburn, let's just say Michigan State wins against Ole Miss, you've knocked off the number 1 overall seed. It kind of would feel like it did back in 19 when they knocked off Zion and Duke, where, okay, that meant something. That was...
It raised the bar.
Yeah. It was like, okay, this is the best team that college basketball has to hold. And if you could beat Auburn, now maybe if you go into the Final Four and you have to play Florida or Duke, you could draw upon that. Playing Michigan again, if they're there, you play the game. But I've seen this thing.
But you're not pining for it.
No, because it's not like you split. If you split, okay, the rubber match. It wasn't like they were close.
Right. Now, the responses, typically, it's just lazy. Well, you're scared. Scared of what? We beat you twice, handily. You want it again? Sit down at the kitchen table. We'll serve you the same meal. Like, I don't know what to tell you. What you're not understanding is and I'm open about it. I don't want to look at you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to do it. Because here's why. Football, I'll put up with it. Because you care. Because right now you're probably staring at an 8x10 of Bryce Underwood and hoping he autographs it. The point I'm making is basketball, no show could get any participation from your fan base at any point. But what now? Now you think I'm going to sit here and be your Huckleberry. I could fit your basketball knowledge in a thimble. And you think I'm going to sit here and get threatened and get insulted, all the ridiculous stuff? You guys are out on the reservation. You don't have a basketball fan base. So, yeah, I have no need for it. I would rather not do that. Now, if that means somehow I'm a bad fan, cool, don't care. But I've also said, in an alternative universe, here's how little joy the rivalry brings, even when we win. Hell, I wish they could move to the Big 12. I don't care. I'll make Texas Tech my rival. I don't care anymore. It's toxic to the highest mountaintop. Bored of it. And we've drubbed you in basketball for a long, long time. So don't do this stuff of, oh, convenient, you can't win. We have more than held our own in football. Am I pleased the way it's gone the last couple of years? No. Clearly not. But in the big picture, stop. Stop acting like it's the 70s. Cut it out. So I don't know what to tell you. But no, I don't need it. But if you want part 3, I'm not mad about it. Because if I'm a Michigan fan, I want that title shot again. I lost twice. I want the third opportunity. Totally get it. You're not a bad person. But this morning, the way Jim presented it, you were a crackhead if you didn't want this. Yeah. And I just think that's very short-sighted. Because Jim also hypes it up as, oh, I love the trash talk. What trash talk? It's pointless. I mean, look no further than 2 weeks ago. Dusty May and his crew were a collective horse's ass on senior day at the Breslin Center. And instead of owning it, he did some form of gaslighting, goes on a media tour, acts like somehow State should change their entire program for them. Yeah, that defines why I don't want nothing to do with this rivalry anymore. Bored of it.
And actually had people who said, yeah, Dusty, you're right. They should do this. They should change this. There's no reason for it. It's like nobody's ever had a problem with this in the decades it's been going on. So why all of a sudden is it a problem now? Because I didn't know the tradition and they just took too long. Like you were losing by 17.
It's just the example.
Where did you have to go?
It's the example of why I'm tired of the rivalry because it's all the other crap. It's all of it. So you know what? We're good.
Yeah.
I'm just, for me, don't need it. Now, if we play them, let's go get it. But the whole point for Michigan State, and this is where it's different between Michigan and Michigan State in this instance, I don't need to beat Michigan to validate anything. I need to beat anyone who's in front of me. Because for Michigan State, anything short of a national championship, it's a fail. You got a coach who's in his last couple of years. He has to win a title or he will go down in history as the best coach not to win to. That's not an award you want. For Michigan, it's different. Dusty has barely been here. He's done an incredible job. But why one side can't understand the perspective of the other, that part I'll never understand. But I've also given up trying to understand you. Now, is there a sensible part of the Michigan fan base? Of course there is. Two of my best friends are Wolverines. You think we fight? No, absolutely not. But there's a portion of this fan base that is pretty large, even though you want to deny it. You can't reason with them. So, yeah, where I'm at this stage of my life, you argue with an idiot, you are one. So I just choose to not. What do you want me to do? Oh, yeah, let's do it again. Do what again? Great, we'll play you and we'll beat you. And then what? It'll be on to the next thing about how Bryce Underwood's going to win 3 Heismans. There's no point to any of this. So that's what we've talked about. We got a lot of people who want to rap. We've even got Snoring John on line 5. We have had a caller asleep on line 5 for 2 hours. And we occasionally have checked in on Johnny. And he's sawing logs. He's doing God's work. We'll check in on him a little later in the hour.
He's snoring away still, I know.
I thought it was a bit at first.
Even if it's a bit, it's funny to me when you go to somebody and it sounds like they're out, cold.
That's a commitment to the bit.
Big time. So we'll get to the people. We'll do it next. We got a tournament blitz, bottom of the hour. Away we go. Weather eventually will warm up. And look, case in point, right? We had nice weather. Now it's freezing cold. That's the stuff that wreaks havoc on your roof, and it wreaks havoc on the seals around your windows. So call Victor's Home Solutions and let's get that checked. Why? Because if you get it checked early, you are most likely in line for a cheap fix, a cheap solution. They'll come out to a free 21-point roof and window inspection. They'll make sure Mother Nature hasn't found the gaps and seams to get in your house and really create a mess. And they'll go over every square inch. So if it's time for a new roof or windows, Victor's has you covered. Prompt follow-up, on-time appointments, clear communication, and perfect installation. Guys, call now before things get worse. 734-773-1100. That's 734-773-1100 or online anytime at victors.com.
Hey, from upset to buzzer beaters, get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. As a matter of fact, if you want to pick the winner of the regions, you could take Michigan State plus 260, take Michigan plus 600, or take all the 1 seeds to make it to the Final Four plus 690. All tournament long, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and line subject to change. You must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let's go to the people. A lot of people want to rap about it. Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We go to the sprawling metropolis of Berkeley to talk to Mike. 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike here. First things first, I love you guys, each and every single one of you. I listen to you all day, every day when I'm in and out of the car. But I got in the car about an hour ago.
Yeah.
And you were talking about all these Michigan fans. Well, I got back in the car about 5 minutes ago, and you're still talking about these Michigan fans.
Yes, that's kind of been the
heat.
It's been the backbone of the hold on. It's been the backbone of the show because I explained it each top of hour. So what is surprising that we're talking about?
I mean, you can't keep whining, man. We love you. We love to hear all your takes, but we don't like the whining.
Well, there's no
and
whining.
This is coming from, I don't care, Michigan or Michigan State. You name it, I don't care. I love it all.
Hold on. Mike, where's the whining and saying, I'm not interested in playing them a third time, and here's why? That's not whining.
That's what you've been saying for an hour. Like, give it a break, man.
Well, Mike, listen, I love you too, but you don't program my show. So have a nice day.
All right.
Phone line's full all day. Ticket tech's off the chain. I'm in the entertainment business, Mike.
But Mike didn't like it. Okay.
Like, no disrespect now. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Like, would I like to talk about this for 4 hours? Not particularly. You'd be shocked to know I'm much more interested in talking about the tournament, the problems with the tournament. But guess what? No one here cares. I'd rather bring up the Red Wings with some audio from PK Subban. No one cares. I'd rather tell you how scared I am of the Parker Meadows injury update. No one cares. Mike, we're in the entertainment game. This is what people care about. And last I checked, I have a take where Michigan fans lost their mind on it. Yes, I'm talking about Michigan fans, Mike. I'm sorry. Check in tomorrow. Believe me, I hope we're talking about other things. Okay?
But today, yeah, full phone lines.
Well, this is what people care about. Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's going on, Bob?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, Danny. What's up?
So I'm going to start off by saying I'm a Michigan fan, one of the 7 Michigan basketball fans, as you like to say. I watched both those Michigan State-Michigan games, and I'm going to be one of the people who say I don't want to see Michigan State in the Elite Eight. I'm a Michigan fan. I don't know if they're going to beat Auburn, but if they do, I'm rooting hard for Ole Miss to take that game because I don't want to see Michigan State.
No, Dan, I get it. I you know what it is for me? I don't speak for Rico on it. I guess I'm so numb to the tournament that I stopped a long time ago rooting for this team or that team. You're going to play good teams. You're going to get your medal tested, and you either survive it or you don't. So I get what you're saying, but like for me, Dan, I don't know that we're beating Ole Miss. I've said that all day.
When you overlook a matchup, that's normally the game that you lose. When you start
saying, right.
but it's setting up for this game, and neither team makes it to that game. So
yeah, like Auburn and Ole Miss downloading for Sunday afternoon. Yeah, no,
exactly.
I know.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, Dan, let me ask you this question: I don't know how much of the show you've caught today. Do you at least understand why, from our perspective, we're not interested in playing a third time?
Yes, it's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, pretty much. Thank you for being sensitive.
I mean, you win, you're expected to win. So everyone's going to say, oh, they're expected to win. So be it. If you lose, well, then you got a lot more calls coming on Monday.
Well, it's also a lot more calls from people, I mean, not like yourself, who obviously you watch the team, but it's going to be like the anti-Rieger, Dan. It's going to be people who watch 10 minutes of basketball all year.
Yeah.
I'm not interested.
Yeah. Well, those games didn't count. The regular season didn't count. It's all about the tournament.
I actually don't mind that point of view because for Michigan State, where the program is at, it really is, Rico, they either hang a banner or they don't.
No. I'm saying that beating Michigan in the regular season won't matter because they lost in the tournament. It's just like, guys, as Carl said, it's a lose-lose. It is. You can't win. It's like I said it earlier.
I didn't make a big
Ohio
deal.
State wins the national title in football, but you lost to Michigan, so your title's not validated. It's like, actually, it is. They won it all.
That's rich coming from a fan base who openly cheated.
Yeah.
That's rich.
Multi-level cheating.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's going on, buddy?
You know, Mike, I got to tell you, welcome to the Senior Society. The cribbage tournament is on Mondays, and we play pickleball twice a week at the Activity Center. So you're more than welcome to join us.
I feel like I am hurtling towards that lifestyle. Go ahead, Paul.
Mike, I've listened to you since day one when you and Terry were the Inferno, et cetera.
Yeah.
Anytime these two schools are brought up, it's rinse, wash, repeat. You might as well just play a playback button from 2004. It's just astounding to me. And actually, I find it quite entertaining. You know, by the way, have we had a wellness check on caller John lately?
I will go to him after we speak to you. I still have Snoring John on line 5. We're going to see how he's doing.
You know, I love the NCAA tournament. I mean, I really do. I've watched just as many games as I possibly could. And, yeah, I have a question for Rico when I'm done here, and by all means for you as well, Mike. But I love this. I mean, you know, some of the predictable things have happened, most of them, but there have been some really, really good basketball games. But you play who's in front of you. I mean, and Costa's always kind of, you know, grabbing for things and whatever else. But, you know, if Michigan and Michigan State happen to meet up, you know, if somehow they get past Ole Miss and Auburn for Michigan, okay, great. All right, you play who's in front of you. You don't get to choose, you know. So may the best team win at that game at that time. You know, look, I've always said, and you know this, Mike, I love it when both teams in the state are good. I think it's a good thing. I really do, you know. And I don't have a horse in the race, you know, whatever else. I'm kind of like Terry. I'm a state of Michigan man. Can somebody please get to the Final Four, and can somebody make a bona fide trip to the finals and maybe win it, you know? But Rico, I have a question, and it could have been Grant Hill. I don't know, but I thought I heard somebody say that all starting 5 of Duke are freshmen. Is that true?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Knipple is. Flag is. The 5-star center they got doesn't play a ton. I know
they got the transfer from Purdue, but does he start?
Yeah, look, Paul, they brought in 5 5-star players or 4 5-star players last year. John Shire's crushing the recruiting trail. It's possible it's 4 out of 5.
4, yeah.
Out of the whole game, is there a shot there are 5 kids out there? Maybe. But no. I mean, if it was 5 freshmen all the time, I'll double check it. That doesn't register with me.
Okay, well, you know, I will say this. Cooper Flagg is a hell of a player, but boy, does he have a punchable face, and that did happen, which was good to see.
Noted. So, I think that's actually...
I'll let you guys go.
That's your starter kid at Duke. Punchable face. They have a lot of players over the years, whether you go back to Christian Laettner, highly punchable. You go back to Shane Battier, punchable. You go into the, I'm sorry, I couldn't stand him, J.J. Redick era. Punchable. Oh, yeah. I've got a million for you. Yes, Kenny.
Hurley?
Oh, I just like the starter kid for your Duke, your average Dukian.
Punchable. Punchable. Do we want to check on Snoring John?
Yeah, see if he's there.
Okay. Here we go. Bet you U.S. dollar he's got to be awake. John? Nope.
Even if it's a bit, it's hilarious.
Hold on. There's no way it's the man's been on hold for 2.5 hours. Kenny, he's out. He's out.
Yeah. Why don't no, I don't want to get in trouble on a Monday.
What? What do you want to do?
Live look in on our sales department. Mike, hit it.
No. Right. Actually, they're not even in the building right now, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
It's orange.
No, Tyrese Proctor Jr.
Okay, that's what I said. I thought at times it could be 4 out of 5, but no, because you know what the media would have done. Oh, it's the new Fab 5.
Well, just like they did the Crab 5 for Maryland.
Oh, God. Yeah. Come on, he traveled. You know it. I know it.
It's the extended Euro step.
7 of them?
Extended Euro step.
All right. 248-5. By the way, true or false, Medved had taken the job before that basket actually went in. I've never seen a faster announcement.
I don't even think he took the plane to Colorado. He just, hey, guys, great seeing you. Coach, you coming on? I got some stuff I got to do.
I got some paperwork.
I got to take the cameras.
Yep, you guys are going home, and I'm not going with you. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, Paulson's audio video. Oh, no, I screwed Rico over. The toy store for grown-ups. But they are your technology partner, damn it. Tech moves fast. I moved fast, Rico. I'm so sorry. Listen, whether it's your home, office, brand new construction project, Paulson's has you covered. They have connected technology, both indoor and outdoor, automated, fully. Customized lighting, landscape design, you name it, they got it. So from builders to interior designers to homeowners, Paulson's has your back, and they even have a commercial division that upgrades the technology for bars, restaurants, and office spaces. Visit their state-of-the-art showroom in Farmington Hills and let Paulson show you why they've been Metro Detroit's trusted tech partner since 1991. Paulson's, your technology partner.
You've heard me talk about specs at LTU, and I just got to ask you, what are you waiting for? You want that new career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist, let Specs at LTU get you started on your new career path. It's very simple. You just need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the beautiful city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who work in the business. Rico, what does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one from professionals what it takes to make it in your field. So you just got to be curious. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you're going to learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. Be curious, guys. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
All right, we'll get to Kenny on Ticket Text, and I'm going to tell you, Rieger and Wojo, yikes. Kenny, couple of texts, please, as the gentleman. I use that term loosely. I mean, Rieger took a Cialis before the show tonight, so this is just super exciting for no one. But Kenny, what did the text say?
This might be from Rieger. This says, this is some sad Sparty coping. Good job, guys.
What? Okay, what are we coping with?
Because we went to Michigan State, Mike. Just go.
I don't, guys. You got to loosely make sense. We beat you twice by a total of 30 points. will be favored
But
to beat
you didn't do
again.
it by 31.
Okay, well, guess what? You're not beating Auburn, and we may not beat Ole Miss. What are we coping with? The fact Izzo hasn't won a championship in 25 years? Well, yeah, I got to cope with that.
I'm just going to say, I don't think you had them beating UCSD and or A&M either, did you, Michael?
I did,
You actually
actually.
did.
So why don't you try again, bitch?
I don't think so.
Honest to God, Rieger, you're barking up the wrong tree today. Seriously.
Why are you so upset? Come on.
No,
Why are you so upset?
You.
Me?
You.
Me.
You.
I'm happy
You.
my team
You.
that I root for my whole life is in the Sweet 16.
No, that's not what you're doing. You're being dishonest, and you're a troll, and that works with callers. It
Okay,
doesn't
but
work
here's
with me.
what you're doing, I
So
think.
cut it out.
Listen,
No, I don't want to. You know what? I don't want to hear your
Oh,
opinion.
you don't want to hear my opinion?
No, I don't.
Well, you give your opinion?
Yes, because I'm better at it.
Oh.
I don't want to hear yours.
Here's the guy. You come in, right? You come in. I get why you don't want it. I get why you don't want it.
You. You.
Yeah, but
This,
the
right
only
here.
thing you didn't do, the only thing you did not do is give credit to Michigan.
What are you talking about? I said Dusty May was the coach of the weekend. I said they are the team I think more of.
If you are so convinced, you said it multiple times.
Not going to acknowledge that?
Well, I didn't hear that part. I'm
no.
sorry.
Oh, but you made the assumption.
I did because I heard you say
Try again.
5,000 times, well, beat them by 300 points twice. Then what else do we have to prove? Oh, maybe Michigan's better. All of a sudden, Roddy Gale woke up. You know, Michigan's 5-0 since.
You know what? Maybe Frankie Fiddler woke up. Can you imagine if I took to the air with that take?
Oh, okay. Wait. Real quick. You weren't impressed what they did in the second half against a team that beat Auburn?
Never said that.
No, put that.
Never said that.
You just made fun of my Roddy Gale point.
If you think you're getting 28 from Roddy Gale
I
on
don't.
the regular,
I
well,
don't.
then stand down.
But I do think
Be
they're
better
a
at
much better
arguing.
basketball team over the last 5 games.
Rieger, you do
what's
realize
happening here?
they won 6 games in a row. They had just knocked off Purdue. They had just beat Ohio State.
Then
on the
what are
road.
you so afraid of? Why do you guys want to play them? Then play them and kick their ass, okay? And laugh, ha ha ha, like you already do to our Southern Michigan fans.
There's a
Like, why are
difference.
you so afraid then?
No one's afraid of
Nobody's
anything.
afraid.
Okay,
I'm
then
bored
just-
by it because of this.
You're bored. That's what
Right here.
people who are afraid of
Rieger,
say.
you took the wrong tact because
Okay.
they did
Tell me.
give Michigan credit. You were wrong there. They did. They talked about how good, but the tact that is arguable is you're reticent to play them again.
Yeah.
And I know you could just say, I'm just bored with it. I'm
No,
sick
no,
of it.
it goes deeper than that too, and I was
But
very
if you should
specific
beat
about
them
it.
severely, then you should want it.
We'll beat them again.
Okay.
The point is, it won't prove anything. It won't stop any
Oh, yes,
talk.
it
Well,
will.
nothing
Would.
proves anything, though. Come
And
on.
that's my point. It's
Yeah,
all
but why would you
nonsense.
want it? It's fantastic. It's great entertainment. It's great theater.
Especially
And by
if
the
you
way-
think you're going to win, which
Yeah.
I think Michigan State probably would.
Here's the one problem. I don't know if either of us are going to be around Sunday.
Well, that's
you
very
make a
true.
compelling point, maybe.
Won't stop us from talking about
That's
it, though.
Lord
true.
knows we talked about it, but when you want to know why I don't want to play a third time, the embodiment of all that is evil and unholy in this rivalry,
You know
right
what?
here.
I want nothing more. You mentioned Cialis. I want nothing more
Fine,
than to
lose
kick your
another
ass.
dinner to Rico.
I will.
I don't
I'll
care.
lose 2 suppers to Rico. I don't
Hey,
care.
you okay over there? Or the cat got your tongue?
Nothing would have made me happier than to
Poor
kick your ass. Here's
Allison.
another thing.
Poor
I'll bring Rico into it.
You know
Rico
what?
said,
Sometimes you just got the best seat in the house.
I heard Rico say, well, I want to beat Auburn because there'll come some satisfaction, right? Well, in this scenario, you will beat the team that beat Auburn, Michigan, and you beat Duke in 19. What was the satisfaction there? You got popped by Texas Tech.
Because
Chris Beard.
you beat Duke, you beat Zion, you beat the Dream
Yeah, but
Team.
what does it matter? You ended up not winning anything.
Oh, my God. Woj, you're
Rieger-
hearing in real time why I have no interest in
do
other
you
round
enjoy
of this.
rowing this boat with one oar?
Listen, I am very happy. I'm elated that the team I root for is good again.
So rather than
I got
beat
nothing
2 SEC teams, you'd rather beat Ole Miss and the team
No,
that
see,
beat
this is
the
disingenuous.
Well, now,
because
you are being disingenuous
You want
there.
nothing more than
You
to
would-
kick Michigan's ass.
to
Mike,
beat
I believe.
Michigan for a
Mike, I
third
believe
time.
you want nothing more than
already-
to kick the crap out
Mike
of
would
Michigan.
hate
Come
the
on.
buildup. You would hate the buildup, but if you kicked them again, you would.
Then what would it matter? Because it would be like, well,
you would
you
love
can't
it.
do it a 4th time.
Come on.
You can't do it
Come
a
on.
5th
You-
time.
Rico,
You can't do it a 6th
Rico,
time.
I love
That's
you.
disingenuous.
I love you like a brother, but you know you want this so
I
bad
don't,
the other
Rieger.
way. You do.
Rieger, the
you want
games
to beat
weren't
the
close.
pulp out of Michigan.
The games
come
weren't
on.
close.
Can you, me and Michael leave? You two do the show.
The game
Honestly,
weren't even
why don't
close.
you
I think
two
we're
just
doing a
do the
show on
show?
Thursday, right?
Just do the show.
Dude, pay your debt.
Oh, dear.
Tell me when to bring it in. I'll bring
Oh,
it in.
Lord. See you later there, Michael.
I wish
All
you
right,
luck,
guys, that was fun.
Yeah. I
Right
don't
here.
know.
This is why.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This, and we'll debate it, and I'll try. Listen, I'm not totally against what Rieger is
This
saying.
guy's
I think
the
he's-
Aura Khan
Yeah.
of sports radio.
Yeah,
right
like
here.
that dude from McNeese. That dude's already got like $1 billion NIL deals.
With the stupid boom
You
box.
hear
Yes, exactly. He represents
The stupid
everything wrong with
haircut.
the sport.
Oh,
he represents
God.
everything wrong with fans.
Oh.
You know,
are the
I might have to
Oregon.
agree with that one.
God, I hope we get
Rieger,
it.
sorry.
And I
gotta-
hope you got to watch every second of it.
Jeff, you clearly need it more than I do. So I hope it happens for you.
You can listen. You're not wrong.
See, he's lying there. He does not hope it happens
No,
for you.
no, I know he doesn't hope it.
You
happens.
don't hope it does.
No, I'm done
But-
with all of it. I don't care.
But to be fair, I find it hard to believe that if you beat Michigan by 100, you wouldn't
You know
give at
what?
least a couple fist pumps with the dogs at home.
You know what? Driving back from Cleveland's catching up to me. I'm
Okay,
going home.
all right. Bob, I wish you all the
Yeah,
luck in the world.
Godspeed. God help me.
You're going to need it.
Oh, yeah. I'm planning
Good
that.
night.
Let's go.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Great tournament.
Oh, God, I'm scared.